Islam and the Problems of Civilization by Sayyid Qutb. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. The destruction of man. Human life as it unfolds today, and as it is destined to unfold according to all observable trajectories, cannot endure upon its present course. It must undergo a fundamental transformation at its very foundation, a transformation that shall safeguard it from the destruction of man himself, through the annihilation of his essential attributes. For, self-evidently, human life cannot persist if the very qualities that define man are obliterated. Yet the path upon which life now advances day by day is one that steadily erodes these human attributes, reducing man to the state of a mere machine on one hand and to that of a mere beast on the other. And though this trajectory has not yet reached its ultimate end, though the full consequences of this course have not yet been fully revealed, what has already surfaced, especially among the nations that have reached the pinnacle of material civilization, bears witness to the erosion of human attributes, their shrinkage and retreat, even as mechanical and animalistic traits expand, swell, and assert themselves with ever-growing prominence. And this alone is sufficient. Sufficient to conclude that the course of life is progressively dismantling what makes man human, sufficient to affirm that human life cannot continue upon this course indefinitely unless, of course, its annihilation has already been decreed. Yet the mercy of God forbids us from surrendering to such a bleak fate. Instead, it directs our expectations toward another possibility, that humanity, by virtue of its innate nature, by the intuitive faculties of foresight, caution and self-preservation embedded in its very being, shall turn away from disaster in time, shall veer from the precipice before it is too late, and shall choose another path, another course, one that enables it to overcome this crisis. A crisis in which man now finds himself at the very edge of an abyss, drawn toward it with an overwhelming force, while at the same time he finds himself increasingly stripped of the power to choose his will, eroded by forces that render him almost incapable of decision. And yet, in every epoch where human life and the essence of man have faced annihilation, where the very core of humanness has stood upon the brink of obliteration, a transformation has occurred. A shift has taken place in ways often imperceptible, their causes hidden from the eyes of contemporaries, and humanity has, time and again, been spared from complete destruction. But this time the peril is greater than anything mankind has ever known, greater than all past threats combined. Many had placed their hopes for salvation in Marxism, in dialectical materialism, in the economic interpretation of history. But this was nothing more than an illusion. For Marxism, along with its materialistic dialectic of history, represents nothing but yet another surge along the very same course of destruction. It is not a deviation from this path, neither in its essence nor in its direction. Rather, it is but the peak of materialist thought, the ultimate expression of mechanical materialism in its vision and conception of human life. Likewise, we witness the failure of all other attempts to construct a new ideology, one that might offer humanity refuge, that might provide an escape from the acute crisis into which it has plunged. These are but fragmentary, superficial ideas, artificial constructs with no roots in the innate nature of man. And when we cast our gaze across the past and present and even toward the future, no solution appears upon the horizon, no solution that could rescue humanity from this impending destruction, that could extricate it from this dire predicament, and that could preserve man through the preservation of his essential human attributes, ensuring their continual renewal and growth, marked by harmony and balance except in the Islamic vision, the Islamic methodology, the Islamic way of life, and the Islamic society. Thus, we hold with conviction that the establishment of an Islamic society is not merely a religious aspiration, nor merely a historical inevitability. It is a necessity for humanity itself, a primal imperative dictated by the very nature of man. And if such a society does not arise today, it shall arise tomorrow. If it does not emerge here, it shall emerge elsewhere to safeguard humanity from the destruction of man through the destruction of his human attributes. To preserve human life itself, which cannot exist except through a man who retains his essential human qualities in a state of continuous growth and elevation. But how then is human life threatened with the destruction of man, through the annihilation of his human attributes, under the prevailing civilization and along the course upon which human life now proceeds, generally speaking? How is it that the emergence of an Islamic society has become not only a necessity for humanity, but an existential inevitability? Perhaps it is best to reveal in brief the key elements of this looming tragedy. 1. Our utter ignorance of man, despite our relatively vast knowledge of matter, of the techniques of material production, and of the refined methodologies of mechanical engineering. Consequently, we are utterly incapable of devising on our own a comprehensive system that encompasses all aspects of human life, one that aligns with man's nature, preserves his attributes in a state of renewal, growth and flourishing, and is imbued with harmony and moderation. 2. The erratic course of human life, stemming from its foundation upon this ignorance ever since it diverged from the path laid down for man by his wise and all-knowing Creator, who alone understands his nature and attributes. That divine path, which was designed to fulfill all of man's innate needs comprehensively and authentically, to foster the growth and elevation of his attributes, so that they might correspond to the lofty role assigned to him, the role of stewardship over the earth, the role of cultivating life upon it and elevating it, the role of unlocking its treasures and harnessing its energies for the purpose of construction, advancement and refinement. 3. The rise of a materialistic civilization that is unfit for man, that does not honor his essence, a civilization that treats him according to mechanical standards which lie within the bounds of our scientific knowledge and according to animalistic standards which we have managed to study in the world of beasts. 4. The manifestation and amplification of this civilization's consequences, particularly among the nations that have reached the zenith of material progress, those that have advanced far along the path of applying mechanical and animalistic paradigms to human life, with little regard for the intrinsic human attributes that distinguish man from machine and from beast. And already ominous signs have begun to appear, harbingers of the devastation that lies ahead. A closer examination of these elements, with some degree of explanation and elucidation, is sufficient to portray the stark reality of the tragedy in which humanity now finds itself, whether it perceives it or not. It is sufficient to illustrate the calamity toward which all of humanity is now hurtling, whether in awareness or in ignorance. And it is sufficient to stir within us the longing for the mercy of God, to plead that he may yet spare humanity from this wretched fate, that he may yet allow it to hear the call of its own innate nature, the voice of his divine guidance, even if only in the final moments. Man the Unknown. This title is not of our own making. It is the title of a book authored by a European-American scientist, a man whose place among the scholars of modern civilization is unquestioned, whose theories, or more precisely, his studies, are regarded as both contemporary and profound. It is the title of a renowned book by Dr. Alexis Carrel. The author introduces himself and his book in its preface, and we find it necessary to quote a substantial portion of this introduction in this chapter, for its significance in the argument we seek to establish before we proceed to cite the views of this great scientist on our absolute ignorance of man. I am not a philosopher, but merely a man of science. I have spent the greater part of my life engaged in practical work, studying living organisms. The remainder I have spent travelling across the vast world, observing mankind and endeavouring to understand them. Yet even so, I do not claim to address matters beyond the realm of scientific observation. My aim in this book is to describe what is known, to present it with clarity, stripped of all embellishment, and to acknowledge the existence of that which remains unknown. I have regarded man as a summation of observations and experiments conducted across all times and places. Yet I have described only that which I have seen with my own eyes, or directly learned from those with whom I have been in close contact. I was fortunate that my position allowed me to study without effort, and without expectation of praise, the phenomena of life in all their terrifying complexity. I've observed every aspect of human activity in a practical manner. I am familiar with the conditions of both the poor and the wealthy, the healthy and the sick, the learned and the ignorant, the feeble-minded and the sane, the intelligent and the foolish. Likewise, I know the lives of farmers and labourers, clerks and shopkeepers, financiers and industrialists, politicians and statesmen, soldiers and university professors, teachers and men of religion, bourgeois and aristocrats. Circumstances have led me to cross paths with philosophers and artists, poets and scientists, geniuses and saints. At the same time, I have studied the intricate mechanical structures embedded deep within the tissues and convolutions of the brain, the very foundation upon which organic and mental phenomena rest. I am indebted to the arts of modern life, for they have enabled me to witness this grand spectacle, and have given me the opportunity to direct my attention to multiple subjects simultaneously. I live in both the old world and the new. Most of my time is spent at the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research as one among the scholars whom Simon Flexner gathered at this institution. There I contemplate the phenomena of life as they are analysed by unparalleled experts such as Meltzer, Jacques Loeb, Noguchi, and many others. Thanks to the genius and brilliance of Flexner, living organisms have been studied with an unprecedented breadth of vision. Matter is examined and scrutinized in every department of the Institute, in search of its evolution and development as shaped by human intervention. With the aid of X-rays, physicists uncover the architecture of the molecular structures that compose our simplest tissues, tracing the spatial arrangements of the atoms that form these molecules. Chemists, along with biochemists, analyze the most complex substances within the body, such as hemoglobin in the blood, the proteins of tissues, bodily fluids, and the enzymes responsible for the ceaseless processes of division and renewal, generating an immense and collective movement of atoms. Other chemists extend their focus beyond molecular composition alone, pondering the relationships between these structures when they interact with the body's secretions, that delicate biochemical equilibrium which maintains the composition of blood serum despite the constant changes occurring in the tissues. Thus, the chemical aspects of physiological phenomena are illuminated. Numerous physiologists dedicate themselves using a wide array of techniques to studying the larger structures formed by the arrangement of molecules, such as the composition of tissues and blood. In other words, they examine the very substance of life itself. They analyze cells, their modes of interaction, and the laws governing their relationships with their surroundings. They investigate the influence of the cosmic environment upon this vast assemblage, as well as the effects of chemical substances on tissues and sensory perception. Other specialists devote themselves to the study of minuscule organisms, viruses and bacteria, whose presence in our bloodstream is responsible for infectious diseases. They also explore the astonishing means by which man combats these afflictions, as well as the lethal diseases that plague humanity such as cancer, heart disease and nephritis. Finally, the profound problem of individuality with its biochemical foundations is now being tackled with increasing success. I have had the extraordinary privilege of listening to great men who have dedicated themselves to these investigations and of following the results yielded by their experiments. Thus, I have come to witness the immense struggle waged by inert matter within the body's organization, the properties of living beings, and the harmony between our physical and mental faculties. I have seen these things in their utmost beauty. Moreover, I've studied a vast array of subjects from surgery to cellular physiology to metaphysics. This has been made possible by the unprecedented resources now available to science, enabling it to fulfill its mission. Pages 5-8. Here, then, is a man who has been granted access to all these facilities, who has surveyed the culmination of all these collective studies concerning man, and yet, after all this, he publishes a book entitled Man the Unknown. And thus it is decreed that our knowledge of man is, in truth, nothing, that we live in utter ignorance of this being who is, in fact, ourselves. But let him speak for himself. There exists a striking contrast between the sciences of the inanimate and the sciences of life. The sciences of astronomy, mechanics, and physics rest upon principles that can be expressed with clarity and precision in the language of mathematics. These sciences have constructed a world as harmonious as the ruins of ancient Greece, weaving around it a wondrous fabric of computations and theories. But the position of the life sciences is altogether different, so much so that those who study life seem lost in a tangled forest, or as if they had wandered into an enchanted jungle where the trees shift their places and sizes ceaselessly. They find themselves burdened beneath an overwhelming mass of facts they may describe, but which they are powerless to define or encapsulate in algebraic equations. Among the things discernible to the human eye in the physical world, be they atoms or stars, rocks or clouds, solids or liquids, certain properties may be extracted, such as weight and spatial dimensions. But these extracted properties, and not the ultimate truths of things, constitute the material of scientific thought. Mere observation provides only the lowest form of knowledge, namely descriptive knowledge. The descriptive scientist arranges phenomena, yet the immutable relationships between unchanging quantities, those we call natural laws, only emerge when science becomes more abstract, more conceptual. And is it not precisely this supreme success that we witness in the fields of physics and chemistry? These two sciences have achieved their rapid and resounding triumphs precisely because they are quantitative and conceptual. Although they do not claim to unveil the ultimate nature of things, they do grant us the power to foresee future events and to determine how they may unfold according to our will. By mastering the secret of matter's composition and properties, we have attained dominion over nearly everything upon this vast earth except ourselves. Yet the science of living beings in general and of man in particular has not attained such progress. It remains trapped in the descriptive phase. Man is an indivisible whole of infinite complexity, and it is impossible to obtain a simple representation of him. There exists no single method by which we may understand him in his entirety or even in his parts at once, nor a means to comprehend his relationship with the external world. To analyze ourselves, we are compelled to rely on a multitude of disciplines to employ various sciences. Inevitably, each of these disciplines arrives at a different conclusion concerning their common subject, for they are only able to extract from man what their particular methods allow them to discern. And when these extractions are gathered together, they remain far from being a solid truth, for they leave behind an immense remainder, one of such significance that it cannot be disregarded. Anatomy, chemistry, physiology, psychology, pedagogy, history, sociology, political economy, none of these alone can fully encompass their subject. And man, as he is known to specialists, is something far removed from man as he truly is. For the actual human being is no more than a diagram composed of other diagrams, each drawn by the disciplines of various sciences. He is at once the corpse dissected by biologists, the consciousness examined by psychologists and the great spiritual teachers, the personality revealed by each individual's own inner contemplation. He is, simultaneously, the chemical substances that compose the tissues and humours of our bodies, the astounding multitude of cells and nourishing fluids whose laws have been studied by physiologists. The organic entity, that compound of tissues and sensations which physicians and educators strive to guide toward higher stages of development over time. He is also the universal consumer, who must ceaselessly consume the goods produced by factories so that the machines of which he has become a slave may continue to operate without interruption. And yet he may also be a poet, a hero, or a saint. Thus he is not merely the complex organism analysed by our sciences, but also a being of aspirations, of longings, of boundless dreams, an entity imbued with all that mankind has ever yearned for. And all our ideas about him are steeped in philosophical reasoning. Yet these countless ideas are built upon an ocean of imprecise knowledge, such that we are sorely tempted to select from them only those that please and comfort us. As a result, our concept of man varies according to our emotions and beliefs. The materialist and the spiritualist may both accept the same chemical definition of a chloride crystal, yet they will never agree on the definition of a living being. The physiologist studying the mechanical processes of the body and the physiologist exploring the very doctrine of life itself cannot regard the human body from the same perspective. Thus, the living organism as perceived by Jacques Loeb differs profoundly from the conception held by Hans Driesch. In truth, the human race has exerted immense effort in the pursuit of self-knowledge, yet despite the vast repository of observations accumulated by scientists, philosophers, poets, and great spiritual teachers throughout the ages, we have succeeded in understanding only certain aspects of ourselves. We do not comprehend man in his totality. We know him only as a composite of various parts, yet even these parts are but fabrications of our own methodologies. Each of us is composed of a procession of phantoms, moving amidst an unknown reality at the very core of our being. The fact of the matter is that our ignorance is complete. Most of the questions posed by those who study the human species remain unanswered, for vast regions of our inner world remain utterly unexplored. Even now, we lack answers to fundamental questions such as, how do the molecules of chemical substances unite to form the compounds and transient structures of the cell? How do the genes, those carriers of heredity within the nucleus of a fertilized ovum, determine the traits of an individual derived from that ovum? How do cells, by their own accord, organize themselves into tissues and organs? For they resemble ants and bees, instinctively knowing the role they are destined to play within the life of the species, aiding in the unseen mechanical processes that construct a body both simple and intricate at once. What is the nature of our psychological and physiological constitution? We know that we are composed of tissues, organs, fluids, and sensations, but what is the true relationship between consciousness and the brain? Even now, we remain profoundly ignorant of the physiology of nerve cells. To what extent does the will influence the body? How does the mind respond to the state of the physical organs? In what manner may the organic and mental attributes inherited by each individual undergo transformation through the influences of way of life? The chemical elements present in food, climate, and the psychological and literary systems. We are still far removed from comprehending the nature of the interrelations between the skeletal structure, the muscles and the organs on the one hand, and the manifestations of mental and spiritual activity on the other. We remain ignorant of the factors that bring about nervous equilibrium, resistance to fatigue, and the struggle against disease. We don't know how the sense of moral perception, the faculty of judgment or courage can be augmented, nor do we understand the relative significance of intellectual and literary activity as compared to religious endeavor. What form of activity is responsible for the interchange of feelings and thoughts? There is no doubt whatsoever that certain physiological and mental factors determine happiness or misery, success or failure. But we do not know what these factors are. We cannot bestow upon any individual the aptitude for happiness through artificial means. And to this day, we do not know which environments are most conducive to the development of the civilized and enlightened man. Is it possible to suppress the spirit of struggle and effort, and the hardship that we may feel due to our physiological and spiritual constitution? How might we prevent the deterioration and decline of man in the modern city? There are countless other questions that may be raised on subjects of utmost importance to us, yet they shall all remain unanswered. It is evident that all the progress achieved by scientists in the study of man remains insufficient, and that our knowledge of ourselves is still, for the most part, primitive. But why is our ignorance of the reality of man so profound? Why does truth move in a procession of shadows, so that we cannot perceive it clearly? And why do those who study life find themselves as though lost in a dense forest, or in the heart of an enchanted thicket where the countless trees never cease to shift their places and change their forms? Is this due to the inadequacy of our scientific means at a certain stage in history? Or is it the result of temporary conditions inherent in our human existence? If the latter is the case, then there remains great hope and numerous opportunities to complete those means, to alter these conditions and ultimately to attain full, clear and precise knowledge of human truth. But if there are fixed causes in the very nature of human reality on the one hand, and in the nature of our thinking and intellects on the other, which render the attainment of this truth difficult, then we must acknowledge that such obstacles can never be entirely removed. A great scholar affirms the existence of both these categories of causes and asserts that there is no hope of eliminating the latter category, the intrinsic limits that prevent us from seeing human truth with the same clarity and precision with which we perceive the material world. He states this with the tone of one who has confronted this reality firsthand, one who has understood both the power and the limitations of science within its proper domain. And though, quoting his words at length may extend our discourse, we prefer to let him speak for himself on this matter in his own unique style, from his own perspective, a perspective with which we may agree in some aspects and disagree in others. Our ignorance may be attributed at the same time to the way of life of our ancestors, to the complexity of our nature, and to the structure of our intellect. Be that as it may, man had to live, and this necessity compelled him to subjugate the external world. He had no choice but to secure food and shelter, nor could he avoid combat with wild beasts and with his fellow men. For countless ages our earliest forebears had neither the leisure nor the inclination to study themselves. They employed their minds in other pursuits, the crafting of weapons and tools, the discovery of fire, the domestication of cattle and horses, the invention of vehicles, the cultivation of grains, and so forth. Long before they turned their thoughts to the composition of their own bodies and minds, they contemplated the sun, the moon and the stars, the flow of rivers, and the succession of the 4 seasons. Thus, astronomy advanced with great strides at a time when physiology remained wholly unknown. Galileo compelled the Earth, the supposed centre of the solar system, to assume its rightful place as but a humble satellite of the sun, while his contemporaries had not yet formed even the most rudimentary notion of the structure and function of the brain, the liver, or the thyroid gland. Since the human body performs its functions adequately under normal conditions of life and requires no particular attention, science progressed in the direction dictated by human curiosity, that is, toward the external world. Among the countless millions who have inhabited this earth in successive generations, only a handful, from time to time, have been endowed by nature with an extraordinary and rare faculty: the swiftness of perception, the ease of understanding, the imaginative power that conjures up new worlds, and the ability to discern the hidden relationships between certain phenomena. These men explored the material world, a world of simple composition. Consequently, it readily surrendered to the onslaught of scientists and revealed the secrets of certain of its laws. Our knowledge of these laws has enabled us to harness the material world to our advantage. The practical application of scientific discoveries yields profit to those who refine and advance them. Moreover, such applications serve to ease the lives of all people. These discoveries delight the public because they contribute to comfort and well-being. Naturally, people are far more interested in breakthroughs that reduce human effort, lighten the labourer's burden, accelerate means of transportation, and soften the harshness of life than they are in discoveries that shed light on our bodies and sensations. Thus, the conquest of the material world, an endeavour that has continuously preoccupied human attention and will, has led to the complete neglect of the organic and spiritual realms. The truth of the matter is that knowledge of our surroundings was indispensable. Yet this does not mean that knowledge of our own nature is of lesser importance. And indeed, disease, suffering, and death, and to some extent that mysterious yearning for the growth of the hidden force that transcends our material world, have all, to some degree, drawn human attention toward the inner world of their bodies and minds. At first, medicine was content with addressing the practical problem of alleviating human suffering through prescriptions. But in time, it came to recognize that the most effective way to prevent or cure disease was to understand its causes. A note on the text. Though the author expresses his views with the confidence of one who believes in the authority of science, he nevertheless allows certain expressions to slip into his discourse, such as endowed by nature, which are but echoes of deep-seated cultural and hereditary residues. For the believer, such an expression is devoid of meaning. The true bestower is none but God, and nature, understood as the cosmos, is but his creation. It possesses neither the power to grant nor to create, for it is not a deity. There is no God but God, and thus there is no creator and no giver save him. Similarly, the phrase conquest reflects a characteristic tendency of the Western mind, rooted in the remnants of Greco-Roman mythology and nourished by the logic of power that prevails in colonial Europe. In the Western consciousness, every relationship is perceived in terms of conqueror and conquered, never as one of understanding or friendship. In the Muslim perception, it is God who subjugates the universe for man, and man, in turn, discovers the cosmic laws and benefits from them by God's leave. For further elaboration, refer to the book The Characteristics and Fundamentals of the Islamic Concept by the author. Thus, true understanding of the natural body and the diseased body was sought an understanding in its entirety. In other words, the establishment of sciences known as anatomy, biochemistry, physiology, and pathology. Yet, to our forebears, the enigma of our existence, our literary struggles, our yearning for the absolute, and the phenomenon of metaphysics seemed of greater significance than physical ailments and diseases. Hence, the study of the spiritual life and philosophy captivated the minds of great men far more than the study of medicine. Thus, the laws of mysticism were discerned before the laws of physiology were known. But such laws could only be discovered when man had sufficient leisure, allowing him to divert a portion of his attention to matters beyond the mere conquest of the external world. Another reason for the slow progress in self-knowledge lies in the very structure of our minds, which delight in contemplating simple truths, whereas we feel an instinctive aversion when forced to unravel a complex problem such as the structure of living beings and of man himself. The intellect, as Bergson observes, possesses an inherent incapacity to comprehend life. Conversely, we are drawn to uncover in all realms those geometrical forms that dwell in the depths of our consciousness. The precision of proportions evident in our sculptures and the meticulous craftsmanship of our instruments express a fundamental trait of our intellect. Geometry does not exist in nature, rather we have created it. For the mechanisms of nature are never imbued with the exactness that characterizes the instruments of man. Nowhere do we find in the world that clarity and precision which pervade our thought processes. Thus we strive to extract from the complexity of phenomena a set of simple laws that bind certain elements together in mathematically describable relationships. This capacity for abstraction possessed by the human intellect is responsible for the remarkable progress achieved by scientists in the fields of physics and chemistry. The study of the physico-chemical nature of living organisms has met with similar success, for the laws of physics and chemistry are identical in the realm of living beings and in the world of inanimate matter, as Claude Bernard intuited long ago. This truth explains why modern physiology has discovered, for instance, that the continued alkalinity of blood and ocean water is governed by the same laws, that the energy consumed by contracting muscles is supplied by the fermentation of sugars, and that the physico-chemical aspects of living beings are, in general, as readily examinable as those of any other entities in the material world. This indeed is the task that general physiology has successfully undertaken. However, the study of true physiological phenomena, those resulting from the structured organization of the living organism, faces far greater obstacles. The extreme minuteness of the elements that must be analyzed renders it impossible to employ the conventional techniques of physics and chemistry. What method, for instance, could unveil the chemical composition of the nucleus of a reproductive cell, or of the chromosomes and the genes that constitute them? Yet, despite the microscopic nature of these essential chemical substances, they bear the utmost significance, for within them resides the destiny of the individual and the species. Likewise, the extraordinary fragility of certain tissues, such as nervous tissue, is so pronounced that studying them in a living state is nearly impossible. We lack any technique that grants us access to the depths of the brain and its mysteries, or to the harmonious interplay of its cells. Our intellect, which delights in the austere beauty of mathematical structures, recoils in apprehension when confronted with the vast complexity of the nervous system, the countless sensations and perceptions that form the human consciousness. Thus, we seek to apply to this intricate reality the concepts that have proven useful in the domains of physics, chemistry, mechanics, and even philosophical and religious systems. Yet such attempts yield little success, for our bodies cannot be reduced to purely physico-chemical systems, nor can they be entirely encompassed within a spiritual framework. Indeed, the science of man must necessarily draw upon the insights of all other sciences, yet it must also develop its own unique perspectives, for it is a discipline as fundamental as the sciences of molecules, atoms, and electrons. The relatively slow progress in understanding human nature when compared to the extraordinary advances in physics, astronomy, chemistry, and mechanics can be attributed to three primary factors. 1. The necessity of leisure for our ancestors. 2. The inherent complexity of the subject. 3. The structure of our minds. These obstacles are intrinsic, and there is little hope of overcoming them entirely. The struggle to surmount them will ever remain arduous, demanding tireless effort. Our knowledge of ourselves will never attain the same degree of expressive simplicity, abstraction, and aesthetic clarity that the sciences of matter have achieved. The very elements that have hindered the progress of anthropology are unlikely to disappear. Thus, we must recognize that the study of man is, in truth, the most arduous of all sciences. This much becomes evident from the conclusions of this great scholar, who had the privilege of surveying the vast outcomes of scientific research. He highlights a fundamental distinction between the sciences of matter and the sciences of life, and more specifically, an essential difference between the nature of the physical sciences and the science of man, as well as between the stance of the intellect towards each. This distinction lies in two immutable factors that are not contingent upon environment, era, or circumstantial conditions bound by time and space. These two factors are 4. The complexity of the subject. 5. The very structure of our minds. Man's progress in the sciences of matter, his creativity in shaping the material world, and the accuracy of his research and theories in this domain do not necessitate his advancement in the science of man, nor do they ensure the validity of his inquiries and theories in this field. The nature of these two domains is fundamentally different, first in their essence, then in the level of progress mankind has achieved in each, and finally in what may be anticipated regarding future advancement in both. As this great scholar affirms, our ignorance of man remains profound even as our knowledge of matter grows. This reality, the profound ignorance of man, contrasted with a relative knowledge of matter, is an inevitable consequence, a natural outcome of man's role on earth and his essential purpose in the cosmos, as revealed through the Islamic worldview. Islam, in recognizing this truth, draws its logical conclusions. It grants man free rein in the cultivation of the earth, in harnessing its energies and raw materials, in analyzing, synthesizing, transforming, and modifying them. Yet, at the same time, Islam establishes for man a comprehensive code of life, one that governs his existence without leaving him to formulate this code on his own. For he has been endowed with specific faculties enabling him to control matter with a relative knowledge, but not to devise the ultimate framework for his own existence. Man, in the Islamic conception, is the vicegerent of God upon this earth, entrusted with its stewardship, honoured above all creation with the faculties of reason and discernment. All that resides within this world has been subjugated to his service by the divine command, and he has been endowed with the capacity to acquire knowledge, a gift granted by the Almighty, a blessing bestowed in pure generosity. Yet it is not the earth alone, with all that it contains of living beings and inanimate things, that has been made to serve him. Rather, the very heavens have been fashioned in a manner that aids him in fulfilling his appointed task. The cosmic order itself has been structured with due regard to the role of man as God's trustee upon the earth. This is, beyond doubt, an immense and awe-inspiring matter. And yet this same man, despite all that God has entrusted to him of the great responsibility of stewardship, despite all that has been placed at his disposal of forces, energies, creatures and resources, despite all the faculties of knowledge that reside within him, enabling him to grasp the fundamental laws necessary for his task, this man remains, in the final reckoning, a weak creature. His desires often overpower him, His passions sometimes control him, his frailty at times immobilizes him, and his ignorance of his own self never leaves him. For this reason, he has not been left to devise his own path in life based on his cravings, his impulses, his weakness, or his ignorance. Rather, God, in his boundless mercy, has completed his favour upon him, ensuring that this aspect of his existence, an aspect beyond his mastery, remains under divine guidance. For the Almighty knows that man is incapable of managing this domain with the same precision with which he manipulates the material world. He does not possess the knowledge required to govern it as he understands the laws of nature. The first instance of his weakness, his helplessness and his susceptibility to temptation is vividly portrayed in the Quran. His surrender to the enticement of Satan, who lured him with the promise of immortality and dominion, causing him to forget that this was his sworn enemy, ever plotting against him, causing him also to forget the divine warning given to him beforehand. This is a depiction of an eternal truth regarding man. So long as he does not seek refuge in God and embrace his ordained way of life, he is destined for misery and hardship, both in this life and in the life to come. Repeatedly, the Quran underscores man's ignorance concerning his own nature, his future, his fate, and the consequences of his actions. It highlights his vulnerability to desire, his subjugation to whims, his weakness of will, qualities that render him utterly unfit to establish for himself a viable way of life. Though he may be adept at utilizing material resources and comprehending the physical laws necessary for his governance of the earth, he lacks the insight required to chart the course of his own existence, to establish laws for himself, to define his own moral compass. There are numerous references in the Quran to this fundamental truth, verses that often appear as a prelude or conclusion to divine injunctions, reminding mankind that they are not capable of legislating for themselves, that they lack the faculties and the knowledge to design a comprehensive way of life. They are ignorant of their own nature, unaware of the ultimate consequences of their choices, and prone to the dictates of passion and desire. Such influences pose a grave danger to their existence and to their journey through life, hence the peril of allowing them to devise their own laws and to construct their own way of life. Thus, in the context of divine legislation, we find these reminders interwoven with the commandments of God, as in the verses of Surah Al-Jathiyah 45:18 and Surah At-Talaq 65:1. And we also find the matter stated with absolute clarity and finality. A person does not truly surrender to God, nor does he attain the station of faith until he adopts the divine way of life as his own, until he upholds God's law as his sole criterion, never devising for himself an alternative, never forging his own path. For to do otherwise is to claim for himself the right of divinity, thereby rejecting the exclusive sovereignty of God. It is an act of disbelief in God's lordship, a denial of his sole authority over creation. And whoever endorses such a claim, whoever acknowledges anyone's right to legislate apart from God, joins in this rejection of divine sovereignty. This principle is reinforced throughout the Quran with unequivocal declarations, leaving no room for doubt or dispute. And herein lies the essence of Islam's view of man, that he has been granted dominion over the material world, that he has been endowed with the faculties required to comprehend the natural laws governing his stewardship of the earth, and yet at the same time that he is utterly incapable of understanding his own essence with the same clarity with which he perceives the laws of nature. Accordingly, he has been relieved of the burden of constructing his own way of life. Instead, divine mercy has provided him with a path suited to his nature, aligned with his innate disposition, and tailored to his role upon the earth. And he has been enjoined to follow this path, for to abandon it, or to adopt only parts of it, while concocting the rest from his own inclinations, is to depart from faith itself. The Quran warns him of the dire consequences of such a course, both in this world and in the hereafter. And whoever turns away from my remembrance, verily, for him is a life of hardship, and on the day of resurrection we shall raise him blind. Surah Taha 20, 124. With this, we return after this necessary digression on the Islamic perspective regarding man's knowledge and limitations to the great tragedy afflicting humanity today. This tragedy stems from the fact that modern civilization and the ways of life adopted by contemporary societies are founded upon an utter ignorance of man's true nature, an ignorance so profound that, as one of the great Western thinkers has acknowledged, it constitutes complete blindness to the reality of the human being. This ignorance, juxtaposed against an immense mastery of the material world, stands as a central cause of humanity's suffering, not merely because of its existence, but because it has been ignored, dismissed as inconsequential. Modern civilization has proceeded heedlessly upon this path, constructing entire systems of governance, morality and social organization in complete isolation from divine guidance, indeed, in active defiance of it. It has turned away from the light of God's revelation, recoiling from it as if in fear, much like the aversion described in the Quran. Then what is the matter with them, that they turn away from the reminder as though they were startled donkeys fleeing from a lion? Surah Al-Mudathir 74:49-51. And this brings us to the second element of this great tragedy, as we had outlined in our opening discourse. Let us now proceed to examine this second element in detail: confusion and turmoil. This profound ignorance of man, of which Dr. Alexis Carrel speaks in the mid-20th century, must have been even deeper and more pervasive in the ages preceding this century, before such immense efforts were made in the pursuit of knowledge, before the focus of inquiry turned towards man and the sciences concerning his nature. And this profound ignorance of man, some aspects of which shall remain, no matter how great the effort, no matter how vast the fields of research persist due to inherent difficulties. First, the intricate complexity of life itself, and second, the inherent limitations of our minds. This ignorance, past and present, necessitates that man remain ever attached to God, ever near to him, seeking refuge in him, guided by his divine methodology, set forth with knowledge and wisdom. Man must not be deceived by the triumphs of reason and science in the realm of material existence, nor by his mastery of material creation, however advanced it may be, however miraculous he perceives it to be. For if vanity should drive him to apply the methods of material science to the domain of life itself, particularly to human life, or if arrogance should seduce him into devising independent systems for his existence, estranged and alienated from the divine path, then he shall surely wander astray. Yet what transpired first in Europe, and then spread its affliction across the entire world, was the exact opposite of this wisdom. And so there was confusion, and there was misery, and mankind was set upon a path of destruction, descending towards an abyss. This is the crisis of existence that humanity faces in our time. This scientific integrity, which compels a man like Dr. Carrel in the mid-20th century to declare, "In truth, our ignorance is profound," had no place amidst the reckless surge with which Europe fled from all religious guidance. For it was a bitter conflict between the Church and the men of science, a conflict that had unfolded over centuries, that drove people to escape from the shadow of the Church and from every vestige of religion altogether, in a flight devoid of reason, devoid of awareness, in which neither intellect nor wisdom was given a voice. No space was left for any sincere discourse that could distinguish between religion itself and the Church, nor between man's capacity to operate within the material world, and his incapacity to govern the course of human life. This estrangement had its understandable causes in Europe. Consider but one of its many elements. The methods of scientific inquiry had first emerged under the aegis of Islam, in the universities of Andalusia and the East, as attested by Düring and Briffault. In the 15th century, Europe began drawing from these institutions, encountering for the first time in its history the principles of scientific reasoning and gaining familiarity with the empirical method, a method later associated with Roger Bacon and Francis Bacon. The former candidly acknowledged his debt to the Islamic world. Düring states, "Roger Bacon's views on science are more accurate and clearer than those of his famous namesake, Francis Bacon." And whence did Roger Bacon acquire his scientific knowledge? From the Islamic universities of Andalusia. The fifth section of his Opus Majus, devoted to the study of optics, is in reality a reproduction of Ibn al-Haytham's Book of Optics. Indeed, Bacon's entire work bears witness to his profound indebtedness to Ibn Hazm. Briffault, in his work The Making of Humanity, asserts, Roger Bacon studied the Arabic language, Arab thought, and the sciences of the Arabs at Oxford under the successors of his Arab teachers from Andalusia. Neither Roger Bacon nor his later namesake Francis Bacon has any right to claim credit for the invention of the empirical method. Roger Bacon was merely one of the many messengers who carried the torch of Islamic science and methodology to Christian Europe. He never ceased to insist that his contemporaries must learn the Arabic language and study the sciences of the Arabs, for therein lay the only path to true knowledge. The debates that have since arisen regarding the supposed founders of the scientific method are but part of a grand distortion of the true origins of European civilization. By the time of Bacon, the empirical methodology of the Arabs had already spread far and wide, and people across Europe were eagerly embracing it. Briffault further states, "Science was the greatest gift of the Arab civilization to the modern world, yet its fruits took long to ripen. The genius that Islamic culture nurtured in Spain did not reach its full flowering until long after that civilization had vanished beneath the shadows of history." But it was not science alone that revived European life. Many other influences of Islamic civilization sent forth their first rays into European existence. Although there is not a single aspect of European progress whose roots cannot be traced back with certainty to Islamic influences, these influences are most striking and most significant in the emergence of that power which gives modern civilization its distinct and enduring strength, the power of the natural sciences and the spirit of scientific inquiry. Briffault declares unequivocally, "What our science owes to the Arabs is not merely a series of remarkable discoveries, nor a collection of revolutionary theories, it owes its very existence to them. For in the ancient world, as we have seen, science had no true existence. The Greeks' knowledge of astronomy and mathematics was borrowed from foreign lands. They imported it from others, and it never became fully assimilated within their own cultural framework. The Greeks excelled in theorizing and in systematizing abstract thought, but the methods of rigorous investigation, the patient accumulation of empirical data, the detailed methodologies of science, sustained and meticulous observation, and experimental inquiry, these were all utterly alien to the Greek temperament. Scientific inquiry, as we understand it, barely approached its infancy in the ancient world, save for a brief glimmer in Hellenistic Alexandria. What we now call science emerged in Europe only as a result of a new spirit of inquiry, of new methods of investigation, methods based on observation, experiment and measurement, and of a transformation in the field of mathematics, bringing it to a level unknown to the Greeks. This spirit and these methodologies were transmitted to Europe by the Arabs. When the Islamic empirical and realist methodology was transmitted to the European intellect, Western thought began to turn toward the scientific and experimental disciplines. The pursuit of knowledge led to the unveiling of astronomical, geographical and natural truths, truths wholly distinct from the web of delusions, myths and superstitions upheld by the Church as sacred truths, though they bore no connection to Christianity itself. Rather, they were but unscientific notions widely held in those times, yet never revealed in any divine scripture adopted by the Church and fiercely defended as part of its creed. The Church, however, stood as a stubborn adversary against this new intellectual movement, an awakening that had sprung from the wellspring of Islamic culture in Andalusia and the East. The early European scientists who had drawn from this source were met with hostility and rejection. Their discoveries were branded as heresy, and the Church wielded its authority against them with merciless brutality. This oppression led to a violent estrangement not only from the Church, but, by extension, from the very idea of God, whose name had been falsely invoked by an institution that had long overstretched its dominion. Thus began a wholesale rebellion against religion and religious guidance. For in that age, to acknowledge faith in any form was to submit to the tyranny of the Church, and so the people fled from religion itself, as though they were wild asses fleeing from a lion. This tragic rupture between faith and science endured in Europe for centuries, nearly until the dawn of the 20th century. The scholars and thinkers of Europe, in their headlong flight from religion, wandered for 400 years in a barren wasteland, restless, breathless, consumed by the exertion of their journey. And only in the early 20th century did some among them begin to pause, to catch their breath, to feel the spiritual emptiness left in the wake of their long and weary exile from faith. It is not our purpose in this present study to recount in exhaustive detail the circumstances and events that surrounded this grievous rupture between science and religion in Europe. Nor do we seek to chronicle in full depth the long and errant journey through the barren wilderness, nor to describe the anguish and misery that humanity suffered in its estrangement from God, in its abandonment of divine guidance, in its enmity toward his ordained path for life, and in its ignorant and futile attempts to forge its own paths through the darkness of unknowing. Yet we shall endeavour to present but a few glimpses, illustrations of humanity's bewilderment and travail in the vast expanse of its self-imposed exile. The consequences of ignorance about man. It is a self-evident truth, clear, indisputable and inexorable, that our ignorance of man's true nature, or even our failure to fully comprehend all its dimensions, assuming we have attained or may yet attain partial understanding, renders us utterly incapable of establishing a complete, sound and just system for his life. Any system we devise by ourselves, apart from the divine methodology of God, will inevitably subject human life and man himself to ruin and destruction, manifesting in one form or another. This is self-evident. Yet let us cast it into a tangible, practical form, a form that can be grasped by the senses and comprehended through experience. Let us imagine that we were wholly ignorant of the laws of matter, just as we are ignorant of the laws of life, and particularly of human life. Then, in this state of ignorance, we sought to engage with the material world, to manipulate it, to shape it, to govern its workings. What would be the inevitable outcome? The result is well known. The materials we handle would be damaged wholly or partially if they did not, in turn, destroy us altogether. Precisely this has occurred in human life. Yet, when destruction befalls the realm of material things, the consequences are not so dire. Objects can be replaced, materials can be rebuilt. No material loss can compare to the ruin of the human soul, to the collapse of human life itself. For when man is subjected to destruction, when his nature is violated, the consequences are immeasurable, irreparable, and catastrophic. And this is precisely what has transpired throughout history whenever mankind has sought to govern its own affairs, isolated from its creator, heedless of the divine laws that govern its being, oblivious to the intricate interconnections between human existence and the greater cosmos in which it unfolds. Signs of ruin in the modern age. The signs of this catastrophe are now manifest in every aspect of human life. Everywhere we see the enormous sacrifices, the horrific massacres, the violent upheavals, the crushing misery, all of which annihilate the most precious entity in the universe, man himself. For further reflection on this theme, one may refer to the chapter The Tragic Rupture in Islam, the Future of Humanity. But here we shall stand briefly before a few specific examples drawn from the long chronicle of human experience, instances of mankind's attempts to govern its existence without divine guidance. These examples, taken from ancient and modern history alike, serve as representative models of the broader pattern. For to trace every instance in detail would be impossible, and such an exhaustive account would exceed the scope of this study. 3 critical questions in human history. There are 3 pivotal issues that have perennially shaped human civilization, issues in which mankind's deviation from divine guidance has led to untold suffering and ruin. 1. The question of man's nature, his innate disposition and his inherent potential. 2. The question of woman-gender relations and the structure of human society. 3. The question of economic and social systems. Man, his nature, and his dispositions. Man is a unique being in this vast universe, singular in his essence and composition, singular in his function and the purpose of his existence, and singular as well in his ultimate fate and destiny. He is a creation unlike any other, unparalleled among all the creatures we have come to know, as well as those that God has spoken of, creatures unseen by us, but existent nonetheless. He is a being fashioned with precise measure, not brought forth by mere chance or accident. He is a creation with a purpose, not made in vain or without meaning. This is evident in the Quranic verses we have cited in the preceding chapter, and in Islam's comprehensive view of man. It is precisely this distinction, this uniqueness of man, endowed with attributes that do not exist elsewhere in the realm of living beings, that compelled Julian Huxley, in his book Modern Darwinism, to reconsider many of the tenets of classical Darwinism as laid down by Charles Darwin himself. And Huxley does not retreat from these notions willingly, but rather under the weight of undeniable empirical truths that necessitate his reconsideration. Thus, he admits that man is a special kind of animal, possessing characteristics that have not been observed in any other creature, and that these characteristics yield distinctive consequences as well. Let us allow him to speak for himself in a chapter from his book Man in the Modern World, entitled The Uniqueness of Man. The perception of man's status among other animals has oscillated like a pendulum at times. He has regarded the gulf separating him from other creatures as vast and insurmountable, and at other times as narrow and insignificant. With the emergence of Darwin's theory, the pendulum swung dramatically in the opposite direction, and man was once again considered merely another animal. As the pendulum reached the farthest extent of its swing, the seemingly inevitable conclusions of Darwin's premises were drawn. Man is but an animal, like all others. Therefore, his views on the meaning of human life, on ideals and morals, hold no greater significance than the instincts of an earthworm or the impulses of a bacillus. Survival is the sole criterion of evolutionary success, and thus all living beings are of equal value. The very notion of progress is merely a human illusion. It is granted that man, for now, stands as the master of creation, but there may come a time when the cat or the rat shall take his place. The diminishing of this gulf between man and beast did not arise from the elevation of animals to human-like status, but rather from the reduction of man to the level of mere instinct and impulse. However, in recent times a new trend has emerged, one largely driven by the expansion of human knowledge and the growing scope of scientific analysis. The pendulum has begun to swing once more, and the chasm between man and beast has widened again. Since Darwin's time, man has been unable to avoid regarding himself as an animal, yet he has now begun to see himself as a most peculiar one often without parallel in the natural world. The study of man's uniqueness from a biological perspective remains incomplete, and this essay is but an attempt to outline his current position. The first and most evident of man's singular characteristics is his ability for conceptual thought. This fundamental trait has led to numerous consequences, the most significant of which is the continual growth of human traditions. Among the most vital results of this expanding tradition is man's ability to refine and improve his tools and instruments. It is this accumulation of tools and traditions that has placed man in a position of dominion over all other living beings. This biological supremacy, at least at present, is another of man's unique attributes. Thus, biological science now places man in a position akin to that which religion has long affirmed, as the master of creation. Indeed, the faculties of speech, tradition and craftsmanship have led to many of man's other exclusive traits, most of which are widely recognized. Man is also unique in his status as the sole dominant species that has not fragmented into hundreds or thousands of separate species, as is the case with other dominant life forms, which have divided into countless genera, families and larger classifications. Instead, mankind has retained its supremacy without such division. Human racial variations have remained within the confines of a single species. Finally, man is unparalleled among the higher animals in the manner of his evolution. This, of course, is merely Huxley's perspective as a Darwinist, for it pains him to retreat entirely from Darwin's premises, despite the overwhelming force of new scientific realities. Yet, in truth, he is already recanting, even if he feigns loyalty to the core of the theory. Man, in his organic structure, contains within him the biological framework of the animal kingdom, but he is not a mere animal in the sense that Darwinism asserts. His imagination, his abstract reasoning, and his accumulated human experience set him apart in a manner that no animal can parallel. A reluctant concession to truth. After admitting all this, Huxley then attempts to reclaim his earlier stance, stating, "The religious perspective was not entirely accurate in its details or in many of its assertions." Yet again, he is compelled by the weight of reality to concede, nevertheless, it was built upon a sound geological foundation. Thus, he oscillates between the force of undeniable facts and the demands of atheism and materialism. The uniqueness of man's evolution. Man possesses another biological distinction: his unique history of development. We are now in a position to define his singularity in this regard. The fundamental characteristic of man as a dominant being is his capacity for moral and abstract thought. Up to this point, our discussion has broadly examined man's attributes from an evolutionary and comparative perspective. Now, we return to explore these traits in greater detail and their profound consequences. First, we must not overlook the fact that the intellectual gap between man and beast is far greater than we typically assume. We are all familiar with the strength of instinct in insects, yet they remain incapable of devising new methods beyond their preordained behaviors. Even mammals do not significantly surpass this limitation. By contrast, reasoning holds immense biological importance for man, even in areas where habit, trial and error influence his thinking. While animal behavior is largely dictated by fixed instinct, man, by comparison, enjoys relative freedom in both action and choice. He is free to receive and to give, to learn and to innovate. This increased flexibility has further psychological implications, often overlooked by philosophers of rational thought. Among these consequences is that man is the only living being that experiences psychological conflict. Yet, according to modern psychological perspectives, man also possesses mechanisms to minimize such conflict mechanisms known as repression and suppression. These traits, which distinguish man, may be termed psychological rather than purely biological in nature. They stem from three fundamental attributes: 4. His ability for both individual and abstract thought; 5. The relative unity of his cognitive processes, unlike the divided instincts and behaviors of animals; 6. The presence of social constructs, tribes, nations, political parties and religious communities, each upholding its distinct traditions and cultural heritage. There are many secondary outcomes of the evolution of the mind from the pre-human stage to the stage of man, outcomes that are, without doubt, unique from a biological perspective. Among these are the pure mathematical sciences, musical talents, artistic appreciation and creativity, religion and ideal love. We convey the words of Huxley as they are, regardless of any divergence we may have with him regarding the origins of man. Yet it is not enough merely to enumerate some aspects of human activity, for in truth most of the facets of human endeavour and attributes are but secondary consequences of his essential characteristics. They too are unique from a biological standpoint, and perhaps there are yet other secondary outcomes of man's uniqueness that remain untapped. In this way, man proves to be far more singular in his condition than we might presently conceive. Likewise, the American scientist A. Cressy Morrison, in his book Man Does Not Stand Alone, which was translated into Arabic by Mahmoud Saleh al-Falaki under the title Science Calls to Faith, states, "The proponents of the theory of evolution of emergence and ascendancy knew nothing of the units of heredity, the genes. We have come to understand that genes, universally acknowledged, are arrangements smaller than microscopic atoms within the hereditary cells of all living beings. They preserve the blueprint, the ancestral record, and the inherent attributes of every living thing. They govern in intricate detail the root, the stem, the leaf, the flower, and the fruit of every plant, just as they determine the form, the skin, the hair, the feathers, and the wings of every animal, including man. It is observed that all living beings are distinctly separate from one another, with barriers so dense that they cannot be crossed. Even closely related animals remain distinct from each other. Man, classified within the primates, bears structural resemblance to the species of simia the orangutan, the gorilla, and the chimpanzee. Yet this structural similarity is not necessarily proof that we descend from simian ancestors or that these apes are a degenerate lineage of man. No one can claim that the codfish evolved from the haddock, though both inhabit the same waters, consume the same food, and possess nearly identical skeletons. The ascent of man from a mere animal to a thinking, self-aware being is a step so great that it could not have occurred through mere material evolution, devoid of an intentional creative act. And if we accept the reality of intent, then man, in his essence, may be likened to a mechanism. But what is it that governs this mechanism? For without governance it serves no purpose. Science does not explain who directs it, nor does it claim that this guiding force is material. In his book Man in the Modern World, translated by Hassan Khattab, there are scattered excerpts that affirm, "We have advanced sufficiently to be certain that God has granted man a spark of divine light. Yet man remains in the infancy of his creation. He has only begun to sense the existence of what he calls the spirit, and he ascends slowly yet steadily toward the realization of this divine gift. He feels by instinct that it is eternal. And if this interpretation holds true, and the logic supporting it appears irrefutable, then this tiny planet of ours, and perhaps others like it, gains a significance that no one had ever dreamed of before. For as far as we know, it is from this small world of ours that the first material mechanism emerged, infused with a glimmer of divine light. This elevates man from the realm of animal instinct to the rank of an entity capable of thought, an entity that, at last, begins to grasp the grandeur of the universe in its infinite interwoven complexities, sensing, however faintly, the majesty of God reflected in his creation. No atom or molecule has ever possessed thought. No combination of elements has ever generated an opinion. No natural law has ever built a cathedral. Yet certain living beings have been created, endowed with particular impulses toward life, beings that form an intricate order to which the particles of matter themselves submit. The result of this interplay is the awe-inspiring marvels of the world we behold. What then is this living being? Is it merely an assemblage of atoms and molecules? Indeed it is. But what else? It is something intangible, something far loftier than mere matter, so much so that it governs all things. It is utterly distinct from everything material in this world, to the extent that it cannot be seen, nor weighed, nor measured. And so far as we know, it is subject to no laws that govern it. The spirit of man is the master of his destiny. Yet it feels its connection to the supreme source of its existence. It has bestowed upon man a moral law, one that no other animal possesses nor has need for. Should anyone claim that this entity is but a byproduct of material formations, merely because its essence cannot be discerned through a test tube, he puts forth an assertion that lacks any foundation. For it is a reality manifest in its deeds, in its sacrifices, in its dominion over matter, and most of all, in its capacity to elevate the material man beyond human weakness and error toward harmony with the will of God. This is the essence of divine intent. In it lies the explanation for the deep yearning within man's soul to reach towards something higher than himself. In it is unveiled the foundation of his religious impulse. This is religion. Man's singularity in this universe, in his nature and composition, in his role and purpose, in his fate and ultimate destiny, is precisely what Islamic thought affirms in its abundant texts. All of them declare that man was created uniquely through a deliberate and purposeful act. A function was assigned to him, an ultimate objective was designated for his existence, and he was placed in this world as a being subject to trial and accountability. His conduct in this life determines his recompense and his destiny. This is what we find in the story of Adam. Then his sustainer chose him and turned to him in mercy and guided him. He said, "Descend from it altogether, some of you enemies to others. And if there comes to you guidance from me, then whoever follows my guidance will neither go astray nor suffer." Taha 20, 122, 123. Man is a being of profound complexity, whether in his physical composition, his intellectual faculties, or his spiritual dimensions, just as he is intricate in the various aspects of his activity. No one, to this day, fully comprehends the nature of these aspects or the precise interconnections between them. At most, we can only observe their outward manifestations. This complexity is not only evident in man as a whole, but also within every living cell of his body cells, beyond count. To this moment, no one has uncovered the secret of their formation. Even if the material components of the cell were to be fully identified, the essence of life within it would remain an enigma, its nature and workings unknown, and it seems likely to remain so. This, however, is merely the first step on the long path to understanding the mysteries of the living cell. For indeed, this cell behaves as if it were a conscious, rational being fully aware of its destined function, cognizant of its role among its fellow cells. It proceeds unwaveringly upon its course, guided without error, to fulfill its duty with precision and certainty, an accuracy that even the human intellect itself does not always attain. And concerning these mysteries, the secrets of the intricate bonds between the components of the human being, his functions and his manifold activities, Dr. Alexis Carrel speaks in the very words with which we prefaced the first chapter, and which we now repeat here, for they must be held before our eyes at this very moment. In truth, our ignorance is vast. Most of the questions posed by those who study the human species remain unanswered, for within our inner world there exist realms yet undefined, still unknown. We do not yet have answers to many fundamental inquiries. How do the molecules of chemical substances unite to form the compounds and temporary structures of the cell? How do the genes, those carriers of heredity residing in the nucleus of the fertilized ovum, determine the attributes of the individual that shall emerge from it? How do cells of their own accord organize themselves into groups forming tissues and organs, much like ants and bees who instinctively know the roles destined for them in the life of the colony? Aided by hidden mechanical processes, they construct a being both simple and complex at once. What, then, is the nature of our psychological and physiological makeup? We know that we are composed of tissues, organs, fluids, and consciousness, but the relationship between the mind and the brain remains an enigma. We still lack nearly all essential knowledge concerning the physiology of nerve cells. To what extent does the will influence the body? How does the state of the bodily organs affect the mind? In what manner do the organic and mental traits inherited by each individual undergo transformation through life, through the chemical elements in food, through climate, and through psychological and moral influences? And this profound complexity in the composition of the human being, in his functions and his modes of activity, is in perfect harmony with the vastness and intricacy of his fundamental role as vicegerent on this earth. It is also in harmony with the nature of his origin, as God has informed us. From clay we did create man, and then we breathed into him of our spirit. Quran 38:71-72. Between these two elements, earthly clay and the breath of the divine, lie distances and horizons beyond measure. Thus, it is only natural that such a being should be endowed with an astonishing intricacy, one that defies human intellect, for it is greater than the mind that seeks to comprehend it. And yet this complexity is but effortless for God, and we have indeed made the act of creation easy in our sight, Quran 50:16. And man, despite all this, is a being in whom each individual constitutes in and of himself a unique and singular world, unparalleled among all others, even as the collective human species shares common human traits. This only adds to the intricacy of the matter, making the study of man an endeavour fraught with difficulty indeed, one that is nearly impossible without a complete knowledge of the distinctive attributes of each individual in his unique individuality. This individuality, in turn, renders the task of understanding humanity as a whole even more formidable, even if, over the course of millions of years, we were to succeed in fully deciphering the general organic and psychological structure of the human race. On this individuality, Dr. Carrel states, "Individuality is essential to man. It is not merely a particular aspect of the body, rather it penetrates the very core of our being. It is what renders each moment of pleasure or pain a singular event in the history of the world. It imprints itself upon the body and the consciousness, just as it leaves its mark upon every component within the whole, though it remains unseen. Individuals are easily distinguished from one another by the contours of their faces, their gestures, their manner of walking, as well as by their unique intellectual and moral characteristics. Though time may bring many changes to a person's outward appearance, it is always possible to recognize an individual, as Bertillon demonstrated long ago by the precise measurements of certain parts of his skeletal structure. Likewise, the patterns on the fingertips serve as definitive markers of identity, making fingerprints the truest signature of a human being. And yet, the uniqueness of an individual extends beyond mere outward features. Even the skin itself bears testimony to this distinctiveness. A wound was grafted with pieces of skin, some taken from the patient himself and others from a relative or friend. Within just a few days, the skin taken from the patient adhered to the wound and began to grow, while the grafts taken from others shrank and withered away. Soon the former lived while the latter perished. The general rule is that the tissues of one person reject the tissues of another. When the blood vessels of a transplanted kidney are sutured and blood begins to flow through the organ once more, it initially produces urine and functions normally, but within a few weeks, albumin appears in the urine, followed by blood, and soon the kidney suffers from an inflammation-like condition that rapidly leads to its deterioration. However, if the transplanted organ is taken from the same individual, it resumes its function permanently. Clearly, the bodily fluids detect certain structural differences in foreign tissues, differences that no other test has yet been able to reveal. Cells are specific to the individuals to whom they belong. This characteristic has, until now, prevented the widespread clinical use of organ transplants. It is thus likely that among the countless millions who have walked this earth, no two individuals have ever shared an identical chemical composition. The very identity of human tissues, down to the most minute components of cells and fluids, is linked in ways that remain unknown to us. And so, our individuality is deeply rooted within the core of our being, shaping every composite part of the body. It manifests itself not only in physiological processes, but also in the chemical composition of our fluids and cells. For this reason, each person reacts uniquely to the external world, to noise, to danger, to food, to cold, to the assaults of microbes and viruses. Mental, structural and biochemical individualities intermingle in ways yet undiscovered, interwoven as seamlessly as physiological functions, cerebral processes and organic activities. They bestow upon us our oneness, ensuring that each human being is himself and not someone else. Every individual perceives within himself a sense of uniqueness, and this singularity is real. Yet, a complete examination of physiological individuality, the precise measurement of its composite elements, remains beyond our reach. We are still unable to define its nature accurately, or to determine how each individual differs from another. We are, in fact, incapable of identifying the essential qualities of a specific person, let alone uncovering his latent potential. In truth, psychology has yet to become a science, for individuality and its capabilities remain immeasurable. These three fundamental truths, the truth that man is a unique being in this vast universe, the truth that man is an entity of immense complexity, and the truth that each human being contains within himself a world as distinct as the number of individuals that exist, these truths necessitate a way of life that takes all these considerations into account. A way of life that acknowledges man's singularity in his nature and composition, in his function and purpose of existence, and in his final destiny. A way of life that recognizes his intricate complexity, the diversity of his activities, and the intricate interconnections between them. A way of life that safeguards his individuality while not neglecting the reality of his communal existence. And beyond all this, it must grant him the ability to exercise all his faculties in harmony without suppression or excess, without allowing one faculty to overshadow another, or one function to dominate another. Ultimately, it must allow each individual to manifest his original distinctiveness while remaining an integral part of the collective whole. Yet, Due to our own ignorance concerning the nature of man, the systems devised by human beings for themselves have quite naturally failed to accommodate all these interwoven, variegated, yet harmonized considerations. The only method that has successfully taken all these aspects into account is the one ordained for man by his Creator, the one who knows his composition and innate nature, who understands his capabilities and functions, who alone is able to prescribe for him a way of life that fulfills the purpose of his existence, maintains equilibrium in all his activities, and reconciles his individuality with his communal existence. Undoubtedly, the matter is of such precision, gravity, intricacy, and depth that it requires the knowledge of a divine being, the wisdom of a divine being, for none but God can ordain such a path. Let us now take a brief look at the fluctuating self-perception of mankind and its confusion regarding itself when it ventured to govern its own affairs, turning away from divine guidance and following its own whims. I have explored this subject in detail in the chapter The Nature of Man in my book The Characteristics and Foundations of the Islamic Concept, as well as in the chapter A Human System in my book Towards an Islamic Society. In Greek mythology, man was depicted as a rival to the gods, contending with them for power and knowledge, even as they struck him down and dealt him harsh blows. Yet he neither surrendered nor submitted. Even in defeat, he retained within himself defiance, resentment, and an unyielding resolve. Then came the Roman era, the true foundation of the present European civilization. In this period, the deities faded into insignificance. While man continued to worship himself and his desires, he did not allow the gods to interfere in his earthly affairs. At most, he permitted them to prophesy through the lips of soothsayers, keeping them as harmless social conventions, indulging in their festivals with unrestrained revelry in the characteristic Roman pursuit of pleasure. When Christianity, under the influence of the Church, came to dominate the Roman state, man was branded with sin. His head was bowed in humiliation. This was manifest in the statues sculpted under the influence of this perception of man, as well as in other forms of artistic expression. Though Christian doctrine held that God had honored the human race, the concept of Adam's sin, as portrayed by the Church, stamped all of humanity with guilt until the Redeemer, the Son of Man, the Messiah, the Sustainer, the Son, and so on, came to atone for this sin. Yet even with this atonement, man's brow was not lifted, for he was still required to expiate his guilt through a life of humility, suffering and asceticism, so that he might unite with the Redeemer and attain salvation. Thus, man's natural inclinations were deemed impure and vile. His sexual relations were considered filthy and defiled. His sense of self was viewed as a source of sin and transgression. From this perspective arose monasticism, which we shall soon discuss in detail, as well as the reaction against it in Europe, a continent that never settled upon a single course. When the reaction against this worldview erupted, and Europe revolted against the Church, against ecclesiastical doctrines, and against religious concepts altogether, a new perception of man emerged, one that centered on the human intellect. In the Age of Enlightenment, in the mid-18th century, reason was elevated to the status of a god. The external world was declared to be the creation of the intellect, and reason was granted absolute authority over all aspects of life, free to determine all matters according to its own judgment. Man, consequently, was declared utterly free, subject to no constraints except those imposed by himself. Thus, the era of religious intervention in human affairs came to an end. But as the Age of Enlightenment drew to a close with the end of the 18th century, the dawn of the 19th century brought a devastating blow to both reason and man himself. The advent of positivist philosophy proclaimed that matter was the true deity, that it was matter that brought forth the intellect, and that it was matter that imprinted upon human consciousness whatever it willed. In this way, reason was diminished, and with it, man himself. No longer was he the master of his own destiny, nor of anything else. Rather, he became a mere creation of nature, a humble servant of this newly enthroned God. Then came Darwin, who stripped man of his unique status, reducing him to an animal like any other. With the publication of On the Origin of Species in 1859 and The Descent of Man in 1871, man lost all the honour and distinction that religious thought had once bestowed upon him. He also lost the agency, independence and supremacy that the philosophers of the Enlightenment had granted him. He was reduced to a mere animal one that happened to dominate the present age, but whose dominion, as Julian Huxley speculated, might one day be supplanted by a cat or a rat. Then came the final blow dealt from two directions, by Freud on one hand and by Karl Marx on the other. Freud reduced all of man's motivations to sexual impulses, portraying him as drowning in the mire of desire up to his very neck. Marx, on the other hand, reduced all of history's movements to economic forces, depicting man as a feeble, passive creature, utterly powerless before the deities of economics, nay, before the god of the means of production. Thus, confusion reigned in the understanding of human nature, of man's instincts, potentials and drives, as well as in the moral principles that shape societies and govern individual behaviour. Europe has long oscillated between excess and deficiency, between repression and recklessness, either suppressing man's natural inclinations and inherent energies or unleashing them without restraint. Never has it followed a path of moderation throughout its long history. Balance has not been achieved neither in its concepts nor in its way of life. And so at no point in its history has it attained true harmony. Now, let us turn to an examination of the reality of Europe specifically in this regard, starting from the days of the Roman Empire. In his book Religion and Science, the American historian John William Draper portrays a vivid image of the Roman state on the eve of its embrace of Christianity. When the Roman state had ascended to the zenith of its military might and political influence, and had reached the pinnacle of civilization, it simultaneously plunged into the abyss of moral corruption and into the lowest depths of religious and ethical degeneration. The Romans, intoxicated by their luxurious lives, clung to the earth with all their being, surrendering themselves to unrestrained indulgence. Their guiding principle was that life was but an opportunity for pleasure, a journey from one delight to another, from one form of entertainment to the next. Even their asceticism and fasting, practiced on occasion, were not but means to rekindle their appetite for feasting. Their moderation was but a stratagem to prolong the span of their enjoyment. Their banquets were adorned with vessels of gold and silver, encrusted with precious stones. Around them stood servants clad in garments of mesmerizing beauty, while Roman maidens, fair and alluring, moved with an air of seductive grace, women draped yet unveiled, immodest yet enchanting. Their pleasures knew no bounds: grandiose bathhouses, vast arenas of entertainment, and colosseums where men wrestled with men or with wild beasts, until one would collapse, writhing in his own blood. These conquerors who had subdued the world came to believe that if there was anything worthy of worship, it was power itself. For was it not power that enabled a man to seize the wealth amassed by others through toil and labour? Was it not power that allowed one to confiscate lands and estates, to dictate the revenues of fiefdoms? And was not the head of the Roman state the very embodiment of this overwhelming force? Thus the Roman civic order, though outwardly adorned with the semblance of monarchy, was in reality but a deceptive facade, much like the civilization of Greece in its twilight years. When the bonds of morality and the safeguards of decorum disintegrated to such an extent, a torrent of licentiousness and unbridled desires swept through Roman society. The theatres became showcases of debauchery and shameless exhibitionism. The homes were adorned with paintings and sculptures that were but flagrant invitations to vice. As a consequence, the trade of courtesans flourished, drawing even the women of noble households into its fold. Matters escalated to such extremes that during the reign of Emperor Tiberius, 1437 CE, a special decree had to be enacted to prevent women of noble lineage from engaging in this lucrative but degrading profession. The Roman people revelled in spectacles such as the Flora festival, where races of naked women were held to the delight of the masses. Public bathhouses became places where men and women bathed together in full view of others. As for salacious literature and lewd tales, these were no longer viewed as shameful, but were rather celebrated as refined art. The most esteemed literature of the time was that which unabashedly depicted love, embrace and kiss unveiled, unadorned by metaphor or modest allusion. Then came the moment when Christianity, as shaped by Paul, seized the reins of the Roman state. Emperor Constantine ascended the throne in 305 CE, and Christianity became the dominant force in the vast Roman Empire. And what transpired then? Draper describes it thus. Paganism and polytheism infiltrated Christianity through the machinations of hypocrites who, by feigning adherence to the new faith, secured for themselves high positions and great influence within the Roman state. These men cared not for religion, nor were they ever sincere in their faith. Such was Constantine himself, who spent his life in tyranny and debauchery, only observing the precepts of the Church sparingly, and that too only towards the end of his days in 337 CE. Though the Christian community had grown strong enough to enthrone Constantine, it was not powerful enough to eradicate paganism entirely and uproot its vestiges. The outcome of this struggle was the emergence of a new religion, one in which Christianity and paganism merged, becoming indistinguishable from one another. Herein lies the great divergence between Islam and Christianity. Islam obliterated its rival, paganism, with absolute finality, and spread its creed with unclouded purity. But this emperor, a man enslaved to the world, who valued religious doctrines as naught, saw advantage in reconciling the two warring factions, the Christian and the pagan, by merging them into one. Even the most devout Christians did not oppose his scheme, for they believed that the new faith, strengthened by the grafting of ancient pagan practices, would ultimately flourish, and that in time Christianity would purge itself of the impurities of idolatry. Yet this Christianity, now tainted with paganism, failed to extricate the Romans from their depraved hedonistic existence. In response, it turned to the opposite extreme: monasticism. A monasticism that sought to suppress innate human inclinations, to stifle the natural energies and the fundamental role of man on earth, to cultivate, to build, to inherit the earth as its steward. But such an approach could never truly annihilate these deep-seated forces within human nature. It could only transform life into an unending struggle between impulse and restraint, into an excruciating conflict within the human soul, and into a devastating rupture within society itself. Lecky, in his History of European Morals, describes the state to which monasticism had led. The number of monks swelled immensely, their influence grew formidable, their presence became an inescapable reality. It is impossible now to ascertain their numbers with precision, but the accounts of historians shed light on the vastness of their movement. It was recorded that during Easter festivities some 50,000 monks would assemble. In the 4th Christian century, a single monk would preside over a community of 5,000. Another, Serapion, was said to have led 10,000. By the end of that century, their numbers equalled the entire population of Egypt. Lecky and others have expounded in great detail upon the condition of these monks, their unnatural detachment from the instincts of humanity, their estrangement from life's constructive pursuits, their exaggerated flight from the blessings of existence, and their relentless combat against the natural impulses of the instinct. Thus, we suffice ourselves with a comprehensive and insightful summary by the esteemed scholar Abu al-Hasan al-Nadwi, from his book What the World Lost by the Decline of the Muslims, under the chapter titled The Wonders of the Monks. He writes, "For 2 centuries the mortification of the body remained the highest ideal in religion and morality. Historians have chronicled astonishing accounts of such practices, tales of the monk Macarius, who spent 6 months lying in a swamp so that venomous flies might sting his bare flesh. He perpetually carried an iron burden weighing nearly 100 weight, while his companion, the monk Eusebius, bore twice that weight. Eusebius spent 3 years at the bottom of a dried-up well. The monk John Saint stood on one leg for 3 years, never sitting nor reclining, and when exhaustion overcame him, he would lean against a rock for support. Some monks abandoned clothing entirely, covering themselves only with their long, unkempt hair, crawling on all fours like beasts. Many lived in the dens of wild animals, in abandoned wells or in graveyards. Some fed on grass and weeds, believing that bodily cleanliness was in conflict with the purity of the soul. They deemed the washing of limbs a sin, and the most ascetic among them were those who remained most distant from physical cleanliness, plunging into filth and impurity with an air of piety. The monk Athanasius recounts that Antony, the monk, never committed the sin of washing his feet throughout his life. Another monk, Abraham, did not allow water to touch his face or feet for 50 years. A monk of Alexandria, lamenting in later times, remarked wistfully, "Alas, there was once a time when we considered the washing of the face a grievous sin, and now we find ourselves entering public baths." The monks roamed through the lands, abducting children and fleeing with them into the wilderness and monastic retreats. They snatched infants from their mothers' arms, raising them in the ways of monastic life. The government had no power to intervene, and the common people not only condoned but celebrated these acts. They extolled those who abandoned their parents and families, choosing the path of monasticism, and chanted their names in reverence. Many of the renowned monks and figures of Christian history were known for their skill in abducting children, to the extent that it was reported that mothers would conceal their sons in their homes upon spotting the monk Ambrose, fearing that he might take them away. Fathers and guardians found themselves powerless over their own offspring, as authority over them had passed into the hands of monks and priests. This monasticism led to the erosion of strength and manly virtues, which had once been held as noble traits, but were now looked upon as vices. People turned away from cheerfulness, wit, frankness, generosity, courage and boldness, forsaking them altogether. One of the gravest outcomes of this movement was the weakening of family ties and the spread of cold indifference towards close relatives. The monks, whose eyes overflowed with tears and whose lips spoke of mercy and compassion, grew cold-hearted towards their own parents, wives and children. They left mothers bereaved, wives widowed and children orphaned, casting them into destitution, begging from strangers, while they themselves wandered into the wilderness, seeking only salvation for their own souls, indifferent to whether they lived or perished. Lecky recounts tales that bring tears to the eyes and sorrow to the heart. These monks fled even from the shadow of women, considering it sinful to be near them, or to engage in any form of social interaction with them. They believed that merely encountering women on the road, or speaking to them even if they were their own mothers, wives or sisters, could nullify their spiritual efforts and render their piety meaningless. Lecky narrates numerous episodes of these tragic absurdities, tales that are both laughable and heartbreaking. And what then was the fruit of this extreme renunciation of human nature, this relentless suppression of the innate tendencies and deep-seated instincts that are woven into the very fabric of human existence? It was not a triumph of this fierce deviation, for that was impossible. Human nature is too resilient. Nor was it a balanced and temperate counter to the ferocious materialism and hedonism of Rome. Rather, it was a bizarre and ruinous blend of both, corrupting all aspects of life. Lecky, in his book The History of European Morals, paints this grim picture. Depravity and debauchery had reached their zenith in the morals and social life of the people. Licentiousness and vice reigned supreme, indulgence in luxury and the relentless pursuit of carnal pleasures became the defining traits of society. Flattery of kings, nobles and the wealthy was widespread, and the competition in extravagant attire, ornaments and adornment had reached an extreme. The world at that time oscillated between the extremes of the most excessive asceticism and unbridled debauchery. The very cities that produced the greatest ascetics were also the first to plunge into lewdness and depravity. In this era, depravity and superstition, both enemies of human dignity and honour, flourished side by side. Public opinion had grown so feeble that people ceased to be concerned with scandals and disgrace. The human conscience still feared divine punishment, yet it found solace in the belief that prayers and religious rituals could atone for all sins. Deception, fraud and falsehood became so common that this era even surpassed the age of the Caesars in its moral corruption. But all this oppression, debauchery and cruelty led to a decline in intellectual freedom and national fervour. Then came the greatest catastrophe of all, the day the Church, with its embrace of erroneous scientific views, superstitions, and legends, declared them an inseparable part of faith and doctrine. That was the day when this ecclesiastical deluge stood in opposition to the empirical scientific method, which had seeped into Europe from the universities of the Muslim world. It opposed the genuine scientific discoveries that this method, along with European scholars, had begun to uncover. It persecuted scientists, burned them at the stake, and rejected their methods and findings altogether. This was the ultimate disaster, for when scholars and later the masses rebelled against the Church, they did so with an unrestrained fervour, never stopping at moderation. This led to the rise of theories and philosophies that we have previously mentioned wild in their defilement of human dignity, and thus in their justification of unrestrained indulgence in every base desire, without limits or constraints. This violent tide has continued its advance to this very moment, sweeping beyond Europe to its offspring, America, and from there to the farthest reaches of the world. It still surges forward, a tempest of destruction fueled by the instruments of the press, cinema, theatre, literature, painting, sculpture, and all forms of media and cultural influence. And behind this great wave stand the Protocols of Zion, which explicitly declare that this moral dissolution is a primary goal of global Zionism to corrupt and weaken the world outside of Jewry, rendering it easier to subjugate under Zionist rule. Humanity continues to plunge into the abyss of inevitable ruin. The wheel of life spins ever faster, driven by the lashes of countless forces, until the decree of God is fulfilled, and leadership passes into hands other than those of these reckless, frenzied, and fevered souls. Woman and the relationship between the sexes. The confusion surrounding the perception of woman and the relationship between the sexes. The violent oscillation between excess and neglect, the constant vacillation from one extreme to the other, the relentless push and pull that refuses to settle upon a middle way in harmony with human nature and morality. This confusion is no less profound than the perplexity regarding the nature of man, his innate disposition and his inherent potential. Indeed, the turmoil and disorder in the perception of woman and the relationship between the sexes have had no less an impact on human society than the confusion surrounding man's nature and his faculties. Both stem from the same source: ignorance of the true essence of this being, whether man or woman, as well as from the sway of base desires, weakness, and the severance of human thought from the divine guidance of God. To grasp the gravity of this matter, the confusion, in perceiving woman and the relationship between the sexes, we must recall all the premises upon which we based our earlier discussion on man, his nature, and his potential. The very principles that applied there hold true here as well. We must keep them in mind and review them in the preceding pages before delving further into the subject of woman. Furthermore, we must acknowledge that human life can never attain balance, serenity, or stability if the relationship between the sexes remains unsettled, if it swings, depending on the shifting perception of woman from one extreme to the other, or if it is founded upon ignorance, weakness, and desire. This relationship is one of the fundamental pillars upon which civilization is built alongside economic order and the distribution of wealth. It is also a foundation for moral values in vast and interwoven domains. The perception of this relationship, like that of economic relations, is but a branch of the broader perception of man, a topic we have already expounded upon within the scope of this discussion. Nevertheless, its immense significance requires further elucidation. Islam, the divine framework for human life, has taken great care to correct the perception of woman and to establish the relationship between the sexes upon the firm foundation of natural truth. It has clarified every aspect of this relationship, both psychological and practical, ensuring that it does not waver or fall into ambiguity in any of its dimensions. Firstly, Islam affirms the essential unity and equality of the spouses in their humanity, thereby dispelling all erroneous theories that claim woman to be an inherently inferior being compared to man. Secondly, it establishes the equality of the spouses in their relationship with God and in their accountability before Him. Thirdly, it defines the nature of the bond between the two halves of the human soul, as well as the diverse objectives of this bond, both those specific to the marital relationship and those that pertain to human society as a whole. Fourthly, it regulates the interaction between the sexes in all its forms and stages, outlining what they share and what is exclusive to each according to their innate nature and their respective roles in the societal structure that encompasses them both. A. Islam affirms their mutual rights in ownership, earning and inheritance, while also recognizing the particularities of each in certain matters, thus refuting all erroneous theories and systems that once deprived woman of her rightful share. B. It establishes the framework of the family, the system of interaction between husband and wife within it, and the rights each holds over the other, as well as the rights of the children born from their union. Marriage begins with a dowry, and the woman is not to be inherited as property, nor is she to be prevented from remarrying after her husband's death, forced to ransom herself from his family. She is also not to be held in a marriage against her will after divorce, simply so that she may buy her freedom from her husband, as was the custom in pre-Islamic Jahiliyyah. The man is entrusted with Jawama responsibility over the household, bearing the duty of financial support and exercising his authority to safeguard the family from disintegration in the face of transient tempests. He is the guardian of the nest upon which the rights of children rest, as well as the rights of human society at large, which depends upon the family institution for its growth and advancement. However, when there is fear that the family institution may crack and collapse, other measures are prescribed, and when reconciliation proves futile, divorce is then permitted, so that each may seek a new partner with whom to establish a family upon a firmer foundation. The conditions of divorce, its permissible occurrences, its procedures of reconciliation, the regulations of financial support, all of these matters are laid out with absolute clarity, though this is not the place for their detailed discussion. Children too have their rights when the parents separate. We cannot extend further here in elaborating on Islam's perspective regarding woman and the relationship between the sexes. We have dedicated an extensive chapter to this subject in our book, Toward an Islamic Society. It suffices us to emphasize that this matter has been clarified with precision and certainty down to the finest details, and that it is entirely based upon the natural realities of human existence, first in the creation of the human species as a whole, and second in the creation of each of its two halves. The division of responsibilities between man and woman takes into account the subtlest aspects of their innate nature, which only their Creator fully comprehends, while human knowledge of it remains limited and incomplete. Our ignorance in this matter is as profound as our ignorance of the true nature of man himself. But what must be emphasized briefly is that Islam's view of humanity does not permit the relationship between the sexes to be reduced to a mere animalistic bond, akin to that which exists between male and female creatures in the wild. For man is a unique being, unparalleled in his composition, in the purpose of his existence, and in his ultimate destiny. This uniqueness necessitates that the relationship between the sexes within him must serve a purpose far greater and more profound than mere physical gratification. It must align with the very purpose of his existence, as well as with his intrinsic nature, of which we have given but a brief glimpse in the preceding pages. The details of the divine framework regulating the relationship between the sexes are not our focus here. Rather, our concern is the confusion that has plagued humanity throughout its various epochs, as it strayed from God's guidance and sought for itself paths built upon ignorance, whim, weakness, and unbridled desire, never finding a state of equilibrium, serenity, or stability in any of its phases. We shall limit our discussion to the bewilderment that has beset European society since the days of the Roman Empire, the civilization upon whose foundations modern European life still stands, just as we did in our discourse on the perception of man, his nature, and his faculties. The perception of woman has oscillated between viewing her as a debased being, more akin to objects than to living souls, to regarding her as a cursed demon, whispering of sin and transgression, to elevating her as the sovereign of society, the arbiter of destinies, both her own and those of rulers, to considering her a toiling labourer, struggling to survive, bearing children, nurturing them, and raising them with relentless devotion. Likewise, the relationship between the sexes has vacillated between being seen as a mere animalistic encounter to being condemned as a source of impurity and defilement, to once again being reduced to the level of brute instinct. And yet, that woman is half of the human soul, that she is the very architect of the human race, that she is the vigilant guardian of the cradle in which childhood takes its first steps, that she is the entrusted keeper of the noblest element in existence, man himself, and that her role in refining this element surpasses in worth any other craft or endeavour. This, alas, has never been the balanced perspective in the ideologies of ignorance. Nor has the relationship between man and woman ever been viewed in those same misguided ideologies as a means of serving the human race by establishing a secure, pure, and conscious sanctuary, a sanctuary dedicated to the most sacred of all crafts upon this earth, the craft of nurturing human beings. Never has the foundation of this relationship been seen as duty rather than mere pleasure, as the very cornerstone upon which the future of humanity and the edifice of civilization itself rest. The ancient Greek era passed in such a manner, though there is no need here to delve into its details lest we digress. Those who ascended the pinnacles of power and civilization after the Greeks were the Romans, and in them too we observe that same cycle of rise and fall which we have already witnessed among the Greeks. When the Romans emerged from the depths of savagery and the darkness of ignorance, and first took their place upon the stage of history, the man was the undisputed lord of the household. He wielded absolute dominion over his family and children to the extent that he was even permitted, in certain circumstances, to put his wife to death. Yet, as they progressed beyond the crudest manifestations of barbarism and took their first steps upon the path of civilization, the harshness of this authority gradually softened, and an equilibrium began to take shape, albeit slowly and incompletely, while the ancient structure of the family remained largely intact. Then, in the course of time, as the Romans advanced in their civilization and traversed the stages of refinement, their view of woman underwent a transformation. The laws and customs governing marriage, divorce, and the family evolved continuously until, at last, the entire order was overturned and the scales tipped to the opposite extreme. Marriage was stripped of its sacred significance and reduced to nothing more than a civil contract, sustained or dissolved solely at the whim of the contracting parties. The responsibilities that once accompanied the marital bond were all but disregarded. Women were granted full rights of inheritance and ownership, and the law declared them entirely independent, free from the authority of father or husband. Not only did Roman women become financially autonomous, but in time they came to control a significant portion of the nation's wealth. Many among them even lent money to their husbands at exorbitant rates of interest, thereby reducing their spouses to mere slaves in the marketplace of labour and reality. Divorce became so commonplace that it was invoked for the most trivial of reasons. The Roman philosopher Seneca, 4 BCE 65 CE, lamented the rampant spread of divorce, bemoaning the extent to which it had pervaded Roman society. He observed that women no longer regarded divorce as a matter of shame or regret, but rather as an everyday occurrence. So frequent had it become that women now counted their years not by the passage of time, but by the succession of their husbands. A single woman might marry man after man without the slightest sense of modesty or reluctance. The poet Martial, 6140 CE, recorded the case of a woman who had passed through the arms of 8 husbands in the span of 5 years. But even more astonishing is the account of St. Jerome, 340-420 CE, who spoke of a woman who, in her final marriage, took as her husband a man who had himself been wed 23 times before, while she, in turn, had been the wife of 21 men. Gradually, the Roman perspective on the nature of the relationship between man and woman changed yet again, this time to the extreme of discarding all sacred bonds and moral restraints. In the end, some of their foremost ethical philosophers came to regard adultery as an ordinary and permissible affair. Cato, who was entrusted with the moral oversight of Roman society in 184 BCE, openly declared extramarital indulgence permissible for young men. Cicero, the famed reformer, warned against encumbering youth with the burdensome shackles of morality, advocating instead for the unfettered satisfaction of their desires. Even Epictetus, one of the most rigid moralists among the Stoic philosophers, counselled his disciples, "Abstain from relations with women before marriage if you can, but do not reprimand or blame anyone who fails to restrain his passions." The inevitable consequence of these attitudes was the dissolution of the very fabric of Roman society. The bonds that once held their civilization together unravelled, leading ultimately to the collapse of the Roman state itself. It was from this extreme of unrestrained indulgence that Europe, whether by its own inclination or under the guidance of the Church, swung to the opposite end of the spectrum, towards monasticism, towards the renunciation of woman, towards her humiliation and degradation. We have already spoken of monasticism and the dominion of the Church over European society, of its turmoil and confusion, until at last Europe broke free only to lose itself in the wilderness of modern ignorance. Let us now illuminate further, specifically in regard to the perception of woman and the nature of the relationship between the sexes under the Church's doctrine. Their foundational belief in this matter was that woman is the fountainhead of sin, the root of all corruption and vice. She is, for man, a gateway to hell, for it is she who stirs his desires and lures him into transgression. From her, the torrents of human suffering have sprung. It is enough for her to bear the burden of shame that she is a woman. She ought to feel remorse for her beauty, for it is the most formidable weapon in Satan's arsenal. She must atone ceaselessly, never ceasing in her penance, for she is the one who brought calamity and sorrow upon the earth and all its inhabitants. And behold what Tertullian, one of the foremost pillars of early Christianity and among its eminent scholars, has said, elucidating the Christian view of woman. She is the gateway of Satan into the soul of man. She is the one who leads him towards the forbidden tree, violating the divine law and distorting the image of God that is man. Likewise, John Chrysostom, one of the great saints of the Christian faith, declares concerning women, "She is an evil that is inevitable, a manifest temptation, a calamity that is desired, a peril to the family and the home, a beloved affliction, and a gilded misfortune." As for their second doctrine regarding women, its essence is that the very relationship between man and woman is inherently impure and ought to be shunned, even if it be through lawful and legitimate marriage. This monastic perception of morality, whose roots had already begun to take hold in Europe under the influence of Neoplatonism, was further reinforced by Christianity, which carried it to its extreme. Celibacy was elevated as the ultimate standard of moral excellence and spiritual elevation, while family life became a sign of moral decadence and base inclinations. They came to regard abstinence from marriage as a mark of piety, righteousness, and noble character. Thus, according to the ecclesiastical doctrine, if we are to abide always by this term, given the vast gulf between the essence of Christianity and the Church's interpretations, one aspiring to a life of purity must never marry, or at the very least must abstain from conjugal relations with his wife. They accordingly laid down laws in their various religious councils, decreeing that the clergy must not be alone with their wives, nor should a man and a woman meet except in the presence of others, at least 2 men of the Church. They spared no effort in instilling within the hearts of the people an aversion to marital relations and a sense of their impurity. Take, for instance, the widespread belief among them that if a married couple happened to spend the night together on the eve of a religious festival, they were prohibited from participating in the sacred celebrations, as though they had committed a sin that stripped them of their right to partake in the holy rites. The impact of this monastic perspective was so profound that it disrupted even the natural bonds of kinship within the family. The very ties between a mother and her child were tainted, for any relationship arising from marriage came to be regarded as sinful and impure. These two doctrines not only diminished the status of women and lowered their position in the realms of morality and society, but their powerful influence and deep-rooted authority over the laws of the time rendered married life a source of distress and hardship for both men and women. Moreover, they led to the degradation of women's standing in every sphere of life. Then came the moment when Europe broke free from the grip of the Church and its doctrines, strayed from God and from religion in its entirety, and plunged headlong into a reckless flight, turning away from all that connected it to God, whether true or false. And in the course of the 19th century, there arose Darwin, Freud, and Karl Marx, all of whom directed their theories and philosophies toward the abasement of man in various ways. Darwin, by reducing him to a mere beast, devoid of any higher purpose; Freud, by shackling him to unbridled sexual impulses, as though he were nothing but a slave to his desires; and Marx, by negating his agency, rendering him insignificant in the face of material forces and economic determinants. All these influences, which reshaped the perception of man himself, inevitably shaped the view of woman and the relationship between the sexes. They shattered the very foundations of morality, unleashing men and women alike to pursue their lusts with no purpose beyond pleasure itself. Even the natural objective of procreation, preserving the human race, came to be regarded in Europe and America as a constraint upon sexual freedom, an unwelcome burden upon men and women alike. Their chief concern became the avoidance of the consequences of pleasure, whether through contraception, abortion, or even the killing of newborns. We shall delve into these matters in greater detail in a later chapter. But what concerns us here is to affirm the extent of the radical shift in the perception of women following Europe's emancipation from the yoke of the Church and its doctrines, and its subsequent estrangement from God and his guidance. This separation led to the severance of sexual pleasure from its human purpose, and ultimately even from its biological purpose. I recall a conversation with an American girl at the Teachers Institute in Greeley, Colorado, during a discussion on social life in America. She said to me, "Sexual relations are purely biological, and you Easterners complicate this simple matter by introducing the element of morality. A horse and a mare, a bull and a cow, a ram and a ewe, a rooster and a hen, none of them concern themselves with these moral notions when they engage in intercourse, and so their lives proceed smoothly, effortlessly, and without distress." Similarly, a teacher at the Wilson Institute for Teaching English to Foreigners in Washington was addressing a group of Latin American students about American social customs. During the lesson, she asked a student from Guatemala about his observations of American society. He replied, "I've noticed that girls as young as 14 and boys as young as 15 engage in full sexual relations. This seems too young an age for such activities." Her response, filled with enthusiasm, was, "Life on this earth is too short, and there is no time to waste beyond the age of 14. I've chosen these two examples from among countless observations I made there, for both speakers were teachers whose influence in disseminating such ideas far exceeds that of any ordinary individual. Yet despite this absolute permissiveness, or rather, because of it natural and lawful sexual relations no longer suffice to satisfy the desires of men and women. Hence, the spread of sexual deviance and perversion, including inclination toward the opposite sex, whether in the world of young men or that of young women. In the comprehensive reports of Kinsey on sexual behavior in the human male and sexual behavior in the human female, one finds astonishing and precise statistics on deviations from this norm. I shall recount, within the bounds of modesty and propriety, a personal experience from a hotel in Washington. I was there with an Egyptian colleague, lodging in this hotel merely 2 days after our arrival in the United States. A black elevator attendant, who had taken a liking to us perhaps because our complexion was closer to his own, and because we did not harbour disdain for people of colour, began to offer us his services in the realm of entertainment. He listed various options, including forms of perversion that one could scarcely imagine. As he spoke, he recounted how he had often been summoned by a couple of young men or young women in one of the rooms, merely to bring them a bottle of Coca-Cola without them bothering to change their compromising state before his entrance. When he noticed our disgust and bewilderment, we asked him, "Do they not feel ashamed?" He, in turn, expressed his surprise at our question and at our sense of shame, replying, "Why should they? Are they not merely fulfilling their private inclinations and indulging themselves as they see fit?" Later, through numerous other observations, I came to realize that American society does not condemn an individual for indulging his desires in whatever manner he chooses, provided there is no coercion involved. Consequently, even acts that the law on paper still considers crimes are, in practice, not regarded as such. The situation in Europe, particularly in the Nordic countries, differs little from that in America. But what of the consequences of this moral decay on society? What of its role in eroding the very essence of man, in dismantling the fabric of human civilization, and in threatening the very existence of the modern world, just as the ancient Roman civilization once receded into oblivion? This, indeed, shall be the subject of a later discussion. The Church and the flood of moral decline. But what of the Church? What of its position amidst this overwhelming tide of moral disintegration? And what of the clergy? What role do they play in this new society? Many who have never lived in Europe or America, even those who have resided there but have not delved beyond mere appearances, are often deceived by the sheer number of churches and their widespread presence, particularly in the United States. In a small town with no more than 10,000 inhabitants, one may often find over 20 churches. Likewise, they are misled by the abundance of religious celebrations, ceremonies, and holidays. They are further deceived by the many political parties that bear the name of Christianity, and still more they are deluded by the books, articles and broadcasts produced by clergy on matters of social, political, economic, and even purely scientific inquiry. All these external manifestations create the illusion that religion holds sway in Europe and America, that clergy wield influence in social affairs. But this is a shallow perception, failing to grasp the reality of what actually transpires there. The Church's retreat and its desperate pursuit of society. Since the days of the Renaissance, more so in the Age of Enlightenment and particularly with the rise of positivist materialist philosophy, the Church has endured the bitterness of neglect, the desolation of its estrangement from social life, and the alienation of the populace. The masses drifted away from it, abandoning its authority over their lives. And now the Church finds itself breathless in its pursuit of society, clinging desperately to the people, not to guide them toward faith, nor to bring them back to religion, but merely to chase after society and to flatter its desires. Thus, the Church has resorted to hosting events in its halls after the solemnity of the Mass, where young men and women mingle freely, where wine flows, where dancing circles form, where games of amusement unfold, and where intoxicated youths embrace and revel in the ecstasy of their drunken embraces until the break of dawn. All this is done in a desperate attempt to attract the youth to the Church, for the Church has learned from bitter experience that when it once stood wrongly against the natural inclinations of humanity, the people turned away from it, trampled upon it, and abandoned it altogether. And so now it avoids standing even rightly against their desires and impulses, lest they once again cast it aside and forsake it. Thus, Europe has returned to the ways of ancient Rome, where the gods and deities were permitted to utter their solemn decrees through the mouths of priests, where religious festivals were occasions of revelry, pleasure and indulgence, but where these deities were never allowed to interfere in the conduct of human affairs or to direct life toward a path that might contradict the pursuit of sensual gratification. The illusion of the Church's influence. Some people in our lands are deceived into believing that the Church holds sway over the lives of the people there, that religion still commands a place of reverence. They imagine that the flexibility and modernity of the Church are what have secured its influence and preserved Christianity despite the tempests of the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, and materialist philosophy. But this is a mere illusion, unrooted in any true understanding of reality. A man of profound European intellect, one who has seen through the facade Leopold Weiss, who embraced Islam and took the name Muhammad Assad, was not deceived by the same illusions that mislead so many others. Having lived in that civilization, he perceived the truth of what transpires beneath the surface. In his book, Islam at the Crossroads, he affirms what we have observed firsthand in America regarding this very matter. He writes, "Modern Western civilization, in all its endeavors and pursuits, has been dominated by considerations of material utility and effective expansion alone. Its true objective has been the exploration and mastery of the forces of life, not out of any sense of moral obligation, but merely for the sake of power and control. As for the question of the meaning of life and its ultimate purpose, this, in the eyes of the modern European, has long since lost all practical significance. Thus, the West has severed the connection between life and any intrinsic moral value. It has relegated religion to a mere formality, a ceremonial relic with no bearing on the realities of existence. And the Church, in its desperate bids to remain relevant, has chosen to follow rather than to lead, to flatter rather than to reform. And so the West marches forward, ever intoxicated by its material achievements, heedless of the abyss that lies ahead. Religious orientation has always been founded upon the belief in an absolute and universal moral law, one to which we human beings are bound to submit ourselves. But modern Western civilization does not acknowledge the necessity of submitting to anything beyond the dictates of economic, social, or national considerations. Its true deity is not of a spiritual nature, rather it is material comfort. Its contemporary philosophy finds its most forceful expression in the pursuit of power, both of these traits being inherited from the civilization of ancient Rome. The Roman Empire was built upon conquest by force, upon the exploitation of other nations solely for the benefit of the imperial homeland and for the indulgence of an elite class. The Romans perceived no evil in their brutality, nor did they see their oppression as degradation. The much vaunted Roman justice was justice only for Romans. It is evident that such an outlook could only be sustained upon a purely materialistic comprehension of life and civilization, one that, while refined by intellectual taste, remained devoid of any spiritual values. The Romans, in truth, never knew religion. Their traditional gods were but pale imitations of Greek mythology, mere shadows preserved for the sake of social convention. They were never permitted to interfere in the real affairs of life. Their role was limited to pronouncing ominous warnings through the mouths of their priests, if they were even asked to do so. But never was it expected of them to bestow upon mankind any moral legislation. This was the soil in which modern Western civilization took root. Undoubtedly, many other influences have played their part in shaping its development, and in the course of time, it has modified and transformed its Roman heritage in more than one aspect. Yet, the enduring truth remains that all that is real today in the Western outlook on life and ethics can be traced back to Roman civilization. Just as the intellectual and social climate of ancient Rome was purely utilitarian and entirely devoid of religion not merely in theory, but in actual reality, so too is the modern West. Without possessing any definitive proof of the falsehood of absolute religion, and without even feeling the need for such proof, modern European thought, while tolerating religion, and at times acknowledging it as a social tradition, has in general cast absolute morality outside the realm of practical considerations. European civilization does not explicitly deny God, yet it finds neither place nor utility for him within its intellectual framework. It has elevated the limitations of human intellect, its inability to grasp the totality of life, into a virtue. Thus, the modern European mind tends to attribute practical significance only to those ideas that fall within the domain of empirical sciences, or at the very least to those that are expected to exert a tangible influence on human social relations. Since the question of God's existence falls under neither of these categories, the European intellect instinctively excludes God from its sphere of practical concerns. The great scholar Abul Hasan Ali Nadwi succinctly affirms this reality in his invaluable book What the World Lost by the Decline of the Muslims, where he states, "The true religion of Europe today is materialism, not Christianity. It is beyond doubt that the faith which governs Europe's heart and emotions, which rules over its spirit, is materialism, not Christianity. This is evident to all who have come to know the European psyche closely, not merely from books, but also from direct observation, and who have not been deceived by the outward manifestations of religion, which are often enhanced for the sake of the state, or which the people themselves find to be a source of psychological relief and entertainment. Nor should one be misled by their visits to churches or their adherence to religious formalities. The church and the illusion of religious influence. After having painted this picture with the pens of two perceptive writers, I find no harm in adding to it a passage from my own observations recorded in my book America That I Saw, specifically concerning the church and society, particularly with regard to women and gender relations. Perhaps this may further clarify the illusion that captivates passing visitors or those who are deceived by superficial appearances and hollow titles. No nation builds churches in greater numbers than the Americans. In one town, whose population did not exceed 10,000, I counted more than 20 churches. No people frequent their churches more than the Americans, especially on Sunday nights and during religious holidays and local saints' festivals. Indeed, they exceed even the most devout among the common masses of Muslims in their reverence for saints. Yet despite all this, there are none who are further removed than the Americans from the spiritual essence of religion, from its reverence and from its sanctity. Nowhere is religion more distant from the intellectual and emotional life of a people than in America. If the church is, in the Christian world, a place of worship, albeit to varying degrees, then, in America, it is a place for everything except worship. It is difficult to distinguish it from any other venue dedicated to amusement and entertainment, or what they themselves call good fun time. For most of its attendees, it serves as nothing more than a necessary social tradition, a place for social gatherings and merriment, a means of passing a pleasant time. This is not merely the sentiment of the general public, it is also the attitude of the church's own clergy and caretakers. Most churches maintain clubs composed of both young men and women, and the pastor of each church strives to attract the largest possible number of members, especially given the fierce competition among the various churches, each belonging to a different sect or denomination. For this reason, churches compete in marketing themselves through printed advertisements, through colourful lights displayed on their doors and walls to draw attention, and through the offering of alluring and entertaining programs to attract the public exactly like commercial enterprises, cinema halls, and theatrical productions. Nor is there any hesitation in employing the most beautiful and graceful young women, the most skillful in singing and dancing, to serve as the church's representatives, just as cinema halls station young women in dazzling, provocative attire, or even in swimsuits at their entrances to captivate passers-by. Here, for instance, is the content of a church event advertisement that was posted in a student hall at one college, aimed at attracting students, both male and female, to a particular church in that small university town. Sunday, October 1st, 1950, at 6 p.m. Light, dinner, magic tricks, puzzles, contests, entertainment, dancing. There is nothing surprising in this, for the church pastor does not perceive his work as being any different from that of a theatre director or a store manager. Success comes first and foremost by any means necessary, and this success brings him tangible rewards, wealth and prestige. The greater the number of people affiliated with his church, the higher his income, and the greater his respect and influence within the town. For the American psyche is naturally drawn toward sheer magnitude in size and in numbers. These are the primary measures by which he evaluates and appreciates all things. One night I found myself in a church in the town of Greeley, Colorado, for I was a member of its club, just as I had been a member of various church clubs in every place I had lived, ranging from Washington in the east to California in the west. This was an important facet of American society, deserving of close and thorough study not from the surface, but from within. And so, deeply engaged in my observations of American life, I attended this gathering. After the religious service in the church had concluded, where young men and women from among the congregation had joined in the hymns, while others performed their prayers, we stepped through a side door into the adjacent dance hall, connected to the prayer hall by a single passage. The father ascended to his office, and soon each young man took the hand of a young woman, including those same voices that had moments ago been engaged in the solemn melodies of devotion. The dance floor was bathed in a mixture of red and blue lights, with only a few white lamps remaining. As the gramophone played its tunes, the fever of the dance took hold. The hall surged with the rhythm of moving feet and swaying limbs, arms entwined around waists, lips meeting lips, and chests pressing against chests. The entire atmosphere became one of unbridled passion. Then the father descended from his office, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the scene and those within it. He encouraged those still-seated men and women alike to rise and join in the revelry. Perceiving that the white lamps still cast too much clarity upon the setting, disrupting the romantic ambience, he moved with the agility and deftness of an American, extinguishing them one by one, careful not to interrupt the dance or collide with any of the couples swaying in the hall. And so the place became even more romantic. He then approached the gramophone and selected a record suited to the mood, one that would entice the hesitant to partake in the merriment. He chose a well-known American song, "But Baby, It's Cold Outside." It was a duet, a conversation between a young man and woman returning from an evening soiree. The young woman wishes to leave for home, for the night has grown late and her mother awaits her. Yet, with every excuse she offers, the young man responds with the same refrain, "But baby, it's cold outside." The father watched as the feet of his sons and daughters glided to the seductively playful melody, and when he saw that all had succumbed to its rhythm, he smiled in satisfaction and withdrew to his quarters, leaving them to complete their innocent and delightful evening. The last couple to depart would be entrusted with locking the church doors and delivering the keys to his residence, for the departures took place gradually, according to the whims of each pair. Another father, speaking to an Iraqi acquaintance of ours, a fellow student with whom he had formed a close friendship, asked him about Mary, a college classmate of his. "Why does she no longer attend church?" he inquired, though it seemed he cared little if all the other young women stayed away, so long as Mary was present. When the young man asked him why he was so concerned with her absence, the father replied candidly, "She is captivating, and most of the young men come here because of her." And then there was our friend, a mischievous young Arab student from Iraq, whom we had nicknamed Abu al-Atahiyah, though I do not know whether the old poet would have been pleased or offended by this. He once told me, half in jest, how his girlfriend would occasionally pull herself away from his embrace, saying she needed to go to church for choir practice. And if she arrived late, she would not escape the father's knowing glances and suggestive remarks about Abu al-Atahiyah's role in delaying her attendance. But if she managed to drag him along with her, then there was neither blame nor reproach. And these fathers would say, in all earnestness, "We cannot attract the youth to church by any means other than these." Yet none among them ever paused to ask, what value is there in drawing them to the church if they wade through such mire to reach it and spend their hours steeped in it? Is attending church an objective in itself? Or is the true purpose its moral and spiritual influence upon the soul and conduct? From the perspective of these fathers, as I have made clear, mere attendance at church is the goal in and of itself, an outlook that, in the American context, is understandable. But then I return to Egypt, where I find those who speak or write about the churches of America with admiration praising their tolerance in dealing with sin and deviation, their progressive methods in purifying hearts and souls, and their ability to preserve the influence of religion through modernized techniques that do not impose rigidity, lest people flee from them. And to this I can only say, indeed, God has his own ways with his creation. Thus, this long reflection reveals, despite its length, the depth of contradiction and confusion in Europe's historical view of women and the relations between the sexes. It is a pendulum that has never found its balance, forever swinging between two extremes, never settling upon a middle ground where each half of the human soul could be placed in its rightful position. And so humanity, both men and women, has suffered and continues to suffer from this imbalance, until the day comes when God wills that the reins of civilization be entrusted to a hand both righteous and guided one that is connected to Him and to His divine way of life. Social and economic systems. Just as confusion, extremism, violent upheavals, and the constant oscillation between two reckless extremes, never achieving the balance of a just and harmonious middle, have characterized humanity's perception of itself, its innate nature, and its predispositions. And just as these have shaped the view of woman and the relations between the sexes, so too have they afflicted social and economic systems in equal measure. This was only to be expected from systems founded upon a fundamentally flawed understanding of man, upon an utter ignorance of his true nature. For unless one's perception of man himself is corrected, his innate disposition, his potential, the purpose of his existence, the bounds of his authority, unless all of these are set aright, then there is no escape from confusion and instability in all his other relations, above all his economic and social relations. These are but branches of that root, mere effects of that primary cause. This, then, is the fundamental divergence between the humanistic interpretation of history, the view that aligns with the Islamic conception, and the materialist economic interpretation of history upon which Marxism is built. No heed should be paid to the Marxist insistence that the means of production alone determine the nature of social relations, and that these relations in turn shape humanity's perception of man, morality, religion, principles and values, customs and traditions, governance, systems and institutions, and all other aspects of human life. No heed should be paid to this relentless emphasis on economic factors as the sole driving force behind everything in human existence and society, nor to the notion that these factors alone constitute an omnipotent deity, one that alters and reshapes reality with irresistible force, demanding submission to an inescapable determinism. No heed should be paid to this insistence, for it is nothing but one of the many delusions of Marxism. Indeed, Marxism as a theory has already unravelled under the blows of reality, the urgings of human nature, and the undeniable truths of authentic human motives. It has had to undergo repeated revisions at the hands of Lenin, Stalin and Khrushchev, revisions they called modifications, but which were in truth betrayals of the foundational principles of the doctrine, cloaked in a veil of continuity. They justified these betrayals by claiming that Marxism is a dynamic ideology, even though no doctrine, no theory, no religion has ever been more rigid in its deterministic assertions than the original formulations of Marx and Engels. The claim of evolution within Marxism is a novel one, contrived only to withstand the onslaught of human nature, the pressures of reality, and the relentless struggle of the human soul in Russia, China, and other lands subjugated by communism, lands where the human self has fought to assert its existence despite the crushing weight of a terrifyingly oppressive police state. I do not intend here to engage in a critique of Marxism. Rather, I seek only to highlight some of the manifestations of confusion and instability in the economic and social systems that were built upon a complete ignorance of human nature, its perceptions, inclinations, potential, and true needs, because they were conceived in isolation from the divine order, from the guidance of God, who alone knows the essence of man and what is best suited for him in terms of systems and institutions. Thus, societal structures have oscillated between extremes, just as perceptions of human nature and the relations between men and women have done indeed, with even greater volatility, with even more victims, and with even graver afflictions. For the realm of economics and the distribution of power within society has always been a battleground of the fiercest struggles, often descending into a savagery beyond imagination. And whenever one reckless deviation was acknowledged as an error, it was met not with wisdom and balance, but with an equally reckless deviation in the opposite direction, never, not once, finding the equilibrium that can only be established by one who truly understands himself, his limitations, his genuine needs, one who is not enslaved by his base desires, his frailties, his whims, one who is not alienated from God and his divine guidance. Materialist philosophies, and Marxism in particular, strip man of his humanity even as they record the historical shifts and transformations of societies. Marxism, in particular, elevates economics alone as the sovereign deity that governs human destiny, independent of human will, nature, potential, and capacities. It asserts that man is forever subject to the deterministic forces of economic factors, that these factors alone generate all social and economic relations. It attributes historical shifts to changes in the means of production, claiming that once these means evolve, they necessarily mandate a transformation in societal structures. This, in turn, creates a contradiction between the existing order and the demands of new productive forces, leading to revolution or upheaval, which then establishes a new order aligned with the altered economic reality. And yet, according to Marx, man has no real agency in this process, even though it is man who, with his own hands and intellect, brings about changes in the means of production. This paradox Marx conveniently ignores, as though the means of production themselves were an autonomous deity, one that strangely alters itself. And thus, upon this self-transforming divinity, the deterministic necessity of social change is proclaimed as if society were compelled to shift in accordance with the self-modifications of its economic god. But let us set this aside. As we have said, our purpose here is not to refute Marxism, but merely to examine the instability that plagues societies estranged from God. However, we must pause to scrutinize this idea of determinism, this fragile foundation upon which Marxist philosophy rests. Marxists attribute all historical shifts and transformations to changes in the means of production, and from this they conclude that such shifts are inevitable within the progression of history. But on what basis do they make this claim? Do they rely, as Karl Marx asserts, on historical reality? And yet, how can a single individual, or even a group of individuals, claim to possess complete knowledge of all historical events, of every hidden and apparent factor in human history, of every motive that has driven mankind across all ages and generations, not only in the past, but also in the present and the future? This, even as the most advanced scientists of the 20th century openly confess their profound ignorance regarding human nature, admitting that they stand merely at the threshold of true understanding. And so, upon this audacious claim, this myth, for no lesser word suffices, Marxists have built not merely a theory or a hypothesis, but an entire doctrine, a worldview that demands absolute submission. Indeed, Marxism has rejected every other opinion that might contradict its doctrine and has carried out horrifying massacres, claiming the lives of millions merely because they held a different view on the course of human history. In this, it is no different from what the Church once did when it burned scholars who dared to challenge its sacred myths. Marxism, in its turn, elevates its own sacred myths, those of scientific materialism, to an unquestionable status in our time. Yet the Marxist doctrine, this so-called scientific methodology, spares itself the arduous task of conducting a genuine scientific study of all the factors influencing history and all the motivations that drive human beings. Instead, it selects a single element among the myriad forces shaping life, the economic factor, and deifies it, attributing to it an inescapable determinism, a decree that admits no challenge, a will against which humankind is powerless. However, it does not even investigate the manifestations of this economic deity throughout world history. Rather, it confines its study to the history of Europe alone, and then proceeds to impose its deterministic conclusions upon the entire globe. This, too, is among the delusions of a so-called scientific doctrine that claims to be founded on comprehensive investigation. And so the Marxists consider the history of Europe to be the history of the world, and they assume that the economic forces that shaped Europe's past must necessarily govern the destiny of all humankind. They proclaim as inevitable the unfolding of historical stages based solely on Europe's experience, disregarding every other factor in human history in order to affirm their doctrine of economic determinism. Of course, it never occurs to them that even if we were to accept their version of history as accurate, and even if we were to assume that Europe's history is indeed the history of the world, these historical stages have always oscillated between extremes, never achieving true balance. They have always been marked by contradictions in conflict, for they have been built upon systems devised by human beings, beings who are ignorant of their own nature, unaware of their true needs, burdened by their own biases, weaknesses, and ever-shifting desires. These humanly devised systems have never sought guidance from the divine method, which alone could have stabilized their wayward passions, restrained their impulses, mitigated their ignorance, and tempered their blind appetites with a firm and unwavering standard. Naturally, such thoughts never cross the minds of those who construct their economic philosophies upon the foundation of materialism, a doctrine that outright denies the existence of God. They scoff with utmost derision at those who believe in the divine. Yet we, whom God has spared from the estrangement that afflicted others, because we never had to flee from a church that persecuted us in his name, driving us away from him, from his law, and from his religion, we, whom God has preserved from the folly of entrusting human science, or more accurately human ignorance, with the task of formulating the fundamental principles of life, we whom he has guided by the light of a divine methodology founded upon absolute knowledge of human nature, its capacities, its true needs, we, by the grace of God, are able to view this matter from an entirely different perspective. We approach it with gentleness and patience, with a true scientific spirit, one that probes every aspect of the issue and does not merely seize upon a fragment of it, fleeing in panic from the Church, its God, its religion, and its interpretations. Only then do we perceive the manifestations of confusion and imbalance. Only then do we discern the true causes that lie beneath them. And only then do we gain a vision that is uniquely our own independent understanding, our own independent theories, our own independent methodologies, all drawn from the divine method and its guidance. Thus, we recognize the profound and fundamental distinction between our methodology and all prevailing methodologies, between our doctrine and all known doctrines, between our view of human life and history and all existing perspectives. We see that our interpretation of existence and the past stands apart from every other interpretation. We perceive that the title under which human societies have organized themselves throughout history is entirely different from the title of our system, Islam. Yet this discussion does not belong within the scope of this study. Moreover, such a subject demands expertise from various disciplines, all brought together in a unified effort, with ample time to conduct such a vast inquiry under conditions that earnestly embrace the divine method. It requires a genuine resolve to implement this method, not merely to engage in academic research, but to apply its conclusions in the realm of real life and practical affairs. For the Islamic methodology of thought and inquiry is a pragmatic, serious approach. It does not permit its adherents to expend their efforts merely in intellectual pursuits and theoretical studies. Rather, they strive to translate their knowledge into reality, to make it a living, tangible force, provided there exists a sincere determination to establish the Islamic system in all aspects of life. However, within the confines of this present study, our purpose is merely to offer a brief survey of some of the confusions that have plagued European civilization in this regard, this civilization which, regrettably, has come to dominate the entire globe in our time. Its concepts, interpretations, symbols, labels, and terminologies have inundated the world, infiltrating every sphere of thought, expression, and application. From the infamous Roman system of slavery to feudalism, capitalism, Marxism, and Nazism, there has been an endless oscillation between extremes, an excess in one direction met with an equal excess in the opposite direction, oppression of one class remedied by oppression of another, an assault on the fundamental dignity of man in one system replaced by a different assault on the dignity of man in another. Never at any point has the balance been struck, a balance that ensures justice for all classes, harmony among all human faculties, and the safeguarding of individual distinctiveness while preserving the collective good of society. Such equilibrium can only be found within the divine method. At this juncture, we may set aside, for the sake of brevity, a discussion of the Roman era of slavery and begin instead with feudalism, presenting a broad overview that suits the general nature of this study. To begin with, it is essential to distinguish between the defining characteristics of feudalism as it was historically known in Europe and the superficial secondary features that may have appeared elsewhere in different times and places. This distinction is necessary both from a scholarly perspective and from an emotional one. Feudalism in Europe was not merely the existence of vast estates. Rather, it was defined by a set of fundamental characteristics. 1. The bondage of peasants to the land, their status resembling that of tools and livestock. They were transferred from one landowner to another, along with the estate, just as agricultural equipment and animals were transferred, though they were not explicitly sold as slaves were. Nevertheless, their attachment to the land deprived them of the right to leave it for another place or to pursue an independent profession. 2. The absolute authority of the noble lord over his domain, where his will was the sole law governing his fiefdom. It is he who lays down the laws for the serfs, the tillers of the land, he who determines their relationships with him and with the soil, as well as their interactions with one another. And this indeed is feudalism as it was known in Europe, a system against which revolutions erupted time and again. These two characteristics stand as the defining marks of that abominable era, under whose cruel yoke Europe long groaned. In this oppressive order, the worth of man was cast aside. From the very outset he was reduced to a mere appendage of the land, akin to cattle and the tools of husbandry, passing with the soil from one master to another. He had no right to perceive his own human existence as something independent of the land. Nor was he permitted to leave it, even to move to another estate, for such an act was deemed escape under the law, warranting his capture and return to the soil to which he was bound. And though, in the latter days of feudalism, this law was no longer enforced in all cases, particularly when a lord to whose estate the fugitives had fled saw it in his interest not to return them to their former master, yet the fundamental indignity remained. The dignity of man was further trampled upon by making him a mere subject to the will of the nobleman, whose arbitrary decree was the very essence of law. And what could be more degrading than a condition wherein a human being is subjected to a code that is nothing but the whim of another man, albeit one of noble lineage? Under the crushing burden of this merciless system, Europe languished until the crusading multitudes poured into the lands of Islam. There, they came into direct contact with an entirely different civilization, one governed by a law that applied equally to ruler and ruled, to the wealthy and the indigent, to the landowner and the labourer alike. A law that was not the arbitrary will of a feudal lord, nor the decree of a prince or a sovereign, but rather a divine ordinance, bestowed upon all from above. It was administered by judges who time and again stood firm against the excesses of princes and sultans whenever they sought to oppress their subjects, whether individuals or entire communities. It was in this very era that great jurists emerged, men of unshakable resolve, who fearlessly confronted the Mamluk sultans, opposing their injustices with unwavering courage. Their bold stands resounded across the lands of Islam, inspiring the multitudes, and their deeds were not unknown to the crusading hosts, who for 2 centuries mingled with the people of this civilization. And though the Islamic world of that time was not free from deviations, though in certain aspects of life it had drifted away from the divine law, yet the chasm between it and the feudal society from which the Crusaders had come remained vast, immeasurably so. For the Crusaders beheld a people who were free not merely in the sense of moving from one farm to another or from one city to the next, but in their ability to traverse the entire expanse of the Islamic world, from its farthest frontiers to its remotest corners. They saw no barriers hindering the movement of Muslims, even where rulers and dynasties were many. They witnessed a society in which men were free to choose their professions according to their inclinations, unhindered by any imposed constraints. They observed artisans organizing themselves into guild-like associations, each trade having its own master, and within these circles the bonds of cooperation and brotherhood prevailed. All these manifestations of social order were utterly absent from the feudal societies of Europe, which had birthed the Crusaders. True, large estates did exist in the Islamic world, yet they did not engender a feudal order in the European sense. For here there was no nobleman with absolute dominion, no serfs bound to the land, no servitude that shackled men to the soil as though they were mere extensions of it. And above all, the law was not the arbitrary will of a feudal lord, but a divine ordinance, binding upon all. This fundamental difference precluded the emergence of feudalism in the strict historical and technical sense in the lands of Islam. And so, during the 2 centuries in which the flames of the Crusades burned first in conquest, then in retreat, the impressions and influences of this civilization seeped into the consciousness of tens of thousands of crusaders who had witnessed it firsthand, and into the minds of the hundreds of thousands, even millions, who heard the tales of the returning warriors. These impressions, alongside the local factors that many Western historians, particularly the Marxists, insist on viewing as the sole determinants of historical change, gradually fermented within the European societies of that time. These factors included the rise of guilds, the emergence of commercial cities, the ascendance of a merchant class, and the privileges secured by financiers in return for supporting princes in their wars, whether against external foes or against one another. In the end, all these forces converged to bring about the fall of the feudal order, a system so oppressive, so inhuman, that it degraded man to the lowest depths, rendering him scarcely distinguishable from a slave. The sole difference was that, unlike a chattel slave, the serf could not be sold or cast to the beasts. And among the many currents that undermined this system, one of the most potent was the influence of Islam, which gnawed at its very foundations. Then came the internal factors, pressing upon it with ever-increasing weight until at last it crumbled. Yet as a reaction to the utter negation of individual existence and personal freedom, to the wholesale annulment of man's very humanity, there arose the capitalist order, founded upon the absolute emancipation of individual enterprise and the unrestricted liberty of the individual. In this new dispensation, personal gain was exalted as the supreme virtue, the highest good. This new creed found its most pronounced expression in the economic sphere, where all was surrendered to the unchecked ambitions of individuals, to their desires and their interests, without regard for society, morality, or any other considerations that might temper the excesses of personal freedom or restrain the pursuit of individual profit. At its inception, this ideology, both in social and economic realms, played the role of saviour, delivering the multitudes from the iron grip of feudal oppression. It unleashed the creative energies of individuals, allowing talent and enterprise to soar to unprecedented heights. It spurred men to harness the hidden treasures of the earth, to subjugate the forces of nature not merely for their own gain, but ultimately for the benefit of all mankind. To the very last of the many services rendered by the emergence of the capitalist order its progressive role, when measured against the feudal system of Europe, while this movement performed these services and bestowed these benefits upon mankind, its extremism, its nature as a reaction to another era, its attempt to cure one disease with another, all led to the unleashing of the rabid frenzy of capitalism. A frenzy that begins with the accursed system of usury, which accompanied the birth of capitalism and became so deeply embedded within it that it now stands as the very foundation of the modern economy. And it ends with the utter disregard for all moral, human and social values, dismissing them as meaningless nonsense, should they dare to interfere with the laws of economics or attempt to restrain this insatiable madness, which results not only in the accumulation of wealth and capitalist interests at the expense of the working classes, but also in something far more grotesque. For in this system, the labourers, the artisans, the merchants, and even the factory owners themselves are reduced to mere hirelings of the moneylenders, those who established the banks and drew to them the wealth of shareholders and depositors, only to exploit it for their own gain. The returns from the employment of these vast sums flow back to them, save for the meagre pittance dispersed, in some cases, to the shareholders and depositors, while the workers, the artisans, the merchants, the consumers, and even the factory owners toil ceaselessly to meet the burdens of usurious interest, which in the end enriches a small clique of financiers. These financiers, who fund industry and commerce through loans, sit idly by while reaping the fruits of the toil of others. Yet the calamity of capitalism does not lie solely in the glaring injustice that draws popular criticism, the subjugation of nations and governments to the interests of capital. It is necessary to define precisely which class it is that enslaves these nations and their rulers. It is a class concealed behind towering edifices of economic theories, behind layers of propaganda and deception, behind the grand professors, the prestigious universities, the laws, and the regulations that shape the economic systems of the world. It is the class of the usurers, the architects of the lending banks, the holders of foundational bonds, the ancient financial houses that lurk in the shadows, drawing to themselves the fruits of all human labour, including the toil of factory owners and merchants who themselves are branded as great bourgeoisie. The system of usury is the true culprit behind this affliction. It is responsible for siphoning the entirety of human effort into the coffers of this minuscule elite, the financial houses, the bank founders, and the bondholders. And alongside capitalism came moral decay, first as a consequence of various ideological currents, whether those that championed absolute individual liberty, unbounded by any restriction or moral constraint, or those that espoused the animalistic nature of man, the materialist interpretation of the universe, and the economic materialist reading of history. All of these, as has been previously mentioned, arose from the great flight from the church, from the frantic abandonment of all religious thought. Yet there exists another deeper cause behind these theories, behind the usurious system itself. For he who borrows money on interest to establish an enterprise must inevitably seek the most profitable ventures, those that guarantee the covering of interest payments while yielding him a surplus of profit. And in a world devoid of religious or ethical imperatives, the most lucrative enterprises are those that arouse and gratify sexual desires, those that stimulate and cater to the craving for luxury. Hence, it becomes a fixed policy among the moneylenders, the financial houses, the bank founders, and the bondholders, most of whom across the world are Jews, as well as among many of the entrepreneurs who borrow from these institutions on interest, to foster within human society an atmosphere of moral dissolution, of indulgence, of frivolity, and of base preoccupations. Such an environment ensures the flourishing of industries devoted to sexual entertainment in all its forms, to luxury and excess in their most extravagant manifestations, unchecked by religion or morality, unrestrained by any principle or value. Hence, industries devoted to licentious films, provocative theatres, salacious journalism, human trafficking, alcohol and narcotics, as well as the manufacturing of luxury goods and ornaments, together with the societal traditions of decadence, revelry and extravagant festivities, become the pillars upon which hundreds of industries across the world rest. All of these, in turn, serve the interests of capitalism, the capitalist base that funds and sustains them. These industries require philosophies, ideologies, scholars, writers, artists, legislators, and governing systems that permit, protect, and promote them. And in such systems, capital wields an immense directive power, for it alone governs societies that are devoid of faith. This is a power that capital does not possess in a society where life itself, along with wealth, is subject to the divine order of God. For in a society governed by God's law, wealth cannot assume such a destructive role. Rather, it will be directed towards noble ends, ensuring that it does not become a tool of oppression or corruption. It is not money itself that corrupts society, rather it is the ideology, the doctrine, the system, and the worldview that govern a given society. These are but fleeting glimpses into the monstrous reality that capitalism has engendered a system that sought to remedy excess with excess, to cure disease with disease, swinging wildly between the extremes of repression and reckless abandon like a horse that bolts from the sheer force of the reins. We do not have the space here to delve into the intricate economic crises that the usurious system upon which capitalism was built has generated. Nor can we expound upon its role in the cycles of depression and economic collapse, the scourges of unemployment and stagnation that accompany these cycles. Nor can we detail the horrors of colonialism, which capitalism necessitated in its relentless pursuit of markets that would supply raw materials to its vast industries while simultaneously consuming their manufactured goods. Nor do we have the scope to explore the realities of neo-colonialism, which no longer manifests in the old form of military occupation, but rather emerges as a quest for new markets in which to invest surplus capital from the industrialized capitalist nations, capital that finds itself without avenues for expansion in its home countries due to market saturation. Thus, these nations seek out foreign lands to industrialize with their investments, ensuring that their surplus capital continues to yield interest rather than lying dormant in their own economies. This new form of colonialism is currently unfolding before our very eyes, particularly in Africa, where competing powers vie for dominance in an unceasing struggle. Yet we are unable to examine in detail all the facets of the catastrophe wrought by capitalism, for such an endeavour would be too vast and beyond the scope of this discourse. Suffice it to say that these calamities serve as a testament to the confusion that plagues humanity in its economic and social systems, as it continues to wander astray from God and from his ordained path for life. The greatest calamity, then, lies in the collectivist systems that Europe has implemented, whether in the East or the West, regardless of their varying names and forms. These systems arose as a reaction to the unchecked excesses of capitalist individualism, yet they merely replaced one form of excess with another, a new ailment devised to cure an old disease. In their attempt to rescue man from the destruction of his essential characteristics in one aspect, they ended up annihilating his fundamental attributes in another. All of these systems converge upon the claim of vesting public resources and means of production in the hands of the people, whether under the guise of Nazism, which professes to entrust them to the entire populace, or Marxism, which confines them to a particular class within society. But how, in practical terms, can such ownership be realized? No one truly knows. In this regard, Carrier-Wentz states in his study, Communism, Theoretical and Practical, communism, at least according to classical theory, aims to establish a classless society in which all means of production, distribution and exchange are owned collectively by the people. In such a society, the state viewed as an instrument of coercion and oppression would ultimately disappear. However, between the revolution that dismantles the capitalist order and the realization of this communist society, there exists a transitional phase known as the dictatorship of the proletariat. This, Russia claims, is the stage it is currently undergoing. It is important to note that the Russians themselves refer to this stage as socialism rather than communism, and the republics that form the Soviet Union are officially called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, not communist republics. This is because communism, as an ultimate stage, remains a distant future aspiration. The defining principle of a communist society is, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. However, if we consider what Marx originally proclaimed, and what Stalin constantly reiterated, we find that such absolute equality is impossible even within a socialist state. Thus, the operative principle must instead be, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Following in the footsteps of Marx, both Lenin and Stalin referred to the new system arising from the ruins of capitalism as socialism. Consequently, the Soviet Constitution of December 5, 1936, makes no mention of communism except in Article 126, which explicitly refers to the Communist Party, while describing the Soviet Union as a socialist state of workers and peasants. In his report on the Constitution, issued on December 5th, Stalin declared that the only achievement realized thus far was socialism, and rejected a proposed amendment to include the phrase, "The ultimate goal of the Soviet movement is the establishment of a purely communist society." He argued that such a statement had no direct relevance to the constitution, which merely sought to enshrine the gains already secured. Many socialists, no doubt, will dispute Stalin's interpretation of the current political and economic system of the Soviet Union. But when it comes to their ultimate objectives, the terms communism and socialism are in practice fluid and interchangeable, a fact evident to anyone who consults the Oxford English Dictionary. The essence of both is the notion that the means of production must be owned by the people. Yet no one has ever been able to determine precisely how the people can truly own these means of production. Thus, in practice, the oversight of these resources, ostensibly on behalf of the people, has been entrusted to the state or other officially designated bodies. In this manner, public ownership has in reality become state capitalism, and Soviet socialism has been its most potent and fitting expression. Before delving into the theoretical foundations of communism, it is important to recognize that its ultimate goal is identical to that of socialism, and that any differences between them pertain only to the means, not the ends. Socialists believe they can establish and maintain their system through democratic processes, while communists insist that such an outcome is impossible without revolutionary upheaval. The great catastrophe inherent in collectivist systems, whether in the East or the West, irrespective of their names and forms, is their attempt to obliterate the individual, despite the fact that individualism is deeply embedded in the biological structure of man, and consequently in his intellectual and psychological constitution. The proper system, therefore, is one that harnesses this individualism to its fullest potential, directing it towards the welfare of society as a whole. But to suppress and stifle it by every conceivable means, as these systems have done, is to engage in the complete destruction of the human mechanism itself. A fundamental requirement of this individualism is that economic organization should not be structured in such a way that it places everything in the hands of the state. For in such a scenario, the state, besides wielding political and legal authority, becomes the sole owner of all productive resources, the exclusive trader who imports, exports and sells to individuals, and the only thinker permitted to articulate ideas, since it does not tolerate any dissenting opinions or discussions that challenge its principles, ideologies or methods. In such conditions, both the general characteristics of humanity and the unique attributes of the individual stand threatened with annihilation. Fortunately, however, human nature cannot long endure such oppressive attempts to subvert it. It inevitably asserts itself, exerting pressure until these unnatural impositions crumble bit by bit. Thus, even the communist, or rather socialist systems, have been compelled to introduce successive modifications, which in truth amount to retreats from many of the fundamental tenets of their doctrine. For the force of human nature has proven stronger than all the formidable machinery of the state and its overwhelming pressure. These oscillations between extremes in every direction and every system, this wavering of humanity's steps, now swaying to the right, now to the left, have been accompanied by horrific massacres, claiming the lives of millions, as well as the wholesale slaughter of morality and human dignity, dragging mankind into the depths of moral degradation. We have, in brief and in summary, observed these phenomena in the three principal dimensions of human life: in the perception of man, his nature and his innate dispositions, in the perception of woman and the relationship between the sexes, and in the perception of social and economic systems. This, then, is the grievous toll that Europe and, regrettably, the whole of humanity has paid for its estrangement from God and his ordained way of life. A civilization unsuited to man-material creativity upon this earth, wrought by the hands of man, is not merely a necessity for his life. For its growth and ascension it is at the same time a fundamental function of his existence. In it he realizes his being, nurtures his individuality, and refines the latent faculties that his Creator has instilled within his uniquely complex and intricate nature. for he alone, among all living beings, performs this task with consciousness, intent, and will. And beyond that, it is a duty through which he fulfills the ultimate purpose of his existence, the stewardship of God upon the earth. Behold, I am setting upon the earth a vicegerent. Through this stewardship he realizes the worship of God by working in his name, seeking his pleasure. And I have not created jinn and men, but that they should worship me. Yet this material creativity in all its manifestations, from tilling the soil to extracting its treasures, from harnessing its energies to producing the means of sustenance, from enjoying the bounties of life to venturing into the vastness of cosmic space and its distant realms, this creativity in all its connotations must remain in the service of man. For thus has his Creator decreed, declaring that he has subjugated all that is in the heavens and the earth for him. And in this creativity, in the civilization that arises from it, the cultivation of man's essential attributes must be upheld, his attributes as a species distinct from mere matter, apart from the animal world, his attributes as an individual, each one of whom constitutes a unique universe unto himself, with his own biological, psychological, and intellectual identity. Never should the methods of material creativity, nor the civilization built upon them, contradict these attributes, suppress them, hinder their growth, or shatter them. Neither should they degrade them, diminish them, or reduce man to a secondary role, subjugating him to material progress in any manner whatsoever. There is no inherent contradiction between man remaining the sovereign of this earth, his individual and collective attributes nurtured and affirmed, and the advancement, renewal, and refinement of material creativity. Indeed, not only is there no contradiction, but rather a profound harmony between the two, provided that the vision of man, his position in existence, his role upon this earth, and the unique faculties with which his Creator has endowed him are understood in their true light. A civilization born in ignorance of man. Yet the architects of this modern civilization, though it remains but a link in the long chain of human civilization, inseparable from its deep roots, had neither knowledge of the true nature of man, nor the desire to honor and exalt him. They lacked knowledge because this civilization took shape and flourished over the past 3 centuries, during which absolute ignorance regarding man has persisted to this very day. Nothing certain and immutable is known about him, except what his Creator has revealed. And they lacked the desire because any effort to ennoble man would have inevitably recalled the position that religion grants him. But in Europe anything was permissible except the mere mention of religion, except the suggestion that religion had any bearing upon the civil affairs of man, upon social and economic structures, upon the organization of labor, or even upon artistic expression. On the contrary, there was an active determination, a zealous insistence to debase man, to defile and degrade him, to affirm his animalistic nature, his sexual depravity on one hand, and his insignificance before matter and its inexorable laws, before economy and its overpowering will on the other. It was as if they were the sworn enemies of the human race itself, revelling in their triumph as they cast him into the mire, dragging him through the filth merely to proclaim to the Church, "Take your God and your religion, take with them this man whom you claim was breathed into by the Spirit of God, and be gone from our lives, from our reality." The rift between religion and civilization. Whatever the circumstances that led to this tragedy, the undeniable reality is that this modern civilization, though it was initially built upon the foundations of empirical and scientific methodologies that Europe borrowed from Andalusia and the Islamic East, methodologies that themselves had sprung from the Quranic exhortation to contemplate the laws of nature, to harness the earth's resources, nevertheless, when it was transferred to Europe, it did not arrive with its original philosophical roots. It arrived instead as sciences, as technical methods, as experimental approaches. And it encountered there that wretched schism, the discord between religion and civilizational progress. Thus, in its construction, no heed was given to man, though he was its supposed architect, its intended beneficiary. And so it became a civilization unfit for man, crushing underfoot the very attributes that make him the unique, unparalleled being that he is in the vast expanse of the cosmos. For without these attributes, man cannot fulfill his role. And to neglect them in any social or economic system, in any civilization, inevitably leads to an imbalance in human existence itself. It does not merely undermine the aspects that have been ignored, it undermines the entirety of human nature. For the human mechanism is an intricately woven whole, functioning as a singular unit in all its endeavours. It exists as a whole in reality, though it may be dissected only in the realm of theoretical inquiry and laboratory analysis. The testimony of Alexis Carrel. Let us return to the reflections of Dr. Alexis Carrel regarding this civilization, its origins, its incompatibility with man, and the human attributes it neglects or obliterates. Modern civilization finds itself in a precarious position, for it is unsuited to us. It was constructed without any true knowledge of our nature. It arose from the illusions of scientific discoveries, from the desires of men, their delusions, their theories, and their ambitions. And yet, though it was built by our own efforts, it remains ill-suited to our scale and our form. The impact of the factory upon the physiological and mental state of its workers was entirely disregarded in the organization of industrial life. For modern industry is founded upon the principle of maximizing production at minimal cost, so that an individual or a group of individuals may amass the greatest possible wealth. And so, industry expanded without any consideration for the nature of the human beings operating its machinery, without any regard for the effects that the industrial lifestyle imposed by the factory exerts upon individuals and their progeny. These theorists construct civilizations, though they claim to do so for the welfare of man, yet their creations are suited only to a distorted, incomplete image of the human being. The political systems devised by ideologues are worthless. The principles of the French Revolution, the fantasies of Marx and Lenin, apply only to rigid, lifeless figures devoid of vitality and movement. Let it be clearly understood, the laws governing human relationships remain unknown. The sciences of sociology and economics are mere speculative hypotheses. Man ought to be the measure of all things. Yet in reality the opposite is true. He is an alien in the world he himself has fashioned. He has been unable to order his existence, for he possesses no practical understanding of his own nature. Thus, the immense strides made in the sciences of inanimate matter, surpassing by far the progress of the life sciences, constitute one of the great catastrophes that humanity has suffered. For the environment shaped by our minds, our inventions, is an environment unfit for us. And so this civilization, despite its dazzling material achievements, remains fundamentally flawed, for it does not recognize the reality of man, nor does it honor his innate dignity. It is a civilization that has risen while turning its back upon the very being for whom it was ostensibly created, rendering him a stranger in his own world, a wanderer amidst the ruins of his own making. And the situation remains unchanged with regard to the factory's impact on the physiological and mental state of the worker, whether production is owned by the people as a whole or merely by a class among them, namely the state. For the mode of labour remains constant, neither altering our constitution nor modifying our form. Indeed, we are a miserable people, for we decline both morally and intellectually. The nations and communities that have reached the pinnacle of industrial civilization, those that have advanced the furthest and progressed the most, are, in truth, the very ones that are now in decline. Their return to barbarism and savagery will come swifter than that of others, yet they perceive it not. For nothing shields them from the hostile conditions that science itself has erected around them. The truth of the matter is that our civilization, like those that preceded it, has created conditions of life that render life itself impossible, for reasons that remain shrouded in mystery. And we see clearly that despite the grand hopes humanity has placed upon modern civilization, it has failed to produce men of sufficient intelligence and courage to lead it through the perilous path upon which it falters. For mankind has not grown at the pace at which systems have drained their minds, and thus the gravest danger to modern nations lies in the intellectual and moral deficiency afflicting their political leaders. Reason, willpower, and morality are bound together in an inseparable bond. Yet, moral sensibility is of far greater significance than mere intellect. When this sensibility disappears from a people, their entire social fabric begins its slow, inexorable decay. To this day, civilization has not succeeded in creating an environment conducive to intellectual vitality. The diminished intellectual and spiritual worth of most human beings is, to a great extent, a consequence of the deficiencies in their psychological milieu. The supremacy of materialism and the dogmas of the religion of industry have crushed culture, beauty, and morality. Modern society has all but abandoned moral sensibility, neglecting it to the point of oblivion. Indeed, we have actively suppressed its manifestations. We have all imbibed the desire to shirk responsibility. Those who discern right from wrong, who act with caution and righteousness, are left to languish in poverty, regarded with disdain and disapproval. A woman who bears many children and dedicates herself to their education rather than indulging in personal vanity is deemed feeble-minded. A man who saves some money for his wife and children's education finds it stolen either by financiers and their enterprises or seized by the state. The barbaric materialism that defines our civilization not only stifles intellectual refinement, but also crushes the sensitive, the gentle, the solitary, and those who cherish beauty and seek meaning beyond mere wealth. The suppression of emotional, aesthetic, and spiritual pursuits produces individuals of the lowest order narrow-minded and afflicted in thought. Though intellectual education is now within reach of every individual, we continue to witness such stunted souls everywhere. However, high culture is not a prerequisite for an appreciation of beauty, for religious sensibility, or for the emergence of artists, poets, and men of faith, those who contemplate the manifold aspects of beauty. The same holds true for moral sensibility, for the originality of judgment, and for all other dimensions of human refinement. These attributes alone are nearly sufficient. They don't need to be coupled with acute intelligence to prepare man for happiness. Hence, their cultivation should be the supreme aim of education, for they provide balance to the individual and render him a sturdy cornerstone in the edifice of society. Indeed, moral sensibility is far more essential than intelligence for those who seek to advance industrial civilization. Yet, the appreciation of beauty remains suppressed in most individuals, for industrial civilization has surrounded them with ugliness, harsh and repellent. We have become mere machines. The worker spends his entire life repeating the same gestures and motions thousands of times each day. He produces only fragments, never a whole. He is never permitted to employ his intellect. He is akin to the blind horse that treads the same circular path from dawn to dusk, drawing water from the well. Industry deprives man of the intellectual pursuits that might bring him even the slightest measure of daily joy. The modern city has committed a grave and persistent error. It has sacrificed intellect upon the altar of materialism, an error that grows more perilous by the day, for none rise in rebellion against it. All accept it with ease, just as they accept the unhealthy life of great cities and the imprisonment of factories. And yet those who possess even the most rudimentary appreciation of beauty in their work are happier than those who merely produce for the sake of consumption. The present form of industry has stripped the worker of creativity and beauty. The harshness and gloom of our civilization can be attributed at least in part to the suppression we endure in our daily lives, which afford us only the barest opportunities to savour beauty. Modern society disregards the individual. It takes into account only mankind as a collective abstraction. It believes in the dogma of universality and treats people as mere statistical aggregates. This confusion between the individual and the collective has led industrial civilization into a fundamental error. It deals with human beings according to rigid, predetermined formulas. Were we all truly identical, it would be possible to raise, educate and employ us in great herds, much like sheep. But each of us possesses a unique personality and cannot be reduced to a mere cipher. Modern society has committed a grave mistake in entirely replacing familial upbringing with institutional schooling. Because of this, mothers abandon their children to nurseries so they may pursue their work, their social ambitions, their frivolities, their literary or artistic hobbies, their bridge games, or their visits to the cinema, thus squandering their time in idleness. They are responsible for the disintegration of family unity and the loss of those intimate gatherings where the child learns much from the elders. Even among animals, young creatures that are raised exclusively among others of their own age in confined enclosures fail to develop as fully as those that roam freely under the guidance of their parents. The same holds true for children raised in the company of their peers alone, as opposed to those who grow up among intelligent adults. For a child shapes his physiological, intellectual and emotional faculties in accordance with the moulds present in his environment. He learns little from others of his own age. When he is reduced to nothing more than a unit within the school system, he remains incomplete. To reach his full potential, he requires a degree of solitude and the attention of a defined social group, namely the family. The neglect of individuality by our social institutions is also responsible for the stagnation of adults. For man cannot endure without harm a life of monotonous labour and meaningless routine, imposed upon office clerks, factory workers, and all those who partake in the machinery of mass production. And thus does the man conclude these reflections, of which we have but gathered a few scattered fragments that pervade his entire book, and converge upon a singular sentiment: the deep foreboding of the peril that this civilization poses to man, to his essential nature, to his inherent attributes, to the very qualities that make him human. He seals his discourse with a proclamation that bears the unmistakable tone of a warning, one that, though issued by a scientist, resounds with the urgency of those admonitions that the prophets of old would utter unto the erring multitudes. Man is the outcome of heredity, environment, and the habits of life and thought imposed upon him by modern society. We have described how these habits influence his body and his consciousness, and we have seen that he is incapable of adapting himself to the environment created by technology, an environment that inevitably leads to his dissolution. Science and technology are not to blame for his present condition. Rather, the fault lies with us, for we fail to distinguish between what is permissible and what is forbidden. We have violated the natural laws, and in so doing we have committed the gravest sin, the sin that always brings its own punishment. The principles of scientific religion and industrial ethics have collapsed beneath the weight of the onslaught of biological truth. For life grants but one answer to those who seek entry into the forbidden domain. It weakens the transgressor. And thus civilization is on the brink of ruin, because the sciences of inert matter have led us into a realm that is not ours, and we have accepted all its gifts without discernment or foresight. As a result, the individual has become weak, specialized, depraved, foolish, incapable of governing himself or the institutions that shape his existence. And following this dire warning, he raises yet another cry, this time a call to action in a long chapter of his book entitled The Reconstruction of Man. There he declares, "We must rebuild man in the fullness of his being, the man whom modern life and its artificial standards have enfeebled. Likewise, the distinction between the sexes must once again be made clear. Every individual must be either male or female, with no trace whatsoever of the mental traits, inclinations, or ambitions of the opposite sex. Instead of resembling a machine that produces in uniform batches, man must, on the contrary, reaffirm his uniqueness. And in order to cultivate the growth of true personality, we must demolish the framework of the school, the factory, and the office. We must cast away the very principles of technological civilization itself." Earlier, in the introduction to his book, he writes, "This book, too, has been written for those who possess the courage not merely to recognize the necessity of intellectual, political, and social change, but also to grasp the imperative of overthrowing industrial civilization altogether, and to embrace an entirely new conception of human progress." We have deliberately expanded upon these excerpts, just as we did with the passages we quoted from Dr. Alexis Carrel in the chapter Man That Unknown, for they constitute a testimony from a man whose foremost characteristic is that he is a scientist, a scholar well versed in his field, thoroughly grounded in his subject. Moreover, he is one who has been nurtured within the very bosom of this civilization, against which he now so vehemently revolts. He is also a believer in science, and yet he openly proclaims its inadequacy and its limitations. These excerpts alone suffice as profound evidence that this civilization is one that does not befit man, for it was established without a true understanding of his nature, and it has continued along its course without regard for his fundamental attributes, nor for the calamities that it inflicts upon him. Along the way, it has trampled upon his essence as a distinct species, obliterated his individuality, and blurred the defining characteristics of masculinity and femininity, all in the pursuit of mass production, whose profits flow into the hands of a small, insatiable elite. At best, this reckless pursuit has yielded material conveniences and luxuries, whose true benefit to humanity is at the very least questionable, and whose cost, beyond any doubt, far exceeds their worth, for they have been purchased at the price of man's very humanity, at the expense of his unique nature as a species, at the sacrifice of his personal distinctiveness, and at the annihilation of the defining traits of womanhood, manhood, family, and childhood, in short, at the destruction of every pillar upon which the edifice of life stands. Yet these are not our only grievances against this civilization, nor against the way of life that it upholds. And indeed, this is not entirely the perspective from which we view it. There exist fundamental differences between our diagnosis of the disease and that of this man, as we shall clarify in the penultimate chapter of this book. Moreover, the divergence between us grows even greater when it comes to prescribing the cure and the path to recovery. For despite the breadth of his vision, the generosity of his spirit, and the sincerity of his scientific integrity, the man remains bound by the historical context of his civilization, shackled by the intellectual and emotional legacies that he has inherited. No matter how much he may imagine himself to be free of these constraints, he cannot escape them. Take, for instance, his discussion of how modern civilization suppresses religious activity among those who live within its sphere, and how this suppression has contributed to the emergence of individuals of a lower moral and spiritual caliber. In all his scattered references to this issue throughout his book, there is a particular image of religious activity that looms in his mind, a conception that invariably frames religion as a purely spiritual pursuit, akin to artistic, aesthetic, or literary engagement. He categorizes religious devotion alongside these other forms of activity, seeing it as merely one among them. This image is drawn from the prevailing religious consciousness of Europe, wherein faith is regarded as a private, mystical experience, a matter of individual prayer, supplication, meditation, and asceticism. And so he criticizes industrial civilization for stifling this form of religious expression. Yet, despite the delicacy of his perception on this matter, despite the fineness of his spirit as he speaks of it, despite even his own personal experiences in this realm, despite all this, he does not conceive of religion as we conceive of it, as a comprehensive way of life. To him, what he describes is but one aspect of religion, whereas in reality true religion is an all-encompassing system that governs not only this spiritual dimension but also the artistic, aesthetic, and literary spheres, as well as the social, economic, and civilizational order in its entirety. All aspects of life originate from it and return to it. Thus, the fundamental flaw of this present civilization, the source of its corruption, its betrayal of human values, its obliteration of human distinctiveness, and every other condemnation that Dr. Carrel rightly directs against it, lies in its categorical rejection of religion as a divinely ordained way of life. At its core, this rejection is nothing less than a denial of God's sovereignty, a refusal to acknowledge his supreme authority, manifest in the adoption of man-made systems of life instead of his divine guidance. This rejection predates the rise of modern civilization itself, and its origins lie in Europe's historical trajectory, both in the broader arc of European history and in the specific history of Christianity within Europe. And it is this very rejection dating back to the Renaissance, when Europe turned back toward pagan Rome, that led to the establishment of modern civilization upon a fundamentally irreligious foundation. From this fatal breach, all its afflictions have poured forth. Its true crime against man stems entirely from this accursed source. Its rejection of human values, its obliteration of individual and collective identity, all of it can be traced back to this wretched root. And herein lies our fundamental divergence from Dr. Carroll. Whereas he diagnoses the illness as the lagging of human sciences behind material sciences, we trace it back to the very origins of this civilization the moment it excluded religion from life. And hence our prescription for the cure shall differ as well. But this is not the place for that discussion. That shall come in the penultimate chapter, where we shall propose the path to salvation. For now it suffices to point to the true root of corruption in this decadent tree of modern civilization, alongside the many symptoms that Dr. Carroll, with keen insight and sincere dedication, has exposed in his compelling work. The penalty of innate nature. It was inevitable. Man strayed from his sustainer, from his path and his guidance. He worshipped himself and took his own desires as his God. In doing so, he forsook the knowledge of his own soul, stumbling blindly through the wilderness without a guide. He established the foundations of his life upon ignorance and caprice, violating the innate nature upon which God had created him, driven by the feverish impulse of his rebellion against his sustainer, his essence, and his ordained way. It was inevitable. Man rejected the honor bestowed upon him by his Creator. He deemed himself a mere beast, though God had willed him to be a man. He reduced himself to a mere machine, though God had intended him to be the engineer of the machine. Nay, he even made the machine his God, allowing it to dictate his fate. He deified material wealth, permitting it to rule over him as it willed. He deified economics, surrendering to its dominion, though his sustainer had decreed that he should be the master of wealth and the master of the economy. Yet he renounced this divine honor, seeking only to escape the dominion of the church, fleeing from the God of the church. It was inevitable. Man reduced woman to a mere gentle beast, just as he saw himself as a coarse one. The ultimate bond between them became pleasure, and their ultimate purpose in union was mere gratification. He forgot that God elevates this relationship, purifies it, and sanctifies it, that he ties it to the continuity of life on one hand and the refinement of life on the other. He binds it to the wheel of human civilization, making the family the cradle of the future and entrusting woman with the guardianship of the most precious product, the creation of humankind itself. He enjoined her to preserve her dignity, that she might not become a mere instrument of pleasure. He commanded her to remain within the sanctuary of the home, where she nurtures and protects the essence of humanity, rather than being consumed by the factories that produce lifeless goods. It was inevitable. Man disabled his own human faculties, confining his energies solely to material production. He built his entire existence upon material foundations, a material perception, and a materialistic vision. He suppressed the delicate, fluttering aspects of life that God had bestowed upon him because he was meant to be man, the unique creation in this universe, encompassing within himself all contradictions in a wondrous harmony. It was inevitable. Man established his system upon usury, forcing the entire human herd to toil in servitude for the benefit of a mere handful, the founders of financial houses, the masters of usurious banks. The fruits of mankind's labour, from the remotest corners of the earth, flowed into their hands, while they remained seated behind their lavish desks, weaving economic theories and controlling all instruments of influence and propaganda. And in the end, it was inevitable. Man took for himself deities other than God. He made wealth his God, and desire his God, and materialism his God, and production his God, and the land his God, and sex his God. He took as his gods those who legislated for him, usurping the exclusive right of God to prescribe laws for his servants, thus seizing for themselves the divine authority over the worshippers of God. All these gods he adopted and worshipped, only to flee from God and disdain his worship. It was inevitable. Having done all this to himself, man had no choice but to suffer the penalty of his own nature, to pay the price for rebelling against its profound call, a price severe, crushing, and annihilating. And so he paid it. He paid it with his very soul and nerves, with his body and health, with his happiness and peace of mind, with his talents and faculties, with both his worldly existence and his afterlife. He paid it above all in those very nations that had reached the pinnacle of material civilization, with a declining birth rate that threatens extinction, with a deterioration in human characteristics that hints at a regression to barbarity, with an erosion of intelligence and intellectual capacity that imperils the very foundation of science upon which civilization was built, and ultimately civilization itself. The consequences of suppressing the other dimensions of human potential, those deemed unnecessary by modern industry, have already begun to manifest. So too have the signs of anxiety about the future in a materialistic society consumed by conflict. The spiritual void imposed by godless philosophies and materialist structures has begun to reveal itself in the form of nervous disorders, mental illnesses, insanity, degeneration and crime. The relentless conditioning of man toward his own animality, materialism, and passivity toward the unrestrained indulgence of his desires and instincts, devoid of any moral restraint, has borne fruit in the form of disintegration, apathy, submission to dictatorship, and a herd-like existence with no purpose beyond mating, feeding, and drinking. And so, upon all of humanity was imposed a heavy, crushing penalty. Terrifying wars, whose victims number in the millions, dead, wounded, disfigured, deranged and tormented. Endless crises when production declines, crises when production increases, crises when trade balances tip towards deficit, crises when trade balances tip towards surplus, crises when crops fail, crises when harvests overflow, crises when birth rates fall, crises when birth rates rise, confusion here, turmoil there, restlessness, bewilderment, instability. A pressure upon the nerves of men so unbearable that their bodies collapse under it, struck by sudden death, brain hemorrhages or insanity, as if some mythical demonic force had been unleashed upon them. Yet no such force had been set upon them, only themselves. It was nothing but the warning of God, which their hearts and ears refused to heed. The age we live in now, let us turn to the testimony of those who have witnessed firsthand the effects of material civilization and its unchecked expansion in the nations that have reached the heights of modernity. In doing so, we shall complete the 4 elements of this tragedy, as outlined in the introduction to this discourse. We have drawn our witnesses from a variety of backgrounds. The scientist, deeply devoted to science, who places all his trust in it as the only means of confronting this catastrophe. The philosopher, who does not believe in religion, yet perceives through reason alone the peril into which humanity is descending. The scholar who believes in religion, reason, science, and the innate nature of man, understanding at the same time the proper role of each in the realms of knowledge and healing. The physician, who recognizes the gravity of the issue and addresses it with the seriousness it deserves. The journalist, whose only concern is to present the matter in a compelling and sensational manner. We have sufficed with these testimonies, though there exist dozens more like them, for it is impossible to cite every testimony and summon every witness in a single chapter of a book. Dr. Alexis Carrel begins his testimony by speaking of humanity's violation of what he calls natural laws, which we, in our understanding, refer to as the laws of innate nature upon which God has created mankind. He speaks of the consequences that must inevitably befall those who transgress these immutable laws, which show no mercy and leave no violator unpunished. Then he proceeds to describe the penalties that have already befallen humanity. Before I began this book, I was fully aware of the immense difficulty of the task indeed, of its near impossibility. Yet I embarked upon it, knowing that someone, at some point, would have to undertake it. For people cannot continue to follow the trajectory of modern civilization as it now stands without inevitably spiraling into decline and decay. They have been mesmerized by the beauty of the physical sciences, failing to realize that their emotions and inner lives are subject to natural laws far more obscure, yet just as unyielding as the external laws of the material world. They have not grasped that they cannot violate these laws without facing their consequences. Thus, they must come to understand the interwoven relationships that govern the physical world, the sons of Adam, and their own inner selves, the relationships that connect their very tissues and minds. For man is the highest being in the world, And if he declines and degenerates, then the beauty of civilization, indeed even the grandeur of the world itself, will not endure for long. It is for this reason that I have written this book. Man is the outcome of heredity, environment, habits of life, and thought forces imposed upon him by modern society. We have described how these habits influence his body and emotions, and we have come to understand that he is incapable of adapting himself to the environment created by technology. Such an environment inevitably leads to his disintegration. Science and mechanics are not to be blamed for his present condition. Rather, we alone bear the responsibility, for we have failed to distinguish between what is permissible and what is forbidden. We have violated the laws of nature, and in doing so we have committed the gravest sin, a sin that always brings punishment upon its perpetrator. The principles of scientific religion and industrial ethics have crumbled under the relentless assault of biological reality. Life grants but a single response when it is asked permission to tread upon forbidden ground. It weakens the one who asks. Thus, civilization is in decline, for the sciences of inanimate matter have led us into a realm not meant for us. We have accepted their gifts indiscriminately, without discernment or foresight. The individual has become narrow, specialized, reckless, foolish, incapable of governing himself or his institutions. The dominant characteristic of the modern individual is an excessive activity, entirely directed toward the practical aspects of life. He is also marked by profound jahiliyyah, a limited intelligence, and a peculiar kind of mental frailty that leaves him at the mercy of the environment in which he happens to exist. Indeed, it seems that the mind itself soon yields when moral strength declines. Modern civilization appears incapable of producing men of imagination, intelligence, and courage. In every land, there is a perceptible decline in the intellectual and moral caliber of those entrusted with public affairs. Seldom do we find individuals in modern society who adhere to the highest moral ideals in their conduct. Those who experience even the most rudimentary sense of beauty in their labor are far happier than those who merely produce for the sake of consumption. Industry in its present form has deprived the worker of creativity and beauty. The stunted growth of emotional, aesthetic, and spiritual faculties results in individuals of a lower order, weak-minded, bereft of sound intellect. And though intellectual education is now made available to all, such individuals are still found in every corner of society. Even the most civilized among men display only a primitive form of emotion. They are capable of performing the simple tasks required to secure their existence in modern society. They produce, they consume, they satisfy their physiological cravings. They take pleasure in watching crude, childish films and sports matches. They delight in rapid movement from place to place with minimal effort. They are drawn to things that move swiftly before their eyes. They are soft, sentimental, hedonistic, ruthless, devoid of moral and religious sensibility, untouched by the appreciation of beauty. The lack of harmony in the inner realm of human feeling is one of the defining traits of our age. It is within thought itself that disease is often born. The instability of modern life, the ever-present tension and the pervasive insecurity foster states of mind that give rise to nervous disorders and afflictions of the stomach and intestines. Malnutrition, the infiltration of intestinal bacteria into the bloodstream, kidney infections and ailments of the bladder, all these are but the distant echoes of an intellectual and moral imbalance. Such maladies are virtually unknown in communities that lead simple lives, free from the relentless agitation of modern existence. In such societies, anxiety is not a constant companion. Likewise, those who manage to preserve the integrity of their inner being amid the clamour of modern civilization remain immune to nervous and physical disorders. Physiological activity must remain outside the realm of conscious attention, for the moment we focus upon it, it becomes disturbed. This is why psychoanalysis, when it directs the patient's mind toward itself, may exacerbate his inner disequilibrium. It is far better for man to escape from himself through effort that does not scatter his mind, rather than to immerse himself in self-analysis. When we direct our energies toward a clear and defined purpose, we bring our intellectual and physical faculties into a state of harmony. The unification of desires and the focus of the mind upon a singular goal lead to a profound inner peace. Yet man dissipates himself in thought just as he does in action. Nevertheless, he should not merely content himself with contemplating the beauty of the sea, the mountains, the clouds, or the masterpieces of poets and artists, nor with reflecting upon the lofty ideals conceived by philosophers or the mathematical formulations that express the laws of nature. He must also embody the spirit that strives toward the highest moral ideals, that seeks light in the darkness of this world, that advances upon the path of faith, that renounces itself in order to grasp the unseen foundations of existence. The unification of conscious activity leads to a greater harmony between the intellectual and physiological faculties. Hence, nervous disorders, nutritional deficiencies, crime and insanity are rare among communities where moral and intellectual growth occur simultaneously. In such societies, individuals experience a deeper sense of happiness. Civilization has yet to succeed in creating an environment conducive to intellectual vitality. The diminished intellectual and spiritual worth of the majority of mankind can be attributed, in large part, to the defects of their psychological surroundings. The dominance of materialism and the doctrines of industrial faith have crushed culture, beauty, and morality as they were once understood in Christian civilization. Small social communities, each with its own identity and traditions, have been shattered by the sweeping changes in human habits. The educated classes have declined due to the overwhelming spread of newspapers, cheap literature, radio and cinema. Consequently, the ranks of the ignorant continue to swell, despite the perfection of school, college and university curricula. It is a curious irony that dullness of mind is often most pronounced where scientific knowledge has advanced the furthest. This assertion that Christianity is the mother of modern science contradicts historical reality. Christianity, as presented by the Church, stood in fierce opposition to the modern scientific methods that Europe inherited from the Islamic world. This opposition was one of the fundamental causes of the tragic schism in Europe between science and between religion and life itself. For further discussion of this issue, one may refer to Islam at the Crossroads by Muhammad Asad, translated into Arabic by Umar Farouk. Children and students form their intellects according to the trivial programs devised for mass entertainment. Thus, the social environment actively impedes intellectual growth rather than fostering it. Just as sexual perversion continues to spread, so too have the moral foundations of human intimacy been cast aside. Psychologists now dissect the private lives of men and women, and the distinction between right and wrong, justice and injustice has all but vanished. The deviants walk freely among the people, and none raise a voice in protest against their presence. The clergy, meanwhile, have reduced religion to a mere ration dispensed in measured portions to each individual while dismantling its profound and mysterious foundations. Yet, despite their efforts, they have failed to draw the modern masses toward them. Thus, they preach in vain to those of feeble morality in their half-empty churches each week. They are content with their role as mere guardians of order, assisting the wealthy and their interests to maintain the existing framework of society, or else they flatter the passions of the public, much like politicians. The mind is not as strong as the body, and it is a curious fact that mental illnesses outnumber all other ailments combined. For this reason, psychiatric hospitals are overflowing with their afflicted, unable to accommodate all those who should be confined. S.M. Pierce states, 1 in every 22 inhabitants of New York ought to be admitted to a mental hospital at some point in their lives. In the United States, the number of individuals in psychiatric care exceeds those suffering from tuberculosis by more than 8-fold. Each year, approximately 86,000 new cases are admitted to psychiatric institutions and similar facilities. If this trend continues, nearly 1 million of the children and young people currently attending schools and colleges will eventually find themselves in asylums sooner or later. By the year 1932, the number of insane individuals confined within public hospitals had reached 340,000. Additionally, there were 81,580 mentally impaired and epileptic patients held in private institutions, while another 10,930 were released on parole under the condition of their sworn word. These statistics, however, do not account for those receiving treatment in private hospitals. Beyond these figures, there are an estimated 500,000 individuals across the country who are intellectually deficient. A meticulous study conducted by the National Committee for Mental Health revealed that at least 400,000 children possess intelligence levels so low that they are incapable of continuing in public schools or benefiting from the education they receive. In truth, the number of those who have suffered intellectual decline is far greater than official statistics suggest. Hundreds of thousands, not included in these reports, suffer from psychological disorders. These numbers offer a stark revelation of how vulnerable the civilized mind has become, and they illustrate that mental health has emerged as one of the gravest crises facing modern society. Mental illnesses pose a peril greater than tuberculosis, cancer, heart disease, kidney ailments, and even typhus, plague, and cholera. They must be taken seriously not only because they increase the number of degenerates, but because they will inevitably erode the superiority presently enjoyed by the white races. Yet, it must be understood that the proportion of the mentally deficient and insane among degenerates is not as high as among the general population. It is true that a great number of those suffering from mental deficiencies are found in prisons, but one must not forget that many of the insane who possess a degree of education and culture still walk free. Without doubt, the prevalence of nervous and psychological disorders is a definitive indication of the profound defect afflicting modern civilization, proving that the new ways of life have done nothing to improve our mental well-being. Certain forms of modern life lead directly to degradation, just as specific social conditions bring about the destruction of the white race. One may rightfully ask whether intellectual personality still exists among modern men at all. Indeed, some observers question its very reality. Theodore Dreiser goes so far as to consider it a mythical illusion. The truth is that the inhabitants of modern civilization display a striking uniformity in their intellectual and moral frailty. Most individuals belong to a single type, an amalgamation of nervous, apathetic, conceited, and insecure beings, physically strong yet easily fatigued, consumed by intense sexual impulses despite their weakness and at times their perversion. All these statistics, though already alarming, have more than doubled in the time that has passed since they were recorded. What troubles the minds of men most is the perceived danger threatening the white races. This indeed is one of the tragic legacies of the Western mentality, a mentality that has brought untold suffering upon humanity. Even the most learned and broad-minded individuals have failed to free themselves from this bias. These are but fragments of the testimony of Dr. Carrel regarding man in modern civilization. Yet, there remains another aspect that merits separate discussion. His testimony concerning the condition of women, the relations between the sexes in this civilization, and the perils these pose to the very existence of the human race, both in its intellectual and moral standing. Let us then allow him to present his scientific testimony, unembellished and without commentary. We must ascertain how the modern way of life will impact the future of the human race. The response of women to the changes brought about by industrial civilization in the customs of their ancestors was immediate and decisive. Birth rates declined at once, their effects manifesting visibly, and the consequences becoming dire, particularly among the social classes and nations that were the first to benefit, whether directly or indirectly, from scientific advancements. Voluntary sterilization is not an unfamiliar phenomenon in the history of the world. It has appeared at certain stages in past civilizations. It is a scientific phenomenon whose implications we understand well. The differences between man and woman do not stem merely from the distinct structures of their reproductive organs, nor from the presence of the womb and the process of childbirth, nor even from their differing educations. Rather, these differences are of a far more profound nature. They arise from the very constitution of their tissues and the permeation of their entire bodies by specific chemical substances secreted by the ovaries. The ignorance of these fundamental truths has led the advocates of women's rights to believe that both sexes should receive identical education, be granted equal authority, and bear the same responsibilities. However, the reality is that woman differs significantly from man. Every cell in her body bears the imprint of her sex. The same is true of her organs, and most crucially of her nervous system. Physiological laws are immutable, like the laws governing the celestial spheres. Human desires cannot alter them, thus we are compelled to accept them as they are. Women must cultivate their talents according to their nature, rather than attempting to mimic men. Their role in the advancement of civilization is of a loftier order than that of men, and they must not abandon their unique and vital functions. The father and the mother contribute equally to the formation of the nucleus of the ovum, from which every cell of the new body is born. Yet the mother bestows, in addition to half of the nuclear material, all the protoplasm surrounding the nucleus. Thus, she plays a role far greater than that of the father in shaping the embryo. It may well be that this points to what transpired in the final days of the Greek civilization, and again in the waning days of Roman civilization, leading in both instances to their downfall and eventual obliteration. The role of man in procreation is brief, whereas the role of woman extends over the course of 9 months. During this time, the embryo is nourished by chemical substances filtered from the mother's blood through the membranes of the placenta. And while the mother provides her unborn child with the elements from which its tissues are formed, she in turn absorbs certain substances secreted by the embryo's organs, substances that may either be beneficial or harmful. In truth, the embryo arises from the father just as much as it arises from the mother, for a being of partially foreign origin has taken refuge within the woman's body, subjecting her to its influence throughout the period of pregnancy. Indeed, there are times when a woman may even suffer poisoning by her own unborn child. Her physiological and psychological conditions are perpetually altered by this state. In any case, it appears that among mammals, only women reach their full maturity after 1 or 2 pregnancies. Women who have never borne children are not as physiologically balanced as those who have, and tend to be more prone to nervous agitation. In some, the presence of the unborn child, whose tissues differ greatly from those of the mother, both because of their youth and because they are, in part, derived from the father, exerts a profound influence upon her. The true significance of pregnancy and childbirth in the life of a woman has yet to be fully understood, despite the fact that these processes are essential to her complete development. It is therefore sheer folly to encourage women to turn away from motherhood. A girl should not be subjected to the same intellectual and material training as boys, nor should she be instilled with the same ambitions. Educators must pay careful heed to the biological and intellectual distinctions between the male and the female, as well as to their respective natural functions. These differences are undeniable, and thus there is no escaping the necessity of acknowledging them in the construction of a truly civilized world. Is it not astonishing that the curricula of girls' education generally fail to include any in-depth study of infants and young children, their physiological and psychological attributes? Woman must be restored to her natural function, which is not limited to bearing children, but extends also to nurturing them. It is well known that excessive indulgence in sexual desires impairs intellectual activity. Indeed, the mind requires the presence of well-developed sexual glands, coupled with a temporary restraint of carnal impulses, in order to attain its highest strength. Freud was right in emphasizing the immense significance of sexual drives in shaping human consciousness. However, his observations were primarily based on his study of the sick and the neurotic. His conclusions, therefore, should not be indiscriminately applied to normal individuals, particularly those endowed with strong nervous systems and a firm mastery over themselves. For while the weak, the neurotic, and the unbalanced become more aberrant when their sexual urges are suppressed, the strong only grow stronger through the discipline of self-restraint. Let us consider the testimony of Will Durant, The American philosopher, a man who can scarcely be accused of hostility toward Western civilization, for he is deeply enamored with its progress as a whole. He appears to be opposed to religion in general and exhibits a marked hostility toward Islam in particular. The Franklin Institute has published a translation of a portion of his book, The Pleasures of Philosophy, while the Arab League has translated segments of his The Story of Civilization. Any Arabic reader can readily discern his admiration for the achievements of Western civilization in its entirety, as well as his general opposition to religion and his overt antagonism toward Islam. Yet, despite all this, he offers the following testimony regarding modern civilization in The Pleasures of Philosophy. Our culture today is superficial, our knowledge perilous. We are rich in machines, yet impoverished in purpose. The equilibrium of the mind, once born of the fervour of religious faith, has been lost. Science has stripped us of the lofty foundations upon which our morality once rested, and the world appears to be drowning in a restless individualism, mirroring the fragmentation of our own disordered nature. Once again we are confronted with the very dilemma that troubled Socrates. How can we establish a natural morality to replace the divine injunctions that have ceased to guide human conduct? We squander our social inheritance torn between the excesses of indulgence on one side and the frenzy of revolution on the other because we have lost the philosophy that once provided unity of purpose and a hierarchy of desires. In a moment of reckless idealism, we fling ourselves headlong into the collective suicide of war. We have 100,000 politicians, yet not a single statesman. We traverse the earth at unprecedented speed, yet we do not know where we are going, nor have we even stopped to ponder whether, at the journey's end, we shall find true solace for our troubled souls. We are intoxicated by the wine of power, and we shall not be saved from this intoxication except by wisdom. Such are the words of a learned scholar. Yet, among our own people, the ignorant journalists, the authors of lewd fiction, and the publishers of cheap, seductive magazines all conspire to convince our youth that they must exhaust their sexual energies in pursuit of so-called relief and stability. One cannot help but notice Durant's admission that religious faith once provided the mind with equilibrium, and that its abandonment has led to the very chaos he describes. And yet, despite this realization, he attacks religion as a whole, and Islam in particular. And what does he propose as a substitute for religion? Philosophy, or as he prefers to call it, wisdom. But the earth has never been devoid of philosophy in any age, and yet it has never succeeded in filling the role of religious faith in guiding society toward balance and transcendence. The invention and widespread availability of contraceptives are the direct cause of the transformation of our moral landscape. In the past, moral law confined sexual relations to marriage, for intercourse naturally led to parenthood, and the two were inseparable. A father was responsible for his child solely through the institution of marriage. But today, the bond between sexual relations and procreation has been severed, creating a situation our forefathers could scarcely have imagined. As a result, all relations between men and women are undergoing a radical transformation. The moral law of the future must take into account these new conveniences, fashioned by modern technology, to serve the ever-insatiable cravings of human desire. Indeed, civilization fosters every deterrent to marriage, while simultaneously providing every incentive for sexual indulgence and every means to facilitate it. Economic maturity is now delayed, while sexual maturity arrives earlier than ever before. In an agricultural society, the suppression of desire was both practical and reasonable, but in an industrial civilization that postpones marriage even for men until the age of 30, such restraint becomes exceedingly difficult and unnatural. Thus, the body rebels. The power of self-control weakens. Chastity, once considered a virtue, now becomes an object of ridicule. Modesty, which once adorned beauty with an even greater charm, vanishes. Men boast of their many transgressions. Women demand the right to unrestricted adventures equal to those of men. Premarital relations become commonplace. Prostitutes disappear from the streets not due to law enforcement but because they are outcompeted by amateurs. The moral law of an agricultural society has been torn apart, and the modern world no longer abides by its dictates. We do not know the full extent of the social evil that may be attributed to the delay of marriage, nor can we be certain that some of this evil does not stem from an unrefined desire for multiplicity within us, since nature has not fashioned us for monogamy alone. Some of it no doubt arises from the loyalty of the married, who, weary of the monotony within the fortress of a surrendered citadel, seek the thrill of a new pleasure. Yet, in all likelihood, the greater part of this affliction in our present age is due to the unnatural postponement of marriage. And as for the indulgences that follow wedlock, they are, more often than not, the fruits of habits acquired before it. We may endeavour to comprehend the biological and social causes of this flourishing industry, or we may choose to overlook it as an inevitable phenomenon in a world shaped by human morality. Likewise, one cannot fail to observe the author's biased comparison of religion abandoned by those who have strayed from it to the paganism that preceded Socrates, which upon its collapse gave rise to the very crisis he describes. This attempt to equate revealed faiths with the Hellenic cults of old is nothing but a reflection of personal inclination. It is also notable that, despite being an American, the author leans toward the Marxist doctrine of economic interpretation of history. His flight from religion has led him into a predicament he refuses to acknowledge, that their estrangement from faith is the true cause of their moral chaos. Instead, he attributes it to nothing more than the transition from an agrarian era to an industrial one. Yet, this is the world that man has fashioned cut off from God and his guidance. This, indeed, is the root of all affliction. It is a shameful thing that we should so complacently accept the spectacle of 500,000 American girls offering themselves as sacrificial victims upon the altar of licentiousness paraded before us in theatres and in the pages of obscene literature, which seeks to profit by arousing the sexual desires of men and women deprived of lawful affection. Nor is the other side of the picture any less bleak. For every man who delays marriage finds himself in the company of streetwalkers who loiter in vulgar display. And to satisfy his desires during this period of postponement, he discovers an international system, equipped with the latest refinements and organized with the highest standards of scientific management. It would seem that the world has devised every conceivable means to awaken passions and gratify them. Most probably, this renewed pursuit of pleasure has played a greater role than we realize in reinforcing Darwin's assault on religious belief. When young men and women emboldened by wealth discovered that religion denounced their indulgences, they turned to science for 1,001 pretexts to denounce religion in turn. The excessive austerity that forbade and veiled sexual life led to a reaction in literature and psychology, wherein sex became synonymous with life itself. In earlier times, theologians would debate whether the mere touching of a maiden's hand was a sin. Today, one is more inclined to exclaim, "Is it not a crime to behold such a hand and not kiss it?" People have lost their faith and have turned from their former caution toward reckless experimentation. The Great War was the final catalyst in this transformation, for it shattered the traditions of cooperation and peace that had taken root under industry and commerce. It accustomed soldiers to savagery and debauchery, and when the war finally ended, thousands of them returned home as a nucleus of moral corruption. That war cheapened the value of life with its countless severed heads, paving the way for the emergence of gangs and crimes driven by psychological disorder. It shattered faith in divine providence, uprooted the conscience from the bedrock of religious conviction, and, with the end of the battle between good and evil rich in idealism and unity, it left a generation disillusioned, casting itself into the embrace of recklessness, self-indulgence and moral decay. Governments drifted apart from their people and the struggle between social classes resumed. Industries pursued profit, heedless of the common good. Men shunned marriage for fear of its burdens, and women were left to either a life of idle servitude or a corrupt and parasitic existence. Youth, granted newfound freedoms, found themselves shielded by modern inventions from the consequences of past romantic adventures. They were surrounded on all sides by millions of sexual stimuli in art and daily life. Now that we live in the age of the machine, everything must change. Personal security has diminished even as social stability has grown. While bodily existence is safer than before, economic life is weighed down with 1,000 intricate dilemmas, rendering peril an ever-looming presence. The young man, bolder and more arrogant than his predecessors, finds himself materially destitute and economically ignorant to an unprecedented degree. He welcomes love, yet dares not marry when his pockets are empty. Love knocks again, this time at a heart weakened by the years, yet still his pockets remain unfilled. And then love comes once more, drained of its former vitality and vigour, for time has passed. At last the pockets are full, but marriage now celebrates the death of love. And so, when the maiden of the modern world tires of waiting, she throws herself more recklessly than ever before into the current of futile adventures. She is ensnared by a terrifying lure of flirtation and amusement, of silk stockings gifted by admirers, of champagne soirees offered in exchange for the pleasures of the flesh. Her free conduct may at times be a mere reflection of her economic independence, for she no longer relies on a man for her livelihood. Yet the man in turn hesitates to marry a woman who has become as skilled as he in the arts of love. His modest earnings make him pause. For how can they sustain them both in their present standard of living? At last she finds a companion who seeks her hand in marriage, but theirs is not a union consecrated in a church, for they are among the free thinkers who have abandoned faith. The moral law that once loomed over their forsaken beliefs no longer exerts any influence over their hearts. Either they wed in the dimly lit chambers of the municipal office, where the air is thick with the scent of politics and the mayor's incantations serve as their only benediction, or they bind themselves not by words of honour, but by a contract of mutual benefit, one that can be dissolved at will. No solemn rites, no grand sermon, no majestic music, no depth of feeling, no rapture that transforms their vows into indelible memories. Instead, a light-hearted kiss, a burst of laughter, and then they set forth together into a future as hollow as their pledge. Here he acknowledges the dreadful consequences of the destruction of faith in divine providence and the uprooting of religious conviction from the human conscience. And yet, throughout his entire book, there is no objective more apparent than precisely this: the eradication of belief in divine providence, the severance of faith from the depths of the soul, and the relentless disparagement of the unseen and the higher moral restraints. A house it is not. No cottage awaits their welcome, nestled amidst lush grass and shaded trees. No garden flourishes with flowers and vegetables whose colours and fragrance would be all the dearer to them for having been nurtured by their own hands. Rather, they must conceal themselves in shame, as though confined within the walls of a prison cell. Their dwelling is but a cramped space, incapable of holding them for long, devoid of any charm or adornment that might reflect their personalities. This abode is nothing like the home that once embodied a soul and exuded a spirit 20 years ago. The book was written in 1929. It is but a lifeless structure, void of warmth, barren as a hospital ward. It stands amidst the commotion of stone and iron, where no spring breeze may enter, where no summer sun may nurture green fields, only torrents of rain. The coming of autumn does not bring the sight of a rainbow arching across the sky, nor the rich hues of changing leaves, only burdens and melancholy memories. The woman is soon overcome with disappointment. Within these walls she finds nothing that might render them tolerable, by day or by night. Before long she seizes every opportunity to flee, returning only in the hours before dawn. As for the man, he too is disillusioned, for he cannot roam about this house, deriving solace from its construction and repair, his hands bearing the marks of hammer and nail. Soon he comes to realize that these rooms are no different from those he once inhabited as a bachelor, and that his relationship with his wife bears an unsettling resemblance to the fleeting, impure encounters he once had with heedless women. There is nothing new in this house, nothing that grows, nothing that breathes life. The silence of the night is never pierced by the cry of an infant, nor does the laughter of children fill the day with joy. No tender arms await the husband's return from toil, easing the weariness of his burdens. Where indeed would a child play? How could the couple possibly set aside a room for their offspring, ensuring their care and education for years to come in the heart of the city? And so, believing themselves to be acting with wisdom, They resolve to prevent childbirth until at last they are driven to divorce. And since this union was never truly a marriage, being but a mere sexual liaison, devoid of the sacred bond of parenthood, it withers away, lacking the foundation upon which it should have been built, severed from the lifeblood of existence and from the continuity of the human race. The couple retreat into themselves, each one an isolated fragment, disconnected from the other. The jealousy once inherent in love dissipates into an individualism born of the pressures of a hedonistic society. And so the man, yielding to his natural inclination for variety, finds that familiarity breeds indifference, for the woman has nothing new to offer beyond what she has already given. From pages 223, 225. And let others who know inform us of the results of our own experiments. It is most probable that these results shall not be of the kind we desire or wish for. We are being swept away by a torrent of change, one that shall undoubtedly carry us toward inevitable ends over which we have no choice. And what might transpire within this raging flood of new customs, traditions and social systems? Now that the home in our great cities has begun to disappear, marriage in its form of union with a single partner has lost its chief attraction. It is inevitable, then, that pleasure marriages shall gain increasing acceptance, especially where procreation is not the objective. The prevalence of free unions shall grow, whether sanctioned by law or not. And though the newfound freedom may seem at first to favour men, women shall come to regard such unions as the lesser of two evils, preferring them over a barren solitude spent in a life devoid of affection. The double standard shall collapse. Women, having imitated men in all things, shall urge them to experiment before marriage, just as they themselves shall do. Divorce shall multiply, and the cities shall overflow with the casualties of shattered unions. Eventually, the entire institution of marriage itself shall be reshaped into new, more permissive forms. And when women are fully industrialized, and when birth control becomes a universal secret, pregnancy shall become a mere accident in a woman's life, or else the state's institutions shall take over the rearing of children, replacing the care of the family. And that shall be all. From pages 235, 236. And now, let us hear the testimony of Abul Ala Maududi on certain aspects of this civilization and the consequences it has engendered, consequences that pose a dire threat not only to human life itself, but to the very essence of human nature. The great philosophers, the literary giants, and the pioneers of natural sciences who carried the banner of reform in the 18th century were, as we have previously indicated, confronting a civilization rife with constraints and barriers, rigid, unyielding, and burdened with traditions that defied reason and nature. The system was filled with suffocating restrictions, stagnant customs, and irrational laws that had accumulated over centuries of decline, obstructing every path to progress. On one side stood the new intellectual and scientific awakening, arousing in the hearts of the middle classes an intense yearning for advancement and self-improvement through diligence and endeavour. On the other side loomed the entrenched aristocracy and religious authorities, tightening their grip with chains of tradition. From the church to the military and judiciary, from the palaces of princes to the fields of agriculture and the halls of commerce, every facet of life, every institution of social order was governed by a system that allowed select classes, under the pretext of inherited privileges and ancestral rights, to exploit and oppress those outside their ranks, seizing the fruits of their labour and monopolising the rewards of their talents and abilities. Every attempt at reform met with failure, crushed beneath the selfishness and jahiliyyah of the ruling classes. From page 45. A warning unheeded. And indeed, all of this has already come to pass in America, just as the writer foresaw. And now this calamity advances upon us, creeping closer with an ominous and relentless persistence. For all these reasons, the reformist classes over time became consumed by a fervent revolutionary zeal until at last the flames of rebellion overtook them entirely. A radical ideology of unrestrained personal freedom took root, advocating for the absolute liberation of the individual from all societal constraints. They proclaimed that every person must have the unrestricted right to do as they please, and that society has no authority to impose any limits upon personal freedom. Thus, the floodgates were opened, and from them surged forth the consequences we now witness, with all their destructive force upon the fabric of human civilization. It is among the strange ironies of fate that this intellectual upheaval which overtook him in the prime of his youth was accompanied by other civilizational forces. For it was in this age that the famed Industrial Revolution arose, bringing in its wake momentous transformations in economic life. The consequences of these changes bore directly upon the progress of civilization, steering the course of modern society in the very direction where revolutionary ideologies sought to lead it. The concept of personal freedom, upon which the capitalist system was founded, found reinforcement and expansion through mechanical inventions and the immense possibilities of mass production. Thus, the capitalist classes established vast industrial and commercial enterprises, giving rise to bustling cities that drew millions from the countryside. The cost of living soared to exorbitant heights, and the prices of life's necessities, food, clothing and shelter, rose far beyond the reach of the common man. To this burden was added an ever-growing array of material needs, some born of civilizational progress, others the contrivance of the wealthy. Yet the capitalist system failed to distribute wealth in such a manner as to ensure that all could partake in these pleasures and luxuries, which it had enshrined as essential to life. Indeed, it did not even guarantee the people the basic means of sustenance, food, clothing and shelter within these burgeoning cities to which they had been drawn. As a result, woman became a burden upon her husband and the child a heavy load upon his father. Each individual struggled even to sustain himself, let alone provide for those dependent upon him. The economic conditions dictated that every member of society must become a wage earner, and thus all women, whether maidens, widows or those once married, were compelled to step out of their homes in search of livelihood. Gradually men and women began to mix freely in the workplace, and as the natural consequences of such intermingling began to manifest in society, this new concept of personal freedom, along with its attendant philosophy of ethics, advanced to soothe the anxieties of fathers and daughters, brothers and sisters, husbands and wives. Their troubled hearts were lulled into believing that what they saw unfolding before their very eyes was no cause for alarm, that it was not a descent into moral degeneracy, but rather a step towards progress and enlightenment. Emancipation, they were told, was not corruption, but the very essence of pleasure and joy which every individual had the right to pursue in his lifetime. Thus, the abyss into which capitalism was pushing them was not, as one might fear, a pit of fire, but rather a paradise beneath which rivers flow. But matters did not end there. The capitalist system, built on this notion of unbridled personal freedom, granted the individual an absolute right free from all restraint to amass wealth by whatever means available. The prevailing philosophy of ethics followed suit, legitimizing any method that promised financial gain even if it led to the ruin of countless others. Thus, the entire framework of modern civilization was shaped in a manner that exalted the individual at the expense of the collective, offering no safeguard to preserve the interests of society against the greed of the few. With paths now wide open to the apostles of avarice and selfishness, they swooped down upon society, plundering and exploiting as they pleased. They probed the human soul, seeking its weaknesses, and devised countless ways to manipulate them for their own ends. One of them promoted the evil of intoxicants, filling his coffers with riches while society suffered its ruin. Yet none arose to shield the people from the ravages of this poison. Another ensnared the children of men in the web of usury, spreading his net far and wide, leaving no corner of the world untouched. No hand was raised to fend off this blood-draining parasite, for the laws themselves stood guard over his interests, ensuring that none could escape his clutches. A third introduced new and cunning forms of gambling, until no sphere of commerce remained untainted by its influence. Yet none came forward to shield the economic life of the people from this consuming fever, And in an age rife with selfishness, greed and individual excess, could these merchants of exploitation fail to notice mankind's deepest and most perilous weakness, the unrestrained desire of the flesh? Indeed, they were not blind to it, rather they wielded it as their most potent weapon. They turned their attention to the irresistible allure of human passion, employing it to their utmost advantage. In dance halls, theatres and cinema houses, the art of seduction became the primary instrument of trade. Women of dazzling beauty were paraded on stage, adorned in the most exquisite finery, or rather stripped to the very edge of decency so that the flames of desire might be stoked within the hearts of men, and gold might flow into the coffers of those who orchestrated this grand deception. Some went further still, refining and expanding the business of prostitution until it became an organized global trade. Others devoted themselves to the manufacture of ornaments and cosmetics, spreading them across society to heighten the allure of adornment, which was already deeply ingrained within human nature. And what a penetrating vision did that noble and discerning man possess! He described with piercing clarity the role played by the press, the storytellers, and the many instruments of mass influence in our lands, how they laboured, with unwavering persistence, to mould public consciousness in accordance with sinister agendas. The protocols of Zion had proclaimed that they would unleash destruction upon all nations, so that, in the end, they might fall into the hands of a Zionist king. Women, they declared, would be fashioned into an obsession, and through them, gold and silver would pour into their treasuries. Others devised ever more revealing and provocative fashions for women, deploying the most bewitching beauties to don them and appear in clubs and social gatherings, so that young men might be ensnared by their charm. Enthralled by these new trends, young women embraced them eagerly, and the merchants who had devised them reaped untold profits. Still others flooded society with obscene images, licentious tales and salacious articles, all in the pursuit of wealth. They filled their pockets by spreading moral decay among the masses, until, over time, no aspect of commerce remained untouched by the element of seduction. Behold, in this era not a single advertisement appears in newspapers or magazines without the obligatory presence of a scantily clad or altogether unclothed woman. It is as if no message can be effectively conveyed unless it is accompanied by the image of a woman. Likewise, no hotel, no café, no theatre hall is without its designated female presence, each one carefully placed to exert her magnetic pull upon men. And the helpless, forsaken society had but one recourse to defend itself against this relentless assault: to cling to its moral vision, to shield itself from the grip of unchecked desire. Yet capitalism was no feeble adversary to be easily repelled. Behind it stood a fully armed philosophy, an immense and formidable army of sciences and arts, both of which laboured ceaselessly to erode the foundations of morality and erase them from the hearts of men. And of the supreme cunning of the slayer, may God be his witness, is that he leads his victim to surrender willingly to his own demise, embracing his fate with a tranquil heart and an untroubled mind. Such, indeed, is the station of woman in their society. As for men, all these captivating displays of feminine beauty do nothing but inflame their yearning and ambition further. For the fire of lust, the seething bestial passion smouldering within their chests, is not quenched by each new spectacle of wantonness and unveiled allure. Rather, it blazes ever more fiercely, demanding yet another vision, one even bolder in its brazenness, more daring in its exposure. In this, they are like a man stricken by the scorching winds of the desert, his thirst unrelenting, his craving unappeased. The more he drinks, the greater his thirst grows, his longing increasing with every sip. They are ever in a state of preparation, ever seeking new means and circumstances to douse the searing flames of their insatiable desires. Yet their souls find no respite, no peace, no sanctuary from this torment. And what are these naked images, this unbridled literature, these tales of passion, these dance halls and dens of debauchery? These theatres brimming with tumultuous emotions and unrestrained impulses, what are they but instruments of deception? What are they but the cunning contrivances they employ to quell their unbridled appetites, though in truth they do not quell them, but rather stoke their flames, fanning them into an ever greater conflagration. It is this dissolute society, this misguided social order, that has ignited the furnace of lust within each of its members. Yet they have given it a name to conceal their inner frailty. They call it art. Still, this ailment, the consuming malady of unbridled desires, continues to gnaw at the very core of Western civilization, rapidly eroding its strength and vitality. History bears witness that no nation has ever been afflicted by this disease without it leading to ruin and annihilation. For it extinguishes within man the very faculties God has endowed him with, those physical and intellectual powers meant to sustain him and propel him forward in life. How, by God, can a people attain peace, tranquility, and repose, the essential conditions for construction and progress, when they are ceaselessly engulfed by the raging tempest of sensual temptations? How can they find stability when their emotions are forever subjected to new and ever more insidious forms of seduction and incitement? How can their hearts remain steadfast when they are perpetually immersed in an environment of heightened stimulation, where the forces of provocation surround them from every side? The very blood that courses through their veins is in a constant state of agitation, stirred by the depraved literature that envelops them, by the naked images that confront them at every turn, by the licentious songs, the amorous films, the provocative dances, and the alluring sights of unveiled feminine beauty. How, then, can they or their children hope to grow within such an atmosphere of ceaseless agitation? May God forgive us. How can they or their future generations ever hope to find the calm and balanced environment so vital for the development of intellectual and cognitive faculties? They scarcely reach adolescence before the monstrous spectre of base desires seizes them, subjugating them entirely. And once they have fallen into its grasp, how can they ever hope to escape its clutches, its perils, and its relentless assaults? France was among the nations most profoundly afflicted by the movement advocating birth control. For 40 consecutive years prior to the outbreak of the First World War, the birth rate had been steadily declining. Of the 87 provinces of France, only 20 saw birth rates exceeding death rates, while in the remaining 67, mortality outpaced new births. In some regions, the death rate ranged between 130 and 170 per 100 live births. Thus, when war erupted and the French nation found itself teetering between life and death, its intellectual leaders suddenly realized too late that their nation was bereft of young warriors, devoid of men to defend its soil. They understood at last that if they were to sacrifice what little youth remained in the trenches of war, then the nation would be left defenseless against the next onslaught of the enemy. This realization gripped the French consciousness, sparking a desperate call for population growth. It became an obsession, a national frenzy. Writers, journalists, orators, even the most serious figures among the clergy and statesmen began imploring the people from every platform and in a single voice: increase your offspring, bear more children. Do not be bound by the traditional constraints of marriage and wedlock. They proclaimed that a maiden who offered her womb for the service of the nation, bearing children without the bonds of matrimony, should not be shunned or shamed, but rather honoured and revered. This tumultuous era, by its very nature, served as fertile ground for the proponents of so-called freedom and unrestrained permissiveness. Seizing the moment, they unleashed upon society every last vestige of their satanic philosophies, every theory of moral dissolution they had long harboured. The first and most immediate consequence of France's unchecked indulgence in sensuality was the gradual decay of its physical vitality. The relentless agitation of lust had sapped their nervous strength, while the ceaseless pursuit of pleasure had all but extinguished their endurance and resilience. The unchecked spread of venereal diseases further ravaged their health. Since the early 20th century, the French military command had been compelled to repeatedly lower the physical and health standards required for army recruits, as fewer and fewer young men met the previous benchmarks of strength and fitness. This serves as a most telling indicator, akin to a thermometer measuring the fever of a diseased body, revealing the extent to which the physical vigour of the French nation had deteriorated over time. Yet an even greater calamity befell French civilization as a result of this rampant indulgence in unrestrained desires and the widespread acceptance of permissiveness. The utter collapse of the family system, its foundations crumbling into ruin. For over 60 years, the birth rate in France had been in steady decline. In some years, deaths outnumbered births. In others, the two figures barely equaled each other. At best, the birth rate exceeded the death rate by only a negligible margin. Meanwhile, the number of foreign immigrants in France continued to rise, reaching nearly 3 million out of the nation's 42 million inhabitants by 1931. Should this trend persist, it is not inconceivable that by the close of the 20th century, the French people would become a minority in their own homeland. A similar phenomenon has begun to manifest among American youth. The President of the United States once declared that out of 6 million young men who applied for military service, more than 1 million were deemed unfit. He attributed this to the general decline in the physical robustness of the American people, a direct consequence of the life of excess into which they had plunged. Let none imagine that France stands alone in this descent. No, indeed. Every nation that has embraced these extreme doctrines of moral relativism and social liberalism has suffered the same fate, following the same path toward decay. A Detroit newspaper, the Free Press, once published an article declaring the increasing reluctance toward marriage, the rising rates of divorce, and the rampant spread of illicit relationships, whether fleeting or enduring, all point to a society regressing toward sheer animalism. The natural desire for progeny is vanishing, and the newborn generation is left to its own devices. The very notion that the family is the cornerstone of civilization, essential for the survival of independent governance and culture, is fading from the collective consciousness. Instead, a growing apathy toward the fate of civilization and governance has taken root among the people. All this surrender to the caprices of the self, this aversion to the responsibilities of marriage, this impatience with family life, this slackening of the sacred bonds of matrimony, it all but erodes within woman the innate maternal instinct, that noblest and most exalted of all spiritual emotions in womankind. And upon this very instinct does not only the survival of civilization and culture depend, but indeed the survival of humanity as a whole. The evils of birth control, of abortion, of the slaying of infants, none of these would have arisen had this instinct not withered in the soul of woman. For in the United States, despite the constraints of the law, knowledge of contraceptive measures is freely available to every young man and woman. Instruments and drugs designed to prevent conception are sold openly in shops like any ordinary commodity. Schoolgirls and college women alike carry them as a matter of habit. Indeed, all women do so, that no fleeting pleasure of youth may slip away merely because their companion for the evening had forgotten to bring his own precautions. Judge Lindsay of the Denver court writes, 495 young girls, all of high school age, confessed to me that they had engaged in intimate relations with boys, yet only 25 among them conceived. As for the rest, some were spared pregnancy by sheer chance, but most possessed sufficient knowledge of birth control to ensure their safety. In fact, their awareness of such measures has become so widespread that one can hardly estimate its reach. The judge wrote these words in 1922, an era that, by today's standards, would be considered conservative. For progress does not halt, and perhaps this is precisely what certain factions within our press desire and what they deem to be their mission. But this is not a mission undertaken in service of this land. Rather, it is a mission carried out in service of Zion and in accordance with the protocols of Zion. One such newspaper wrote of the inadequacy of the Turkish army, attributing its decline to the subversive influence of the Donme, that clandestine sect of crypto-Jews who had infiltrated Ottoman society. They had spread corruption within the ranks, to the point where the Turkish officer had become fit for every task except combat. An American journal once enumerated the causes that continue to foster moral depravity and entrench its acceptance in the West. It listed them in the following words: 3 demonic forces now encircle our world, their infernal trinity fanning the flames of corruption among the people of the earth. The first is the tide of obscene and licentious literature, which, since the end of the First World War, has surged forth with astonishing speed, growing ever bolder in its shamelessness. The second is the motion picture industry, which not only inflames base passions in the hearts of men, but also serves as a practical instructor in the ways of debauchery. The third is the precipitous decline in the moral character of women at large, a decline evident in their attire, or rather in their increasing nakedness, in their indulgence in smoking, and in their unrestricted mingling with men, unbound by any restraint or moral principle. These three plagues spread ever further with each passing day, their dominion expanding unchecked. And should their tyranny remain unopposed, the inevitable consequence shall be the downfall of Western civilization, the collapse of the Christian social order, its utter dissolution. For if we do not curb this rampant debasement, if we do not stem the tide of moral decay, then surely history shall record our fate as it did that of Rome and all those nations that followed in its footsteps, surrendering to the dictates of their desires. They too were consumed by their indulgence in wine and women, in revelry and dance, in song and sensual pleasure. And in the end, they perished, brought to ruin by the very passions they refused to restrain. And now, let us listen to the testimony of the physician whose account was cited by Dr. Aisha Abd al-Rahman, known as Bint al-Shati, in her article entitled "A Third Gender on the Verge of Emergence," based on her observations in Vienna. It so happened that on a Sunday holiday, after an exhausting week spent poring over Arabic papyri at the National Library, I decided to visit a friend, a physician residing in one of Vienna's suburbs. I had thought that Sunday would be the most suitable time for such a visit, but how astonished I was when my friend opened the door in haste, a potato in her hand, peeling it, and then, with gentle courtesy, led me into her kitchen, where we took our seats. Perceiving my surprise, she promptly remarked, "You did not expect this sight, a physician in the kitchen on a Sunday, did you?" Laughing, I replied, "Well, working on a Sunday I can perhaps understand, but that you, despite the fatigue of your profession, should be engaged in cooking, this I did not expect." She responded, "It would have been closer to the truth had you reversed the matter. Working on a Sunday is indeed unusual for us, were it not for the fact that it is my only opportunity to stand here as you see me now. As for my occupation in the kitchen, I have not in doing so strayed far from my profession. In fact, this too is a form of treatment, a remedy for a certain anxiety that I, along with many other women engaged in public work, suffer from. When I inquired about the cause of this anxiety, despite the apparent social stability of Western women, she explained that it had nothing to do with the transitional struggles imposed upon the pioneering generation of Eastern women. Rather, it was the echo of a new development that sociologists, physiologists and biologists anticipated a gradual transformation in the very constitution of the working woman. At first this change had gone largely unnoticed until statistical records revealed a consistent decline in birth rates among working women. Initially it was assumed that this decline was purely by choice, as a result of women deliberately avoiding the burdens of pregnancy, childbirth and nursing in order to maintain stability in their careers. However, further analysis of the statistics uncovered a different reality. A significant portion of the birth rate decline among working women was not voluntary but rather due to infertility that had proven resistant to treatment. Upon examining various cases of sterility, scientists found that in most instances there was no apparent organic defect. This led them to hypothesize that a fundamental shift was occurring in the female constitution, a transformation brought about by the woman's physical, mental and emotional detachment, whether deliberate or unconscious, from the concerns of motherhood and the world of womanhood, by her insistence on achieving equality with men and sharing in their professional domains. Biologists, in support of this hypothesis, invoked a well-known natural law. Function creates the organ. That is to say, just as the function of motherhood had shaped the distinctive traits of femininity in women, so too would the gradual abandonment of this function lead to the eventual atrophy of these traits, especially as women immerse themselves in what has come to be known as the world of men. Scientists proceeded to test this hypothesis, and their experiments confirmed it to an extent even greater than anticipated. They soon announced, though with cautious reservation, that humanity was on the verge of witnessing the emergence of a third gender, a category in which the distinct features of femininity, cultivated through millennia of maternal function, would gradually diminish and fade. Objections arose in response to this theory. Among them was the argument that most working women abhor sterility and ardently desire children. Others pointed out that society acknowledges the reality of working mothers, extending legal protections to ensure their right to work while also fulfilling their maternal duties. Still others argued that women's entry into the workforce was a relatively recent phenomenon, spanning only a few generations, whereas femininity itself had been shaped over countless epochs. To these objections, the scientists responded as follows. First, while it is true that many working women desire children, this desire is often accompanied by a deep-seated fear of the burdens that motherhood entails, fear of the impact these burdens might have on their professional stability. Second, although laws may recognize the rights of working mothers, in practice such recognition remains limited. More often than not, employers find convenient ways to favor non-mothers over mothers when making hiring decisions. Third, while it is true that women's departure from their traditional roles is a recent development, this shift has been accompanied by an intense and deliberate emphasis on achieving absolute equality with men, a relentless effort to imitate them in every aspect. The profound psychological impact of this aspiration, deeply ingrained in the modern woman's consciousness, has accelerated the pace of transformation, hastening the onset of change far more rapidly than mere time alone would dictate. Those who study this phenomenon continue to monitor the evolving changes in the female constitution, scrutinizing with great concern the statistical indicators of infertility among working women, the increasing prevalence of lactation failure due to diminished milk production, and the gradual atrophy of the organs specifically designed for motherhood. A Swedish university professor once told me, "We teach our boys and girls in secondary school at a very young age everything about sex, in a clear and candid manner. We have no problem of sexuality in our society." In Sweden, sexual pleasure is regarded as no different from the pleasure of fine cuisine or elegant clothing. Relations between men and women before marriage are viewed as entirely natural and normal. What is permissible for the young man must also be permissible for the young woman. In short, sexual freedom in Sweden is based on the idea that the call of desire is as natural as the call of hunger or intellect. There is no reason to suppress it or to impose restrictions upon it. This philosophy has shaped their society's approach to sexual relations. One morning, as I strolled through the gardens of Skansen, I was taken aback when I came across a pond where young boys and girls were bathing, completely unclothed as they had been born. They ranged in age from 8 to 11. My astonishment soon faded when I learned that adults, both men and women, also frequent the beaches in a similar state of undress, frolicking freely in the water without this attracting the slightest attention or causing the least disturbance. While some still wear swimsuits, it is entirely unremarkable for a mixed group of young men and women to swim together in complete nudity, an occurrence that neither turns heads nor raises eyebrows. Soon we shall examine the validity of these claims in the very same article. However, the pressing question remains, what happens to a young woman who becomes pregnant out of wedlock? The answer is simple. If she chooses to terminate her pregnancy, she does so without legal or social repercussions. If she decides to keep the child, the state assumes full responsibility for its care, providing for its upbringing and education until the age of 16. The child is officially registered under the mother's name or under the father's name should he acknowledge paternity. Moreover, neither the illegitimate child nor the unwed mother faces any form of social stigma. Rather, they receive nothing but respect and appreciation. Here we must ask in all seriousness, if Sweden, recognized as one of the most advanced nations in the world, has reached this state, can we not envision a future in which we, along with other nations, are inevitably drawn toward the same fate, whether sooner or later? Sweden's standing as one of the world's most advanced nations is affirmed by statistical data and acknowledged by all scientific research. The per capita share of the national income in Sweden amounts to approximately 521 Egyptian pounds per year, equivalent to about 43 pounds per month. The socialist governance system in Sweden has brought about an almost complete obliteration of class distinctions through progressive taxation and the introduction of various forms of social and health insurance, the likes of which are rarely found in other nations. Every Swedish citizen is entitled to a pension, sickness benefits, disability allowances, cost of living supplements, housing aid, and even blindness assistance. Every citizen has a right to medical insurance, cash sickness benefits, and free hospital treatment. Maternity allowances are granted to all women, covering childbirth expenses and hospital care, along with additional aid for every newborn. Work injury insurance is mandatory. We are, in truth, being swept away at an alarming speed toward this very fate, driven by the destructive forces that have been unleashed upon our moral fabric and societal foundations. Unemployment benefits in Sweden are among the most generous in the world. The state provides financial support for children that borders on the fantastical cash allowance of £40 per year for each child until the age of 16, free healthcare, and free transportation for holidays for children up to 14 years old. There are low-cost daycare centres for children below school age, operating throughout the entire day. Education at all levels is free, with clothing and living allowances provided for those in need. Students receive loans of up to £250 for their studies. Newlyweds can obtain government loans of up to £300 to furnish their homes, with low interest rates payable over 5 years. 1/3 of the taxes paid by the Swedish people is allocated to social insurance, with the government covering 80% of these funds in direct cash assistance. The largest budget in Sweden belongs to the Ministry of Social Affairs, which this year reached £334 million, followed by the Ministry of Education, which received £133 million. Meanwhile, the budget of the Royal Palace does not exceed £400,000, a nation in decline despite material comfort. Yet, despite all these incentives for stability and family life, the population trajectory of Sweden continues to decline. Even as the state provides marriage grants for young women and ensures a secure life for every child until university, the Swedish family is heading toward complete childlessness. At the same time, there is a continuous decrease in the percentage of married individuals and a continuous rise in the percentage of illegitimate births. It is also worth noting that 20% of adults, both men and women, never marry at all. When the industrial era began, and the socialist system took hold in Sweden in 1870, the percentage of unmarried mothers was 7%. By 1920, this figure had climbed to 16%. Later statistics are difficult to find, but there is no doubt that the trend has continued its steady rise. Sweden now holds the highest divorce rate in the entire world. According to the Swedish Ministry of Social Affairs, there is one divorce for every 6 or 7 marriages. This trend has been escalating over time. In 1925, there were 26 divorces per 100,000 people. In 1952, this number rose to 104 divorces per 100,000. By 1954, it had reached 114 divorces per 100,000. The collapse of the family and the legalization of moral decay. One of the primary reasons for this crisis is that 30% of marriages occur under duress, typically after a woman has already conceived. Such forced marriages are, by their very nature, doomed to failure. The ease of divorce in Sweden only exacerbates the problem. The law imposes no obstacles whatsoever to divorce if both spouses agree. The process is quick and effortless. Even if only one party seeks divorce, any minor reason is sufficient for the court to grant it. And if freedom of love is an established right in Sweden, there exists yet another freedom that pervades the land, the freedom not to believe in God. The death of faith in Scandinavia. In Sweden, liberal movements have entirely severed the Church's influence over society. This phenomenon extends to Norway and Denmark as well. Teachers in schools and universities actively promote secularism. instilling in young minds the notion that religion is irrelevant to modern life. Churches still stand in every city, yet they resemble historical relics rather than houses of worship. The state funds the churches and pays the salaries of priests, yet the churches only open their doors on Sunday mornings, and even then only for a few hours. Their congregations consist almost entirely of elderly women, the likes of our grandmothers. A common jest heard in Sweden is that, since churches are only open 3 hours per week, they are entitled to take the rest of the week off. They no longer believe that religion serves any essential human need. This new phenomenon poses a grave threat to the younger generations of Sweden and the rest of Scandinavia. The consequences of godlessness, addiction, decay and despair. Their loss of faith has led them toward moral corruption, substance abuse and chronic alcoholism. It is estimated that 175,000 children in Sweden, 10% of all children, come from families where the father is an alcoholic. Teenage alcohol consumption is increasing at an alarming rate. The number of teenagers arrested for extreme intoxication between the ages of 15 and 17 is 3 times higher today than it was 15 years ago. Drinking among teenage boys and girls is spiraling out of control, leading to a terrifying reality. 1 in 10 Swedish youths who reach adolescence suffers from severe mental disorders, often accompanied by physical illnesses. And there is no doubt that their persistence in embracing godlessness will only amplify these psychological disorders, accelerate the disintegration of the family, and bring them ever closer to demographic extinction. A Norwegian journalist once told me, "The future of Scandinavian youth is heading towards the abyss without faith." I asked him, "And what is your government doing to prevent this disaster?" With deep sorrow he replied, "Our government itself is not a believer." The unforgiving law of life. Without any further comment, we close this chapter upon these ominous signs, for they speak for themselves. Those who defy the natural order cannot escape the inevitable consequences of their rebellion. No matter how much material prosperity they may enjoy, no matter how abundant the wealth, the comforts, the luxuries, or the financial guarantees, the immutable laws of human existence remain unyielding, relentless, and absolute. These are the very laws to which Dr. Alexis Carrel refers when he states, "If they fail to realize that their bodies and emotions are subject to natural laws just as rigid, if not more so, than worldly laws, then they shall not escape the consequences of their defiance." And indeed, God has warned his servants of the fate that befalls those who turn away from his guidance, which is in perfect harmony with the divine order of the universe. But when they forgot that of which they had been reminded, we opened unto them the gates of all things, until while they were rejoicing in what they were given, we seized them suddenly, and behold, they were plunged into despair. Thus was the last remnant of those who had been evildoers cut off. And all praise is due to God, the sustainer of all the worlds. Al-Amrani 6:44-45. Even as the earth is adorned in its beauty, and its people believe themselves to have mastery over it, our decree comes upon it by night or by day, and we reduce it to stubble as if it had flourished but yesterday. Thus do we expound our messages unto people who reflect. Yunus 10:24. And God speaks the truth. How shall we be saved? And now, what judgment shall we pass upon this industrial civilization? What shall we say after bearing witness to the enormity of its crimes, to the looming peril it poses to humanity, nay, to its very existence, as nations that have reached the pinnacle of civilization now teeter on the brink of extinction? What shall we say of its cherished attributes, now inclining toward madness, neurosis, perversion and crime, of the decline in intelligence, the weakening of reason, and the diminishing physical, nervous and psychological endurance in these very nations? Shall we then pronounce the sentence of execution? A judgment that, it would seem, is commensurate with the gravity of the crime? Dr. Alexis Carrel declares that he has written his book, Man the Unknown, for those who possess the courage not merely to recognize the necessity of intellectual, political and social transformations, but also to acknowledge the need for overturning industrial civilization itself and for the emergence of an entirely new conception of human progress. And we shall later come to understand what alternative vision he proposes. As for us, we hasten to affirm that the verdict of execution upon this civilization is not the most fitting solution at humanity's disposal. First and foremost, we do not possess the authority to pass such a sentence upon industrial civilization, for it is not an alien entity that has descended from another realm, nor is it a mere accident or an arbitrary sprout that has taken root without purpose. Rather, it is a natural outcome, deeply entrenched in the historical course of human life, having emerged in its appointed hour to fulfill a genuine necessity. As such, it cannot simply be eradicated at will, even should we choose to pass such a sentence in light of its dreadful transgressions against mankind. And even if, hypothetically, we did possess the means to carry out such a judgment if a new horde of Tartars were to arise, as once they did, to bring destruction upon civilization, as they had done to the civilization of Baghdad, casting the books of this era into the waters of the Rhine, the Seine, the Thames, and the Potomac, or if a handful of deranged men, armed with atomic and hydrogen bombs, missiles, and all manner of destructive devices, were to lose themselves in a moment of madness and unleash devastation upon the very centres of civilization on any of these assumptions. The annihilation of this civilization in such a fashion appears to us, from our limited human perspective, as something not necessarily in the interest of humanity. For within the confines of this perspective, one that does not fully grasp the ultimate balance of good and evil, nor foresee the final consequences of actions, we find ourselves unable to decree the destruction of this civilization, despite its monstrous crimes against mankind. Thus, we ask, how shall we be saved? Dr. Alexis Carrel sees the path to salvation as one of greater knowledge of man, enabling us to reconstruct him anew. He asserts that man must be the measure of all things. Yet in reality the opposite is true. Man is a stranger within the world he has fashioned. He has failed to govern his own affairs, for he lacks practical knowledge of his own nature. The tragic consequence of this is that the progress of the physical sciences has far outstripped the sciences of life, one of the great calamities that has befallen mankind. The environment shaped by human intellect and invention is wholly unsuited to our constitution, neither in form nor in essence. We are a wretched people, for we are in moral and intellectual decline. Indeed, the very societies and nations that have reached the zenith of industrial civilization are paradoxically the ones now weakening most rapidly, and they will be the first to descend back into barbarism. Yet they do not perceive this impending fate, for nothing within the artificial constructs of science shields them from the perils they have themselves created. In truth, our civilization, like those that have preceded it, has brought about such conditions of existence as to render life itself unsustainable, though the precise reasons remain shrouded in mystery. The anxieties and afflictions that plague the inhabitants of modern cities are but the natural offspring of their political, economic and social systems. We are the victims of a tragic delay. The sciences of life have lagged far behind the sciences of matter. Dr. Carrel declares that the only remedy for this dire affliction is a deeper knowledge of ourselves. Such knowledge, he argues, would illuminate the mechanical processes by which modern life influences both our bodies and our souls. It would teach us how to adapt to our surroundings, or if adaptation proves impossible, how to transform those surroundings. For there is no longer any escape from the necessity of revolutionizing them. If this science can cast light upon our true nature, upon our latent potentialities, and upon the means by which we may realize them, then it will furnish us with a clear understanding of the physiological weaknesses that beset us, as well as the moral and psychological maladies that afflict our society. For without such knowledge we cannot discern the immutable laws governing the various facets of our organic and spiritual existence. We shall remain unable to distinguish between what is permissible and what is forbidden, nor shall we grasp the fact that we are not at liberty to alter either our environment or ourselves according to mere whim and desire. Since the natural conditions of human life have been shattered by modern civilization, the study of man has become the most urgent of all sciences. And with Dr. Carrel, we agree. We need a deeper science of man. But we do not share his belief that this alone will suffice. Nor do we place, as he does, an unreserved trust in the promise of scientific advancement in this domain. Nor do we stand, as he does, in despair, believing that no other means exist to discern the unwavering laws that govern our organic and spiritual existence, to distinguish between what is lawful and what is forbidden, and to recognize that we are not free to remake ourselves and our world on the basis of our fleeting inclinations. Indeed, greater knowledge of man is essential, if only so that we may ascertain the utmost limits reachable through human inquiry, so that we may discern the boundaries of what science can and cannot achieve in understanding man. Such knowledge is necessary, that we may define within its illumination what is within our power concerning the human condition, and what lies beyond our grasp. Perhaps then we shall abide within our rightful limits, and not transgress them, nor wander blindly beyond them into an abyss without guide or compass, as we have done until this day, heedless and unrestrained. Dr. Carrel himself has previously acknowledged that the reasons for the stagnation of the life sciences in comparison to the physical sciences are neither incidental nor temporary. They are inherent and fundamental. He attributes this to the immense complexity of life on the one hand, and to the very nature of the human intellect on the other. Thus he has affirmed that the sciences of life shall never attain the precision, clarity and beauty that characterize the sciences of matter. He states explicitly, "Our knowledge of ourselves shall never reach that level of expressive simplicity, abstraction and elegance that the study of matter has achieved. It is unlikely that the obstacles hindering the progress of human sciences will ever disappear." How strange, then, that he should place his entire reliance upon greater knowledge of man as the sole path to solving the crisis of civilization and to recreating man anew. Yet, to dispel our astonishment, we must confront the predicament of Dr. Carrel himself. For in doing so, we shall come closer to identifying the true source of salvation and the only viable path to deliverance. For this man, so vast in knowledge, so profound in sensitivity, so resolute in sincerity, so liberated in thought, and so fierce in his rejection of industrial civilization, to the extent that he calls for nothing less than the overthrow of industrial civilization and the rise of an entirely new vision of human progress, this man, despite all his virtues, remains a Westerner. He is a child of Western civilization, shaped by its historical legacy and its present reality. He has been nurtured under the shadow of this civilization and within the intellectual climate of its scientific ethos. And because of these conditions, he remains imprisoned within the confines of this civilization, within the framework of its history, its circumstances, and its deeply ingrained impressions. Thus, even when he leaps forward in thought, he cannot escape its bounds, and he has not been granted knowledge of the secrets of this sacred domain, save in measure, and he has not been permitted to lay down, of his own accord, its paths and plans, its laws and ordinances, nor has he been given leave to make his own desires his deity, for he is man, not a mere beast. He is a being unique in this vast universe, created with intent, fashioned with wisdom, endowed with a nature distinct from that of the animal, elevated beyond the instincts of the beast, granted faculties and attributes that surpass those of all other creatures, so that he may fulfill a purpose upon this earth that no other being can fulfill. And thus he holds a station of honour, befitting the dignity of his ordained function. Such was his rank when he first emerged into existence. Such is his rank today, and such shall it remain tomorrow. Those who stray from this truth inevitably find themselves compelled to return to it in the end, whether willingly or in reluctant surrender. For he is man, not a machine, nor a slave to machines, nor a mere product of matter, nor the creation of mechanical forces. He is a being of profound complexity, so intricate in his nature that he cannot be reduced to the simplicity of raw material, nor subjected to the pliancy of mechanical devices. And of this vast complexity we know but little. We stand at the very threshold of the sciences of man, yet we have not yet attained the deeper knowledge of humanity that Dr. Carrel calls for. And yet, even at this early stage, life has confronted us with a complexity so terrifying that no mere study of matter has ever presented. Even more formidable is the enigma of man himself, whose intricacies eclipse in magnitude all the mysteries of the material world. Thus, it is a reckless audacity, an affront to true science and its principles, to claim that man is nothing but matter and to treat him as one would treat inanimate objects. It is utter confusion to assert that he is but a machine and to deal with him as one would deal with an automaton. And it is an odious arrogance to proclaim that the tool of production, the machine, is the deity that may alter and reshape man at will. For man is man, not a mere number, nor a faceless member of a herd. He is an individual, distinct from all others, possessing an independent selfhood unparalleled in its uniqueness. Though all human beings share common traits, each individual possesses his own personal attributes alongside his universal human qualities. It follows, then, that the social system, the economic order, the political structure, and even the technical methods of labour, whether in factories or elsewhere, must be founded upon an acknowledgement of both these dimensions. First, the universal human characteristics, and second, the unique individuality of each person. Thus, no system should herd all people together like cattle, nor should a person's labour, whether in a factory or elsewhere, reduce him to the function of a machine, uniform in its movements, devoid of variation. When both the general human traits and the uniqueness of individuals are respected, engineers and administrators will find no difficulty in devising methods of work that safeguard both aspects. Nor will technology itself struggle to reconcile large-scale production with the preservation of human and individual dignity, ensuring that neither man nor the individual is crushed beneath the weight of an oppressive system. For man is man, whether male or female, drawn from a single soul. Yes, they are of one essence, but they are also two distinct genders. Our methodology acknowledges this truth in its entirety, ensuring that both halves of the human soul enjoy equal rights in terms of their shared human essence. Yet at the same time, it assigns to each distinct responsibilities in accordance with their respective roles in the building of civilization, their natural capacities, and the burdens they are equipped to bear. Thus, it does not burden the woman, frail in physique, with the task of bearing children, nursing them, raising them, and labouring outside the home, exhausting herself in toil and hardship, while the man neither shares in the burden of pregnancy, nor in nursing, nor in child-rearing, yet still claims to be just and respectful toward women, as if he were elevating them. Nor does it demand that a woman abandon the sacred labour of nurturing human beings so that she may instead busy herself with producing commodities. For in our methodology, man is of greater value than mere objects. It is unjust that an educated, skilled and wise woman should be occupied with manufacturing things, while she hires another woman less educated, less skilled, less wise, and of course lower in wages to care for her own children. How absurd that she should oversee the making of objects while entrusting the making of humans to another. Thus, within this framework, from its very foundations, greater knowledge of human nature becomes valuable in its proper place, at the appropriate stage of our journey, rather than being imposed prematurely at the outset. And within this methodology, we find no conflict between our vision and the demands of industry and industrial civilization. For this methodology does not reject industrial civilization, nor does it recoil from it, nor does it seek to deny it. Indeed, from its very inception, it was this methodology that first laid the foundations for the scientific approach that ultimately led to the birth of modern industry. This methodology of empirical investigation was transmitted to Europe through the universities of Andalusia and the knowledge of the Muslim East, as attested by scholars such as Briffault, Dühring, and Gibb thinkers, who cannot deny the weight of historical truth. This empirical approach is itself the offspring of Islam's worldview, its understanding of the universe, of life, of man, and of man's role upon this earth. It is the product of Islam's methodology, which is rooted in the realities of existence, urging mankind to contemplate them, to derive benefit from them, and to harness them for practical use. This stands in stark contrast to the abstract speculations of Greek philosophy, which Europe inherited, and equally in contrast to the dogmatic conceptions of the Church, which considered the study of the material cosmos as a realm of fixed sacred doctrines. Islam, on the other hand, liberated the human mind in this domain. It encouraged research, the gathering of evidence, the observation of phenomena, the formulation of laws, and the exploration of ways to utilize and subdue the forces of nature. It allowed for error and correction without condemnation or excommunication. Thus, this methodology will not reject industrial civilization, for it is, in essence, the outcome of the very intellectual approach that Islam fostered and transmitted to Europe, an approach that the Church fought fiercely to suppress, waging relentless war against it. This struggle culminated in the defeat of the Church and, tragically, in the defeat of religion itself in Europe, for in that land, religion was inseparably bound to the Church. The very scientific foundation upon which modern civilization rests is not alien to us. Indeed, it originated from us, as history attests. And so, our methodology views this inheritance of civilization not as something foreign, but as a trust that has been returned to its rightful custodians, an intellectual legacy in which we once played a central role 5 centuries before Europe's ascent. Between us and this scientific foundation, there is an ancient harmony, for the nature of the Islamic methodology, averse to idle philosophical speculation, opposed to Greek abstractions, and inclined toward what we may call either practical idealism or idealistic realism, was the very catalyst that first ignited the flame of empirical science. This scientific spirit did not emerge from Europe's Greek or Roman heritage, nor from the dogmas of the Church. For the Church's doctrines were nothing but a fusion of the pure and gentle teachings of Jesus, peace be upon him, with the corrupt remnants of paganism, which Constantine and the great Roman officials incorporated into Christianity when they embraced it. The situation was made worse by the Church's adoption of erroneous scientific notions, which were prevalent in its time, and by its insistence on treating these falsehoods as sacred truths about the material cosmos and life itself. What then does our methodology reject in modern civilization? It is not the scientific empirical foundation upon which it stands, rather it is something else entirely. What it vehemently rejects is the materialist ideology, the positivist or sensory philosophy that claims matter is the only reality, that there exists nothing beyond the material realm. This is the chasm that separates our vision from theirs. This is where we part ways. And so this theory has been shattered scientifically, or is on the verge of collapse, praise be to God. That theory which reduces man to a mere appendage of matter, receiving solely from it his intellect, his thought, his perceptions, shaped exclusively by its impressions, just as his body is composed of its elements, regarding him as absolutely passive before it, much like Comte and his fellows have envisioned. That theory which isolates the unfolding of history from the agency of man, attributing it solely to the instruments of production, such was the doctrine of Karl Marx and his adherents. Likewise, our methodology rejects the animalistic conception of man, as promulgated by Darwin, and the vile interpretation of human motivations, reducing them to the quagmire of lust, as Freud would have us believe, while studying the aberrant and elevating them to represent man in his totality. Thus our way rejects all that has sprung from these misguided visions, the political, social and economic systems founded upon them, the structures of labour and methods of production which at their root trample upon human dignity, obliterating first the general human attributes of man, then his individual uniqueness, and finally the distinct characteristics of his gender. It seeks to mould him into nothing more than a cog in a machine, a mere number in a faceless herd, concerning itself solely with the multiplication of production and the fulfilment of bodily necessities, while casting aside the loftier aspirations of man, his deeper needs, and his yearning for transcendence. Yet, as Dr. Carrel observes, man's love for beauty, for art, and for the spiritual realm cannot be ignored. However, our vision of religious activity will not be confined to the narrow limits within which Dr. Carrel perceives it. Rather, as we have stated, religion shall be the comprehensive framework of life itself, the all-encompassing path within which every aspect of human endeavour moves and flourishes. Labour and production, politics and economy, ethics and conduct, prayer and supplication, communion with the unseen realms, as well as engagement with machines and industry alike. This necessitates a transformation in the technical methods of production, ensuring that the pursuit of increased output does not come at the cost of obliterating the essence of man, his general human attributes, his individual uniqueness. It also requires a reformation of political, social and economic structures to maintain both stability and equilibrium without erasing human individuality, nor the natural distinction between the two sexes, male and female. Our methodology will not find itself at odds with the material comforts and advancements of civilization, nor with the enjoyment of the good things of this worldly life and the treasures of the earth, which technological progress has made available. It shall not recoil into a monastic asceticism, as the Church in Europe once did in response to the tide of Roman decadence, fleeing rather than confronting the temptations of worldly existence. For our way does not deny man the enjoyment of life's lawful pleasures, nor does it stifle material creativity upon the earth. Indeed, far from that, it regards such creativity and enjoyment as integral to man's function on this earth. For vicegerency means stewardship over the affairs of this world, harnessing its resources, uncovering its hidden treasures, and partaking in its lawful delights, all within the bounds of God's ordained way, while turning to him in worship, gratitude, and acknowledgement of the blessings he has bestowed upon mankind, the latent energies within man himself, and the vast reserves hidden within the earth. How often has God reminded his servants of his bounties, the provisions made available to them, and the blessings yet to come? After enumerating the gifts of livestock and the manifold benefits they provide, comfort, utility, and beauty, he declares, "And he creates that which you do not know." Quran 16:8. Thus, whatever wholesome thing material civilization produces, our way affirms man's right to enjoy it so long as it remains within the bounds of the lawful. However, our methodology rejects the notion that man should indulge in the earth's bounties and the fruits of civilization as a mere beast would. It refuses to allow man to become a slave to his desires, helplessly subjugated by them, unable to exercise his will or to halt at the threshold where enjoyment remains safe, where excess does not lead to dissolution, ruin and destruction. It refuses to make pleasure itself the ultimate goal of man's existence, for he is far nobler than that, far loftier. His purpose transcends mere gratification. His existence bears a weightier significance. Man is not truly human unless he grasps the purpose of his being, unless he masters his passions and desires, restraining them within the bounds that preserve his dignity by his own volition. Indeed, the preservation of man's humanity is a fundamental aim of this methodology, for only through his unique constitution can he fulfill his unparalleled role upon this earth. Any element that undermines this, the Islamic way, categorically rejects. And thus, through this methodology, we possess another means of discerning the immutable principles governing both our physical and spiritual existence, distinguishing the prohibited from the lawful, realizing that we are not free to alter our environment or ourselves according to mere whims. This way clarifies all such matters for us, sparing us from the need to await the conclusions of human sciences, which might take centuries to arrive at a definitive stance on this momentous issue upon which the very survival of man's humanity depends, and with it, the survival of civilization at a truly human level. All such fundamental necessities God in his mercy has not left dependent on our limited knowledge or even upon our own volition. Just as he has ensured that life-sustaining processes like digestion and absorption occur beyond our conscious control, so too has he not left us to grope in jahiliyyah concerning what is lawful and what is forbidden. Rather, he has set forth his guidance for our lives, with clarity and completeness. He has permitted all that is pure and wholesome, and prohibited only a few things which he, in his wisdom, knows to be harmful to us, whether or not we perceive their harm. He has drawn the boundaries that allow us to retain our humanity, while still enjoying the lawful pleasures of life and the conveniences of civilization in every age. Our way shall not find itself in conflict with the economic institutions upon which industrial civilization is built, nor with the various infrastructures of life. However, it shall categorically reject the foundation of usury upon which most of these institutions rest. It shall purge them of this impurity, cleansing them from the parasitic leeches that drain the blood of millions. It shall not tolerate an economic order in which the toil of countless labourers, artisans, merchants, factory managers, landowners and entrepreneurs is ultimately funnelled into the coffers of a handful of financial moguls and lending houses wherein the entire world labours merely to pay interest on their amassed wealth. These are the very forces that steer investment directly or indirectly toward the most profitable ventures, which more often than not erode the moral and spiritual fabric of humanity. These are the forces that trigger the cyclical crises of the capitalist system. These are the architects of stagnation, unemployment, and the ensuing moral decay. These are the masterminds of imperialism in its various guises, the latest being economic colonization after the failure of direct territorial conquest. Thus, when the plague of usury is eradicated from economic institutions, these afflictions shall either vanish altogether or at least be greatly alleviated. Our way does not reject the institutions themselves, for they are not inherently harmful. Their danger lies solely in the usurious element that has tainted them. Indeed, our methodology is the only one capable of restoring mankind, of re-establishing man in his full stature, after he has been weakened by the soulless standards of modern life. For to recreate man is beyond man's power. Only he who created man can restore him. Only he who formed him in the best of moulds can return him to his rightful stature after he has fallen into the lowest depths. And so, how shall this way be presented to the world? How shall this path of salvation be set forth? That is the final chapter of this book. The path to salvation. Humanity does not usually respond to a written or spoken program. Rather, it responds to a living, moving, tangible reality embodied in the life of a community, translated into a visible existence that the eye perceives, the hand touches, and the mind discerns its effects. It responds to the Islamic way of life when it is manifested in the form of an Islamic society. Despite the hardship, toil, and suffering that humanity has endured in the barren wastelands of directionless wandering without a guide, despite the bitter trials and painful stumbling as it rises and falls, nursing its wounds throughout the journey, despite the looming threats of destruction that endanger its unique essence, and the spectre of ruin that casts its shadow over its very survival, under the dominion of this materialistic civilization which has been built without knowledge of man, without regard for his inherent nature across all ages. Despite all this, humanity does not customarily respond to a mere written or spoken doctrine unless it is embodied in the form of a society that lives by this doctrine, upholds it, and manifests its qualities and virtues. 1,000 books on Islam, 1,000 sermons delivered in mosques, halls or public squares, 1,000 films promoting Islam, even 1,000 missions from Al-Azhar or elsewhere sent to every corner of the world, all these cannot substitute for the presence of a single small community, established in some corner of the earth, living according to the Islamic way, devoted to it, and representing in its very existence the true image of life under Islam. The global enemies of Islam, whether Zionists, Crusaders or colonialists, are well aware of this truth. And because they comprehend it fully, they may allow books about Islam to be published within limits. They may permit sermons on Islam to be delivered within limits. They may tolerate films about Islam rarely. They may even allow Islamic missions to be dispatched under strict surveillance. But they will never permit, so long as they wield immense and hidden global power, the establishment of even a single Islamic community, no matter how small, in any corner of the world, even if it were on a remote island in the ocean. For they know that this alone is the true means of ensuring the existence of Islam. They have suffered long under the presence of Islam, for it has obstructed their colonialist and exploitative ambitions in the Muslim lands and societies. They scarcely believed that they had finally vanquished this mighty force, or so they imagine. Thus, they are terrified by its mere shadow and will not tolerate its actual existence under any circumstances. Yet despite all this, the Islamic society remains the only path to salvation for a humanity teetering on the brink of annihilation. It is the sole response to the call of human nature in its hour of crisis. And when nature is in peril, it awakens and acts, no matter how deep its slumber or how intoxicating its stupor. The Islamic society is an existential necessity, an imperative dictated by human nature itself. Therefore, the forces driving its emergence are stronger than any obstacle, stronger than the cunning of Zionism, stronger than the colonialist crusades, stronger than the oppressive machinery wielded in every corner of the earth, and even stronger than the jahiliyyah of Muslims themselves regarding Islam, their apathy, and their immersion in the sweeping currents of the age. There is no escape from the birth of this Islamic society. If it does not arise today, it will arise tomorrow. If it does not emerge here, it will emerge elsewhere. We do not wish to speculate on the place or the time, for we human beings, our estimations always halt before the veiled curtain of the unseen, beyond which only God has knowledge. However, what must be said is a word of caution, a warning against the complacency that these words might engender in some hearts, against the false comfort of an easy hope. For the inevitability of this society's emergence, its necessity for the salvation of humanity, and its destined triumph as the practical embodiment of the divine order, none of this means that the path to it will be a pleasant journey, nor that it lies just a few steps ahead. No. The inevitability of birth does not eliminate the pains of labour. The road to an Islamic society is long and arduous, strewn with thorns, and the most difficult part of this journey is that we must elevate ourselves, our perceptions, our thoughts, our morals, our conduct, and even our material civilization to the level of Islam. Yet, despite all this, it remains an existential necessity, an inescapable decree of human nature. It must be born. And every birth is preceded by labour, every labour by pain. We must understand the defining features of the society, its intrinsic characteristics. We must also conceive how it will confront the prevailing civilization, its structures, institutions and realities. But when should such matters be clarified? As for a general understanding of the features and essential traits of this society, I believe it is necessary even now. I have alluded to some of these aspects throughout the chapters of this book, to the extent of my personal effort. I have also prepared a comprehensive detailed study titled Towards an Islamic Society, along with another study, The Characteristics and Foundations of the Islamic Concept. Both complement each other in this regard. However, as for determining how an Islamic society will address contemporary life, how it will navigate existing realities, especially in the form of a codified legal framework, this, I believe, is premature. It is akin to attempting to cultivate seeds in the air. To draft Islamic legal rulings for a society in which humanity currently lives a society that is not Islamic, that does not acknowledge Islam as its guiding principle, that does not submit to Islam as its law, is to engage in an exercise that has no grounding in reality. Islamic jurisprudence cannot develop, evolve, or address life's challenges except within an Islamic society, a real Islamic society that exists in actuality, confronting the issues of life before it, engaging with them, and doing so with a fundamental submission to Islam. It is a ridiculous folly to attempt, for instance, to formulate Islamic legal rulings for the social and economic systems of America or Russia, when neither America nor Russia acknowledges, in the first place, the sovereignty of Islam. The same applies to any land that does not acknowledge the sovereignty of Islam. Any attempt to cultivate and develop fiqh, Islamic jurisprudence, in a setting that does not, from the outset, recognize Islam's authority is akin to attempting to plant seeds in mid-air. It is a futile endeavor, one unworthy of the seriousness of Islam. The problems that confront an Islamic society in its encounter with the dominant civilization are not the same as those of any other society. These are not predetermined problems to which ready-made solutions may be applied. Rather, they are challenges that will emerge in a unique form with a distinct magnitude, shaped by circumstances that remain hidden in the realm of the unseen and arising from conditions that cannot, at present, be foreseen. It is sheer folly to chase after hypothetical scenarios that have not yet materialized, in the manner of the what-if school of thought, which the earnest among the jurists and scholars of Islam have always found distasteful. Just as the dilemmas of the present-day world in its confrontation with the prevailing civilization are not the dilemmas of an Islamic society, for such a society does not yet exist. Since the moment other laws replaced the Sharia as the governing authority over life, an Islamic society has ceased to be. Therefore, how can these be considered its problems? Islam is neither required nor is it even conceivable that it should devise fiqh solutions for a society that is not Islamic, a society that has created its problems precisely because it has never known Islam or because it has abandoned it after once knowing it. What then is the purpose of such efforts? What is the point of such exertion? The fundamental deficiency that prevents the establishment of an Islamic society is not the absence of a developed Islamic jurisprudence. What is lacking, first and foremost, is the adoption of Islam as a comprehensive way of life and the acceptance of its Sharia as the governing law. For Islamic fiqh to develop, it must find the soil in which it can flourish. And this soil is none other than an Islamic society, a society that exists within the modern age, at its current level of civilization, and that encounters real and pressing challenges. Through its very structure, such a society would confront these challenges in a manner that is inherently distinct from any other society. Yet this self-evident truth, it seems, remains unclear even to many among the most sincere and zealous advocates of Islam, those who are considered to be the rational-minded. The vision for an Islamic society. All that can be stated in general terms about an Islamic society is that it is not a rigid historical replica, fixed in time and form. Our goal in the modern era is not to recreate an exact copy of a past Islamic society in its precise dimensions, structures and conditions. Rather, our objective is to establish a society that is equivalent, at least in its material and civilizational aspects, to the present-day world, while at the same time embodying the spirit, direction and essence of that first Islamic society. That early society, founded upon the divine methodology, stood as a towering summit in its spiritual orientation, in its faith, in its perception of life and the purpose of human existence, in its understanding of man's role in this universe, and in its recognition of his unique attributes, rights and responsibilities. It was a pinnacle of harmony and cohesion. As for its external forms, structures and arrangements, these were shaped and renewed with the passage of time, the emergence of new necessities, and the evolution of human activity. These are the fluid elements that change with the shifting circumstances of history. However, within an Islamic society, these transformations must always occur within the framework of the Islamic methodology, centered upon its unchanging axis, and founded upon the absolute acknowledgement of God's sole sovereignty, his exclusive right to legislate and govern human affairs. The foremost of these divine attributes is his authority to rule and legislate for his creation, and their duty to submit to his law. The primacy of the Sharia over fiqh. Thus, it is not Islamic fiqh in and of itself that must necessarily dictate the structure of this society, though we may certainly draw insight from it. Rather, it is the Islamic Sharia, the Islamic methodology and the overarching Islamic worldview that must guide its formation. This, in turn, requires a fundamental precondition. A group of people must consciously choose to adopt Islam as their way of life, to implement it in all aspects of existence, to recognize God's absolute sovereignty, manifested in his sole authority over legislation. Only then and not before will an Islamic society come into existence. And only then will it begin to engage with the realities of life, shaping itself, its conditions, and its genuine needs, while seeking to fulfill these needs in ways moulded by its faith, its unique conceptual framework, and its distinct methodology in interacting with reality. It will acknowledge what is natural within this reality, and what is genuinely essential for the healthy growth of life. But it will also reject whatever is unnatural, unnecessary, or detrimental to true development, whatever suppresses, distorts, or crushes this growth. Through this dynamic engagement with all its complexities, this society will formulate its own legal rulings step by step as it confronts its own unique circumstances. The revival of fiqh in an Islamic society, In this process, such a society will ultimately benefit from what until now has been perceived as a misfortune, the interruption in the organic development of Islamic fiqh. Perhaps this is in reality a blessing in disguise, ordained by God's wisdom. For an emerging Islamic society will then turn directly to the original and pristine Sharia, not to the opinions of jurists which were formulated for specific historical periods and specific circumstances. It will not find in those past opinions a perfect fit for its contemporary reality, except through artificial patchwork and forced adjustments. At that moment, it will turn to the vast and uncut fabric of the Sharia itself, to tailor from it an entirely new and seamless garment, rather than resorting to piecemeal alterations and adjustments. This is not a call to disregard Islamic fiqh, or to dismiss the monumental efforts of the great scholars' efforts that contain in their refined legal craftsmanship and in the authenticity of their rulings a wealth exceeding in many respects all that has been produced by legal theorists across the world. Rather, it is merely an articulation of the methodology that an emerging Islamic society may adopt when it comes into being. It is also an affirmation of the true nature of the Islamic approach in formulating jurisprudential rulings, an approach that develops rulings in response to the actual conditions of a society that, from the outset, acknowledges Islam's sovereignty. The futility of developing fiqh in a non-Islamic society. The vast corpus of Islamic fiqh was not developed in a vacuum. It emerged day by day within a living Islamic society that faced life's challenges through the lens of its Islamic faith and methodology. It arose in an environment that, from the outset, recognized Islam's authority and rejected the sovereignty of any other system, regardless of whether, in practice, certain deviations from Islam occasionally occurred. For there is a vast difference between occasional deviations in an Islamic society and the outright denial of Islam's authority as a governing system. The former remains an Islamic society and provides fertile ground for the organic growth of fiqh. The latter, however, is a non-Islamic society incapable of nurturing or fostering the evolution of Islamic jurisprudence. For it is a society rooted in Jahiliyyah, regardless of whatever claims it may make about its Islamic identity. Islamic fiqh is not separate from the Sharia, nor is the Sharia separate from Islamic faith. The fiqh, the Sharia, the creed, and the entire system of life form one indivisible whole. It is impossible to conceive of Islam nor a Muslim society if this unified structure is torn apart into fragmented pieces. And this is the truth that must be understood by those who seek today to develop and expand Islamic fiqh. For where indeed is the Islamic society that they are striving to legislate for? The Islamic society is the one that adopts the entire Islamic methodology as the path for its entire life, governs itself by Islam in all its affairs, and seeks solutions to its problems through it, submitting from the outset to the rulings of Islam, having no choice after God has decreed his will. But where is such a society today? Where is it? In what corner of the earth does it dwell? Every juridical ruling formulated today to address an existing problem in societies that are not Islamic will not be the one suited to a truly Islamic society, nor will it be the one capable of confronting the realities of such a society. And if an Islamic society were to be established, its problems would not be of the same magnitude and form as those of present societies, nor would its approach to addressing them while being Islamic be the same as that of a non-Islamic society. For many factors, many circumstances shape the nature of an Islamic society and its way of confronting life's challenges and problems in a manner different from that of non-Islamic societies. This, I believe, is self-evident. Abu Bakr, Umar, Ali, Umar, Ibn Abbas, Malik, Abu Hanifa, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Al-Shafi'i, Abu Yusuf, Muhammad, Al-Karafi, Al-Shatibi, Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Al-Qayyim, Al-Iz, Ibn Abd al-Salam, and their like, may God be pleased with them, when they derived legal rulings, were living in an Islamic society that governed itself solely by Islam and took Islam alone as its way of life. Even if there were partial deviations in certain periods, they still confronted life with this methodology, imbibed its effects in their souls, and practiced the Islamic creed and way of life in their personal affairs within the framework of an Islamic society. Thus, they perceived problems with an Islamic sensibility and sought their solutions with an Islamic consciousness. Consequently, They fulfilled the two fundamental conditions for the emergence and evolution of Islamic jurisprudence in response to changing circumstances beyond. Of course, the prerequisites for independent legal reasoning, ijtihad, which require no elaboration here as they are self-evident. We must take into account many factors that now hinder the organic growth and evolution of Islamic jurisprudence along its original path. We must consider the distance practically, psychologically, intellectually and emotionally that now separates societies from the atmosphere of Islam and the reality of Islamic life. And we must remember that the problems facing our societies today are not the problems of an Islamic society, such that we might derive Islamic legal rulings to address them. Furthermore, we must acknowledge the intellectual and spiritual defeat suffered before Western civilization and contemporary realities. For Islam always confronts reality, but not to yield to it, rather to shape it in accordance with its own vision, methodology and laws. Islam retains from reality what is natural and necessary for its organic growth, while uprooting what is parasitic, superfluous or corrupting, no matter how widespread it may be. This is how Islam acted when it first confronted the Jahiliyyah of humanity, and this is how it acts whenever it faces Jahiliyyah in any era. The first sign of defeat is to consider reality, regardless of its nature, as the foundation to which God's law must conform. Whereas Islam views God's methodology and law as the true foundation to which people must return, and reality must be adjusted to align with it. When Islam first confronted the global Jahiliyyah of its time, it transformed it according to its unique methodology and then propelled it forward. And Islam's position does not change today when it confronts the global Jahiliyyah of the modern world. It reforms it according to its methodology and then advances it. The difference between these two perspectives is vast. The difference between considering the ignorant reality as the foundation and considering the divine methodology as the foundation. I reject and denounce the act of consulting Islam on any issue within these societies, out of respect for Islam and its seriousness. For what greater mockery and derision could there be than for someone to approach a judge seeking his ruling while sticking out his tongue at him, declaring from the outset that he does not acknowledge him as a judge, does not recognize his authority, and will not abide by his judgment unless it aligns with his desires and affirms what he already wishes to do? Islam has no connection to what takes place in this world today because no one governs their life by Islam. No one adopts the Islamic methodology as the guiding principle of their society. No one rules solely by God's law. No one acknowledges God alone in his divinity and its prerogatives, and no one grants the first and final word in all matters of life to God and his law. Those who consult Islam today, whether in good faith or bad, are jesters, and those who respond to these consultations, whether in good faith or bad, are equally jesting. Those who speak of Islam's relation to any of the present-day human systems are engaged in an even graver jest, even if I know that many of them do not intend mockery, nor would they knowingly accept it in matters concerning Islam. Islam is to be consulted only when it alone is the way of life, when the Islamic society is established, the society that takes Islam as its sole law and recognizes no other, when God so wills and decrees. Our trust in God's mercy towards humanity makes us always hope that he will this and decree it. For the establishment of such a society is a human necessity, an existential inevitability, and a response to the call of innate nature in times of distress. Yet, though the inevitability of birth does not erase the pains of labour, how then can this be achieved when the vast weight of human reality stands in opposition to Islam? Those who ask this question must remember how this matter was achieved the first time. A single man stood against all of humanity with the methodology of God, declaring to them, as he was commanded, that they were steeped in Jahiliyyah and that true guidance is only God's guidance. Then history was transformed in a manner known to both friends and foes, when this immense truth took root in the heart of that one man. This truth that was established in the heart of that one man remains as immutable as the great cosmic laws, and this lost humanity persists, having returned to its Jahiliyyah. This, then, is the matter in its entirety, in its simplest and most concise form. There exists a starting point. the anchoring of this truth in a heart, in several hearts, in the hearts of a believing vanguard. Then the caravan moves forward on the long, thorny and unfamiliar path, as unfamiliar to humanity today as it was when guidance first came to them, except for a few rare exceptions. Then the caravan reaches its destination, at the end of the long and thorny road, just as the first caravan once did. I do not claim that this is an easy matter, nor that it is a short struggle, but its outcome is assured. Everything leads to it, everything that is real, natural, and intrinsic to the order of the cosmos and the nature of humanity. Yet much stands in its way, an immense weight of human reality, but it is mere froth. Yes, it is immense, but it is froth, and God prevails in his purpose, but most people do not know. Quran 12:21.